Outside the cave dwelling, following Lu Yang's breakthrough, information about him was laid out before those with vested interests, and his background was swiftly investigated thoroughly. Just as Lu Yang had anticipated earlier, his background could be summed up in 4 characters. Roots upright, seedling dark. Every year, the Saint Sect recruited new disciples. After officially joining through the pleasure hall, he profited greatly by trading substitute death yin puppets, and then went into seclusion. This is a diligent cultivator. Looking at the materials on the table, a female cultivator with a delicate face and a sharp gaze couldn't help but praise. She was also a late-stage qi refining cultivator, but compared to Lu Yang, who had just broken through, her cultivation had already reached the 9th level of qi refining, just 1 step away from perfection. The female cultivator was named Xianxia, and she was quite renowned within the Saint Sect. Not only because of her appearance, but also because she was one of the few talisman cultivators in the Saint Sect, gaining the favor of a sect elder through her talisman-making skills. A diligent cultivator alone cannot reach the late stage of qi refining. Beside Fairy Xianxia, a young man with a feather fan and silk scarf smiled slightly. He clearly made a fortune by trading substitute death yin puppets, yet he keeps a low profile. This shows that he is a cautious and intelligent person. Understandable, this is within reason. Fairy Xianxia sighed upon hearing this. For ordinary disciples like us to stand out, talent, caution, intelligence, and courage are all indispensable. So it's decided. Fairy Xianxia nodded and said, I will recommend him. This person broke through to the late stage of qi refining in just 10 years. Our 3 Rivers Society needs such talent. Inside the cave dwelling, Lu Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion. In front of him, more than a dozen talisman books were neatly laid out, each one an olive branch, claiming that as long as he was willing to join their faction, they would immediately offer generous gifts, including but not limited to cauldrons, cultivation methods, divine abilities, treasures, and pills, everything one could wish for. In my previous life, I didn't pay attention. I didn't expect so many factions within the Saint Sect. Basically, as long as one had late-stage qi refining cultivation, they could gather a considerable team within the Saint Sect. For example, Liu Xin in his previous life did just that. Lu Yang wasn't surprised by this. After all, without factions, there would be all sorts of oddities. The Saint Sect was so vast, it was impossible for everyone to be of one mind. People would always band together for their own interests. Of course, those factions were like rootless duckweed, without foundation. The ones truly capable of recruiting him were the factions established by some elders or even true disciples of the Saint Sect, and the conditions they offered were relatively more genuine and credible. But that was all. I still overestimated myself. Lu Yang shook his head. The conditions offered by those major factions were indeed good, often amounting to tens of thousands of contribution points. However, he happened not to lack money. After all, he hadn't even spent all the contribution points he earned from trading substitute death yin puppets. What he lacked was authority, the ability to truly access the middle levels of the Saint Sect and purchase things that were otherwise unavailable. Just as Lu Yang was contemplating, suddenly, the formation outside the door trembled. Lu Yang looked up in response and saw the illumination array he had set up in front of the cave dwelling shine brightly, revealing a graceful and curvaceous silhouette. It was none other than Fairy Xianxia. Junior brother Lu, you understand formations. Fairy Xianxia looked around at the emerging formation patterns in surprise, her pretty face showing unexpected delight. Lu Yang cupped his hands. Senior sister, may I ask the purpose of your visit? Fairy Xianxia didn't feign modesty and gracefully returned the salute. I am Xianxia, a steward of the Saint Sect's 3 Rivers Society. I have come for you, junior brother. Oh please, senior sister. Lu Yang hurriedly offered hospitality and quickly became alert. The 3 Rivers Society, wasn't that the faction behind Zhao Zhu? They actually came to recruit him. Lu Yang didn't know much about the 3 Rivers Society, but he knew Zhao Zhu was a member. More importantly, as a disciple of the Mending Heaven Peak Master, Zhao Zhu seemed to be just a mid to low-level member of the 3 Rivers Society. This alone showed the value of the 3 Rivers Society. I hope senior sister doesn't mind my ignorance. May I ask what the 3 Rivers Society is? Lu Yang asked cautiously. Fairy Xianxia wasn't surprised by his question and smiled. The Three Rivers Society was established by three senior brothers who are true disciples. The eldest senior brother is already a Foundation establishment true person and has opened a peak within the Sea of Clouds. The second and third senior brothers haven't established their foundations yet, but they have both cultivated third-grade true Qi and are at the peak of Qi refining, ready to establish their foundations at any time. I heard that junior brother Lu also comes from an ordinary background. You should know how difficult life is for ordinary disciples in the early stages. The three senior brothers came from humble beginnings like us, so after achieving great cultivation, they established the Three Rivers Society to help ordinary disciples overcome early difficulties. I see. Lu Yang looked respectful. The three senior brothers are truly virtuous. But if it weren't for the fact that in previous lives he had borrowed money from the Three Rivers Society and personally witnessed their 36% annual interest rate, he might have believed this nonsense. Lu Yang cursed inwardly. He was always cautious and wouldn't make a hasty decision just because of Fairy Faxia's words. He immediately said cautiously, "It would be an honor to be invited to join the Three Rivers Society, but may I ask what the benefits are?" "You can rest assured, junior brother." Fairy Faxia replied calmly, "As long as you're willing to join, I can immediately grant you a true disciple-level divine ability secret technique. After joining, there will be an annual contribution point offering. Moreover, as long as you have money, you can use the Society's true disciple authority to purchase desired items, or even request guidance from the three senior brothers. Of course, there are requirements." At this point, Fairy Faxia took out a jade slip and placed it in front of Lu Yang. All members must sign a contract and leave a drop of essence blood. That's simple. Lu Yang glanced at the contract in front of him. It was nothing more than some standard faction clauses, confidentiality obligations, etc. Some might feel that doing so would lose their freedom and make many things beyond their control, but Lu Yang didn't care. He boldly signed his name. It was just a matter of this lifetime, and it wouldn't affect the next. He even wished the constraints were greater, so he would be more likely to be considered one of their own and receive better resources. Seeing Lu Yang so straightforward, Fairy Faxia nodded in satisfaction. 2 lifetimes ago, starting from Lu Yang's current point in time and going forward about 20 years, the Primordial Saint Sect would launch an extermination war against a righteous sect. The righteous sect that was wiped out was called Divine Martial Sect. In that same lifetime, Zhao Zhu eventually cultivated to the peak of Qi refining, and along with Fairy Faxia, became the manager of the sect's marketplace in the outside world. That marketplace was located in Skeleton Mountain, right next to the Divine Martial Sect. Before the war, the Primordial Saint Sect transported a large amount of resources under the guise of the marketplace. It was said that during that time, the two of them discovered a rare Foundation establishment treasure. Afterward, as the war broke out, both of them performed brilliantly, earning significant merit, and then exchanged it for another Foundation establishment treasure within the sect. They then asked an alchemist to combine the two treasures into one and refined a Foundation establishment pill, finally obtaining the chance to break through. Although they ultimately failed, the opportunity was real. I cultivated the same 9 transformations dragon art as Zhao Zhu. If he had a chance to break through to Foundation establishment, maybe I do too. Either way, it's worth a try. Another 3 days passed. Lu Yang was meditating in his cave dwelling when suddenly, a human-faced owl flew to his entrance. Its beak moved and it spoke in a crisp and pleasant voice. "Junior brother Lu, please come to the cave dwelling." It was Fairy Faxia. Upon seeing this, Lu Yang's eyes flickered slightly. He immediately flew on a sword light toward Fairy Faxia's cave dwelling, and was then guided to a scenic tea pavilion amidst mountains and waters. Inside the tea pavilion, Fairy Faxia was brewing tea. Her fair hands moved gracefully, pouring spiritual water, igniting true fire, and brewing the tea with fluid and pleasing motions. Lu Yang happened to arrive just in time and immediately caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance of tea, which calmed his mind and even invigorated his spiritual senses. "Please sit, junior brother." Only then did Fairy Faxia raise her brows to look at him. Once Lu Yang took his seat, she got straight to the point. "This time I called you over because we've received the reply from the association." "Oh," Lu Yang deliberately showed a look of excitement. "Could it be that my divine ability has arrived?" "Indeed," Fairy Faxia smiled slightly. Second senior brother has already delivered the list of divine abilities. Junior brother may now choose one to cultivate. Many thanks, senior sister. Lu Yang cupped his hands, received the jade slip containing the list, and opened it. He was instantly dazzled by the densely packed divine abilities. After carefully browsing through them, he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Most of these divine abilities he had already seen in the library pavilion of Mending Heaven Peak. However, those versions were castrated, much weaker than the complete versions in this list. Although they looked similar, the difference was like heaven and earth. This showed just how strictly the sect controlled its resources. It was utterly outrageous. If not for joining the Three Rivers Society and signing a cell-body contract, gaining the backing of a true disciple, he would probably never have come into contact with these complete divine abilities in his lifetime. After a moment, Lu Yang's eyes suddenly lit up, because he actually saw a familiar term in the list: Heavenly Demon Blood-Transforming Divine Light, or to be more precise, its complete version. Taiyan Body Shedding Corpse Liberation True Method. Refine the body with lunar energy, surpass the 9-turn pill. The form becomes proper and solemn, the complexion like a spiritual cloud. Ascend to the supreme polar palace and be granted the title of true person. This was a great divine ability. The heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light was just its first step. Once fully cultivated, the user would be beyond the 5 elements, immune to weapons, and even known as a corpse-transcending immortal. This is the one. Lu Yang made the decision instantly. He copied the contents of Taiyan Body Shedding Corpse Liberation True Method. Then he looked at Fairy Faxia and solemnly cupped his hands. Now that this matter is done, does senior sister have any other instructions? To be frank, junior brother, Fairy Faxia chuckled softly, I've been planning to apply for an external assignment to take charge of the marketplace in Skeleton Mountain. I happen to be lacking a few reliable assistants. So it really came. Lu Yang wasn't surprised by her invitation. Sweet dates always came with sticks. Since the Three Rivers Society had given him benefits, how could they not make him work? If senior sister does not mind, I am willing to accompany you. Lu Yang didn't hesitate at all and nodded immediately. After all, this concerned the opportunity for Foundation establishment. Even if Fairy Faxia hadn't invited him, Lu Yang had already planned to take on a mission at the Merit Hall to head to the marketplace at Skeleton Mountain. Seeing Lu Yang so decisive, Fairy Faxia's eyes became even more satisfied. Just as I thought, junior brother is a person of steadfast Dao heart. For ordinary disciples like us, if we sink into complacency, we're doomed to remain obscure in the sect. Only by venturing out and seeking opportunities can we find a glimmer of hope. Burn the boats, disregard life and death. Only then can one hope for Foundation establishment. After a conversation, Lu Yang noticed that Fairy Faxia's gaze toward him had grown more cordial. She clearly regarded him as a like-minded companion. Disregarding life and death was indeed accurate, but not because he had no retreat. Rather because he had the Book of 100 Lifetimes and feared no failure. If he died, so what? He could just restart. 10 days later, aboard the flying boat bound for Skeleton Mountain, Lu Yang soared in a stream of light, landed steadily on the deck, greeted Fairy Faxia, and then quietly blended into the crowd below. He did not intend to be too conspicuous on this trip to Skeleton Mountain. Rather than attracting attention, he preferred to blend in, ideally fading into the background with just a slight frown. Very soon, many cultivators gathered on the flying boat. The leaders, besides Fairy Faxia, included 2 Qi refining 7th-layer cultivators. One of them Lu Yang even recognized, Lu Yuanchun, a disciple under the main branch of Mending Heaven Peak. HMPH, I'll settle scores with him sooner or later. A cold glint flashed in Lu Yang's eyes, then quickly faded. He looked around. Since Lu Yunchun was here, would Zhao Zhu also show up? It was entirely possible that this Lifetime's Foundation establishment opportunity would still fall into his hands. Sure enough, after scanning the crowd, Lu Yang really spotted Zhao Zhu quietly sipping spirit wine in a remote corner of the flying boat. However, Zhao Zhu now was several times more dejected than in any previous life. Lu Yang wasn't surprised. After all, in this life, Zhao Zhu couldn't find him. His fated opportunity had vanished into thin air. The substitute Death Yin puppet had bankrupted him. And his lover, Qing Chen Fairy, surely had left him as well. He had truly lost everything. Lu Yang was already impressed that Zhao Zhu hadn't jumped off Mending Heaven Peak yet. "Senior Brother Zhao, is that you, Senior Brother Zhao?" Lu Yang took the initiative to approach, deliberately putting on a surprised expression. "Never expected to see you here. We must be fated, Senior Brother." You are." Zhao Zhu stared blankly for a moment before recognizing Lu Yang by memory, and was instantly dumbfounded. "Junior Brother Lu, you've reached mid-stage Qi refining." Zhao Zhu was indeed down and out. He couldn't see through Lu Yang's aura-concealing technique, and had no way of knowing his true realm. Even so, mid-stage Qi refining was enough to shock him. After all, 10 years ago, Lu Yang had seemed like a totally insignificant figure. Thinking of this, Zhao Zhu grew even more dispirited. "HMPH, you've come to laugh at me too, haven't you? Get lost." "Why would you say that, Senior Brother?" Lu Yang looked confused and quickly said. "I've always remembered your kindness back then. How could I ever mock you?" "Kindness? What kindness?" Zhao Zhu was stunned again. Then he recalled that he had once helped Lu Yang secure a loan. Could that really count as kindness? Was this guy a fool? Just as Zhao Zhu was about to mock him. "I noticed your cultivation seems stuck at the 6th layer of Qi refining. If you don't mind, Senior Brother, I have a spiritual pill that might help." "Is that appropriate?" Zhao Zhu dazedly accepted the spirit pill that Lu Yang forcibly handed him. Strangely, when he looked at Lu Yang again, he actually felt a sense of closeness. As if they had known each other in a past life. Could we really be fated? With his understanding of Zhao Zhu from several lifetimes, Lu Yang quickly became acquainted with him, allowing Zhao Zhu to feel a long-lost sense of respect from outsiders. To be honest, he hadn't felt this way in many years. Ever since the price of substitute death yin puppets plummeted, Panlong Island mysteriously disappeared, and even his master, the Mending Heaven Peak Lord, couldn't calculate the cause and effect. His days had become increasingly difficult. First, his master grew more and more disappointed in him. Second, his cultivation stagnated, remaining at the mid-stage of Qi refining for 10 years without breaking through the bottleneck. If there was any good news, it was that his master, seeing his declining state, canceled his engagement with his junior sister. The vicissitudes of life and the warmth and coldness of human relationships, Zhao Zhu had experienced them all in these 10 years. Therefore, upon hearing that Lu Yang had exited the market at the peak price of substitute death yin puppets and achieved financial freedom, Zhao Zhu's eyes turned red with envy. Junior Brother, your Tao heart is firm, not corrupted by wealth. Your future achievements are limitless. It's a pity I didn't have your Tao heart back then. Senior Brother, you mustn't belittle yourself." Lu Yang softly comforted. "Fortune doesn't favor just one moment. As long as you are determined on the path of immortality, what are temporary setbacks?" "You're right." Zhao Zhu nodded, seemingly a bit more spirited, then glanced at Lu Yang with hesitation, opening his mouth but saying nothing. Such behavior made his intentions clear to Lu Yang. He wanted to borrow money. Lu Yang smiled slightly. Since Zhao Zhu didn't mention it, he naturally wouldn't bring it up either. After all, if it's too easy to obtain, it won't be cherished. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the flying boat. "Skeleton Mountain has arrived." Northern Frontier, Skeleton Mountain. Though called a mountain, it was actually a vast mountain range stretching hundreds of miles, with peaks clustered like waves, each inch of land brimming with spiritual energy. The Saint Sect established a market here for good reason. Although it couldn't compare to the sky-reaching sea of clouds, for secular rogue cultivators, Skeleton Mountain was already a treasure land. At the center of the range was a white bone cave, where the Saint Sect's market was located. This place's geomancy is of extreme yin. On the flying boat's deck, Lu Yang overlooked Skeleton Mountain's terrain, somewhat surprised. Any cultivator buried here will inevitably transform into a zombie within 10 years. Junior Brother, your insight is sharp. A sudden burst of rosy light appeared as Fairy Xianxia, her feathered cloak fluttering, stepped out. "That's why the Saint Sect sent us to guard Skeleton Mountain and maintain market order. As you said, due to the unique geomancy, Skeleton Mountain experiences a massive zombie tide every 30 years. These zombies lack intelligence and only know to devour the living. It's a risk of Skeleton Mountain but also an opportunity, as these zombies are excellent materials for refining artifacts." After explaining, Fairy Faixia continued. The market is protected by the 100 bones returned to true formation. Fellow Taoists Lu and Chen will each handle 2 formation eyes. Shall junior brother and I take 1 each of the remaining 2? At your command, senior sister. Fairy Faixia nodded upon hearing this, then slightly furrowed her brows, glancing at Zhao Zhu beside Lu Yang, who was wide-eyed and full of disbelief. What's wrong? Lu Yang asked curiously. Senior sister, do you know senior brother Zhao? I don't. Fairy Faixia indifferently withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at Zhao Zhu, and instead gave Lu Yang a gentle smile. I'll be counting on you in the future, junior brother. With that, she soared away on a beam of rosy light. Zhao Zhu remained in place, his expression complex, clearly realizing that Lu Yang's ability to oversee the market meant his strength wasn't just mid-stage qi refining as he sensed. Senior brother Zhao. Lu Yang's voice came, and Zhao Zhu froze. His face showed a mix of joy and sorrow, his lips moved without sound, and finally, his demeanor became respectful as he clearly called out. My lord. Seeing this, Lu Yang could only sigh helplessly. Senior brother Zhao, I have official duties to attend to. If you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to contact me. With that, he also departed in a beam of light. Only Zhao Zhu remained, his expression uncertain, quickly collecting his previous emotions, his eyes revealing a thoughtful look. He's wary of me, seems I was too hasty. Entering the market, Lu Yang recalled Zhao Zhu's earlier reaction and couldn't help but chuckle. Just as I expected, he has another purpose for coming to this market. Good. In this lifetime, I must consider him a close friend. Lu Yang wasn't afraid of Zhao Zhu's wariness because he had enough patience. If necessary, he could even give up this lifetime and truly be lifelong friends with Zhao Zhu, gathering intelligence to prepare for the next life. While pondering, Lu Yang arrived in front of a pavilion. This was one of the 4 major formation eyes of the market, and also the area with the most spiritual energy in Skeleton Mountain, estimated to have about 30% of the Saint Sect's cave dwelling level. Heaven-slashing Blood River Sword Formation, activate. With a wave of his sleeve, Lu Yang sent the Blood Sun Sword pill into the pavilion, anchoring the center. Then, formation patterns expanded, replacing the original ones. Although the market's 100 bones returned to true formation, was more marvelous than the heaven-slashing Blood River Sword Formation. Firstly, Lu Yang only occupied 1 formation eye. Secondly, as a formation master, he disliked entrusting his life to a formation set up by others. After all, I have many secrets. Moreover, the Skeleton Mountain market has been established for so long. Even if the 100 bones return to true formation is brilliant, its effects are already well known. The more one's background is exposed, the easier it is to be targeted. So if a formidable figure attacks the Skeleton Mountain market, they must be prepared with methods to break the 100 bones return to true formation. Therefore, by then, this formation might not be of much use. That said, Lu Yang didn't abandon the formation directly, but instead opened a new area within the pavilion, hiding a formation within a formation, serving as a trump card. After completing all this, Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Then, with another wave of his hand, he named the pavilion Blood Garment Tower, marking his official residence in the Skeleton Mountain market and providing an external title. At that moment, over a dozen beams of light flew in. These were all Saint Sect disciples assigned to Lu Yang's area, mostly at the early to mid-stage of qi refining, here to perform tasks. After the lights entered the Blood Garment Tower, they dispersed, revealing cultivators of various appearances, male and female, young and old, all respectfully arriving at the tower platform. Beside the platform stood a handsome young man in blood-colored robes, leaning on the railing with a smile, overlooking them all. Greetings, Tower Master. The disciples didn't dare be negligent, bowing one after another. Although within the Saint Sect they could address each other as senior and junior brothers, outside the sect, titles were used. Especially since this was a senior brother at the late stage of qi refining. Early, mid, late, and great perfection stages of qi refining might seem like 4 minor realms, but the gaps between them were vast. Rise. Looking at the row of figures below, Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction, thinking to himself, not bad, all seem like cattle and horses at a glance, no capable ones. The Saint Sect's cultivation environment was top-notch, so generally, Those choosing external assignments were either like Lu Yang and Fairy Faixia, aiming for foundation establishment, or like these individuals, poor aptitude, older age, and little wealth, unable to survive in the sect. If I wanted, I could kill them all with one sword each. Those intending to build a force might be dissatisfied with this situation, but Lu Yang felt it was just right. The weak atmosphere made him feel at ease. Disperse, handle minor matters yourselves, no need to come to me. Lu Yang casually instructed, then directly dismissed them, sealing the Blood Garment Tower, preparing to cultivate peacefully until the opportunity for foundation establishment arose. This Taiyan body-shedding corpse liberation true method is kind of difficult. After a night of closed-door cultivation, Lu Yang looked at the mystical scroll before him and furrowed his brows. Great divine ability, only those with great power can practice it. It is the pinnacle of all mystical arts. The so-called great divine ability was not a rank of divine abilities, but rather a method of combining them. Simply put, by merging several top-tier, compatible mystical arts together to unleash dozens of times their usual power. That was called a great divine ability. Taiyan body-shedding corpse liberation true method was such a technique. To master this great divine ability, one must first learn 3 top-tier arts: heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light, profound yin form-capturing grand art, and Taiwei pardon talisman. Each of these 3 mystical arts was extremely difficult to master, and without heaven-sent opportunities, success was impossible. This was a common trait among all great divine abilities. It wasn't something that could be learned just by wanting to. One needed perception, luck, and merit. Lacking even one would lead to failure. Take the first art, the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light, for example. That alone had stumped countless cultivators, as the process of skin-stripping cultivation was equivalent to severing one's path to immortality. Even if completed, it held no meaning. As for the second, the profound yin form-capturing grand art, it didn't have such severe drawbacks. The difficulty lay in the required item, a mysterious female Taiyan treasure Jade. Without this rare treasure, no matter how high your cultivation or how keen your perception, you couldn't master the art. And this mysterious female Taiyan treasure Jade was extremely rare. How rare? One phrase summed it up. It didn't even appear on the exchange list of the Saint Sect. You couldn't buy it even with contribution points. Considering how vast and resource-rich the Saint Sect was, yet still lacked such a treasure, it was clear how rare it was. Thus, mastering this mystical art depended entirely on fate. Without that luck, even scouring the entire world would be fruitless. Because of this, Lu Yang gave it up after just a glance and instead turned his focus to the third art, the Taiwei pardon talisman. However, what frustrated him was that, although this mystical art didn't require rare items or have severe side effects, it was just too difficult. Lu Yang studied it the entire night, yet gained very little. It's kind of like an array and also like a talisman, yet it's classified as a mystical art. Whether it can be learned depends entirely on comprehension. If you can't learn it, you simply can't. Thinking this, Lu Yang scratched his head again, unwilling to concede. Even arrays, as hard as they are, I've fought through them. How long can a single divine art block my way? At worst, I'll spend another 20 years. I'll learn you eventually. The reason why Taiyan body-shedding corpse liberation true method held Lu Yang so tightly was because it was simply too tempting. He couldn't bear to give it up. The power of the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light went without saying. The profound yin form-capturing grand art was equally domineering. Once a person's chi mechanism was captured and condensed into a soul shadow, killing that shadow would instantly kill the person, even from thousands of miles away. And the Taiwei pardon talisman was even more outrageous. Once mastered, it didn't target the body or soul, but directly broke merit and luck. Even a heaven's chosen would become unlucky if struck by it. But of course, the most powerful effect lay in the union of all 3 arts. This was also the most tempting part of Taiyan body-shedding corpse liberation true method. It could increase the chances of breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. That alone made Lu Yang determined to obtain it at any cost. Time flew like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. Inside Blood Garment Tower, Lu Yang leaned on the railing, gazing at the sky, silently operating the 9 transformations dragon art. With each breath, he inhaled and exhaled clouds and mist, conjuring all kinds of illusory visions. The 8th transformation, Mirage transformation. Although the spirit veins in Skeleton Mountain were poor, Lu Yang was wealthy and had stockpiled large amounts of spirit stones in advance. Thus, his cultivation remained unhindered. After 5 years of bitter cultivation, even though his progress in the Teiwei Pardon Talisman remained stagnant, he suddenly experienced a stroke of insight while studying divine arts. His true qi broke through on its own, and by the time he regained his senses, the qi seed in his dantian had transformed again, vaguely taking the shape of a dragon. Qi refining 8th layer. Though going from 7th to 8th layer isn't as drastic as from 6th to 7th, the true qi and power have nearly doubled. In the end, realm is the foundation. So what if I haven't learned a great divine ability? With my current strength, even a mid-stage qi refining core disciple, I can defeat across realms. Not to mention, there's still the 9th transformation. Lu Yang's heart burned with passion. The 9th transformation, flying fish transformation, would break his bottleneck. In other words, once he reached the 9th layer, he could immediately attempt full perfection. The immortal path is in sight. This calls for celebration. Thinking this, Lu Yang felt cheerful. The shadow of failure in mastering the Teiwei Pardon Talisman was swept away, and he joyfully walked out of his secluded chamber. But before that, Lu Yang first performed the qi concealment technique. In the next second, his newly elevated and surging aura was fully concealed, returning to that of a qi refining 7th layer, just slightly stronger than 5 years ago. Always keep 3 parts for attacking, 7 parts as a trump card. One can never have too many aces. Not long after, the disciples under the blood garment tower of the Saint Sect rushed in. Upon seeing Lu Yang, they saluted without hesitation. Congratulations to Tower Master on emerging from seclusion. Rise. Lu Yang waved casually and asked, in the 5 years I've been in seclusion, has there been any trouble near Skeleton Mountain? Reporting to Tower Master, there has been none. An elderly Saint Sect disciple took the initiative to respond. Only once, a disciple from the Divine Martial Sect of Northern Frontier came to provoke, but was sent away by Fairy Xianxia. What about the mysterious female Taiyan treasure Jade? Any news? None yet. After learning of the events over the past 5 years, Lu Yang dismissed the others, planning to enter seclusion again until the opportunity for Foundation establishment emerged during the Righteous Demonic War. But just then, a streak of multicolored light descended beside the blood garment tower. Junior brother Lu, may I have a word? Upon hearing this, Lu Yang swept his divine sense over and quickly rose to greet her with a smile. Troubling senior sister to come in person, I should have been the one to visit. Junior brother, something has happened. Fairy Xianxia looked serious and solemn. Recently, the terrain observation device detected that the corpse tide, originally set to erupt in 15 years, has advanced. At this moment, tens of thousands of zombies are heading toward the market. This sudden anomaly came with no signs beforehand. There must be someone behind the scenes. I suspect it may be those brutes from the Divine Martial Sect in the northern frontier. What? Lu Yang frowned at her words. When he noticed her staring intently at him, he frowned deeper. Senior sister needs my assistance. Indeed, junior brother, would you dare to challenge the corpse tide with me? Fairy Xianxia smiled. The corpse tide is a crisis, but also an opportunity. Whoever triggered it early must be relying on some rare treasure. If we join forces, we might seize it and create our own fortune. Even if something unexpected happens and we are caught within the tide, with our cultivation levels, the risk is minimal. As she spoke, Fairy Xianxia's brows danced, her aura radiant, exuding bold confidence. However, Lu Yang shook his head. Apologies, senior sister, I'm not like you. My strength is low and I haven't learned any divine arts, only some basic formations. It's best I stay behind and hold the fort. Even if the risk was small, it was still a risk. A gentleman does not stand beneath a crumbling wall. He was currently on a steady path to breakthrough. Why take unnecessary risks? It wasn't worth it. His foremost goal this lifetime was to reach the peak of qi refining. He could afford to take risks after that. For now, caution was the key. You're not going. Seeing Lu Yang's refusal, Fairy Xianxia frowned slightly. Her usually cold expression softened into something almost pitiable. The immortal path is short and bitter. To succeed, one must cut off all retreats. I thought you understood this. Lu Yang remained unmoved, his Tao heart like iron. This is not the past. I ask for senior sister's understanding. You've changed. Fairy Xianxia shook her head in disappointment. In that case, stay and guard the market, but the opportunity when it comes won't be yours. Yes. Lu Yang only smiled at her words and said nothing. To be honest, he felt that Fairy Xianxia didn't quite act like a Saint Sect disciple. How should he put it? She seemed like someone who had never been beaten by the Saint Sect before. With the corpse tide approaching, even if she got some great opportunity, wouldn't she still have to flee back to the market he was guarding? At that time, saying the opportunity wasn't his. Then don't blame him for saying, "You all died bravely on the front line fighting the corpse tide." At dusk, within the Blood Garment Tower, the setting sun resembled blood. As another cycle of cultivation concluded, Lu Yang slowly refined the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his dantian, transforming it into true qi that flowed through his limbs and bones. Qi coursed through his meridians like a dragon, returning to the sea. Soon, once I master the final flying fish transformation and merge the 9 transformations into one, I can fully cultivate the 3rd grade true qi of the 9 transformations dragon art, the true dragon qi. Once I achieve the true dragon qi, it will coincide with the onset of the righteous and demonic war. It will be the perfect opportunity for me to compete for the Foundation establishment opportunity at Skeleton Mountain. Only the Foundation establishment opportunity is worth the risk and effort. Everything else is illusory. After completing his cultivation for the day, Lu Yang exited the meditation chamber. Outside the chamber, a woman with a proud posture and sharp brows had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Lu Yang, she immediately stepped forward and handed him a jade slip. "Taoist brother, today's movements of the corpse tide have been delivered." Lu Yang accepted the jade slip with a slight smile. "Thank you, Taoist friend Yun." This woman was none other than Yun Myoking. She was originally a disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Although Lu Yang had already mastered the Divine Firmament Sword Control True Formula, considering their past connection, he had purchased her. To be fair, his intention was that since they had engaged in dual cultivation in a previous life, helping Yun Myoking wouldn't hinder him. He didn't mind doing a good deed. Following him was better than being bought by other sect disciples and used as a cauldron, drained into a wretch. Unexpectedly, this decision brought him a pleasant surprise. Perhaps because he hadn't engaged in dual cultivation with Yun Myoking in this life, and instead treated her with respect, focusing solely on diligent cultivation, Yun Myoking's affection for him grew significantly. "Taoist brother, you are a good person. Why stay in the Primordial Saint Sect?" Yun Myoking approached Lu Yang and whispered, "Now that the corpse tide has erupted, why not feign death and follow me to the Sword Pavilion to embrace the righteous path?" As she spoke, Yun Myoking looked at Lu Yang, her beautiful eyes filled with emotion. At her most desperate and powerless moment, it was this man who rescued her from the sea of suffering. Not only did he not harm her, but he also provided her with a place to stay. Though born of the demon sect, he was a gentleman. Moreover, over the past 10 years she had witnessed his step-by-step growth. His cultivation was profound, his talent exceptional, and most importantly, he was very handsome. If he could join the Sword Pavilion, perhaps they could. As she pondered, Yun Myoking's pretty face suddenly flushed, though it was unclear what she was thinking. This demeanor reminded Lu Yang of how, in previous lives, she had defiantly called him a demon. He found it quite amusing. Of course, he had no interest in romantic affairs. What truly mattered to him was Yun Myoking's seemingly significant status in the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. She claimed that, with her recommendation, the Sword Pavilion would surely accept him. Cultivating in the Holy Sect is like walking on thin ice. If possible, I'd prefer to join a sect with better conduct. Yun Myoking might be the key to his future transition to the righteous path. How are senior sister Xianxia and the others? Those demonic cultivators were still at Juyin Ridge a few days ago, breaking through the corpse tide. A mysterious expert intervened, but they repelled him and pursued him afterward. Yun Myoking handed over another jade slip. Lu Yang took the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual sense. The events of that day immediately came to mind. So that's how it is. It seems there's indeed a mastermind behind the early eruption of the corpse tide, a disciple of the divine martial sect, and the rare treasure they used to catalyze the corpse tide. Upon seeing this, Lu Yang suddenly froze, then abruptly stood up. The mysterious female Taiyan treasure Jade. Indeed, the intelligence indicated that the mastermind behind the corpse tide's eruption, a disciple of the divine martial sect, possessed a thumb-sized mysterious female Taiyan treasure jade. If I can obtain this treasure jade, I can immediately cultivate the profound yin form-capturing grand art. Given time, even the Taiyan body-shedding corpse liberation true method wouldn't be a dream. Considering the rarity of this treasure jade, this might be my only chance in this life. If I miss it, I might never get another opportunity. However, if not in this life then in the next, missing it is missing it. Lu Yang's expression turned grim as he sat back down. Despite unexpectedly discovering the coveted Taiyan treasure jade, he felt no joy. He only felt a bone-chilling cold and was filled with vigilance. Whatever I desire seems to come to me. How could there be such luck in the world? After all, I'm not someone like Xianxia, a child of destiny. Moreover, Xianxia's luck was bestowed by others. Could it be that Taoist Hong Yun is behind this again? The thought that a foundation establishment true person might be manipulating karma and scheming in the shadows made Lu Yang immediately decide. I won't go out. The current situation at Skeleton Mountain was treacherous. It was safest to stay within the market city and manage the formation. As long as a foundation establishment true person didn't intervene, he would remain unshaken. Besides, even if I don't go out, it doesn't mean I have no chance to obtain the treasure jade. After all, there were still Fairy Xianxia and the others. According to the intelligence, they had pursued the enemy. If they could seize the treasure jade and escape back to the market city, wouldn't that be his opportunity? Thinking of this, Lu Yang couldn't help but sincerely cheer for Fairy Xianxia. Time flew by. Another day within the Blood Garment Tower. While Lu Yang was meditating and refining qi, he suddenly sensed something and immediately rose into the air, flying outside the tower to gaze into the distance toward the outskirts of the market city. Boom! In the distant sky, thunderous explosions accompanied by expanding clouds of blasts rapidly spread from the horizon toward the market city. It was clearly a chase involving flying lights. Leading the charge was Fairy Xianxia's distinctive multicolored flying light. One is missing. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow. Including himself, there were 4 late-stage qi refining cultivators in Skeleton Mountain's market city, Fairy Xianxia, Lu Yuanchun, and an unnamed senior brother. However, at this moment, Lu Yang only saw Fairy Xianxia and Lu Yuanchun. Activate the formation. Unperturbed, Lu Yang issued a command. The Saint Sect disciples within the market city immediately took their positions, banners fluttering as a grand formation was erected in an instant. The 100 Bones True Grand Formation. This formation ranked as a 7th grade formation, the pinnacle of qi refining level formations. With Lu Yang overseeing it, he could even contend with cultivators at the peak of qi refining. However, in the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. Lu Yuanchun suddenly produced a token and, forming a seal, activated it, directly opening a gap in the originally sealed formation. Now, almost simultaneously, an extremely excited shout echoed from outside the market city. Several beams of spiritual light shot out, transforming into formation banners that spread in all directions. Immediately afterward, a miniature formation appeared at the gap Lu Yuanchun had opened, stabilizing it so that even Lu Yang couldn't close it. Divine Martial Sect. Lu Yang's brows furrowed slightly as he instantly recognized the attackers. Clearly, the Divine Martial Sect had been lying in ambush outside the market city for some time, waiting for such an opportunity. Now that the formation had been forcibly opened, the Divine Martial Sect could fully exploit this breach to invade the market city. As for the culprit behind all this, Lu Yuanchun merely cast a cold glance at the market city before soaring away in the opposite direction. He clearly understood what he had done, but he didn't care. In fact, he had done it deliberately, treating the market city as a discarded piece to secure his own escape. After all, for the Divine Martial Sect, it was more advantageous to annihilate the Skeleton Mountain market city than to continue pursuing him. As for the Saint Sect disciples within the market city, they were just unlucky. Lu Yuanchun bastard. Upon seeing a breach torn open in the market's grand formation, Fairy Xianxia's eyes widened with fury. Immediately, she made a move completely opposite to Lu Yuanchun's. Junior brother, let's join forces. With a flash of light, Fairy Xianxia descended directly into the market. She then turned around to guard the breach in the formation. We absolutely cannot let the Divine Martial Sect charge into the market. Hearing this, Lu Yang glanced at Fairy Xianxia, his opinion of her improving. After all, judging by her appearance, blood staining her red lips and her energy waning, she had clearly sustained significant injuries. If she had fled with Lu Yuanchun, she might have had a chance to escape. Yet she chose to stay within the market. Could she be a traitor? Holding on to the belief that there were no good people in the Saint Sect, Lu Yang immediately suspected Fairy Faxia. She also noticed the wary look in his eyes. There's no escape. Fairy Faxia sighed helplessly, seemingly guessing Lu Yang's thoughts, and said softly, "The Divine Martial Sect has been plotting for a long time. Fleeing would only lead to death. Staying behind to hold the fort and await reinforcements offers a sliver of hope." Lu Yang still harbored doubts. Senior sister understands this reasoning. Wouldn't senior brother Lu know it as well? If so, why did he choose to flee? Because the precious Jade is with him. At this, Fairy Faxia became furious. The Divine Martial Sect used the mysterious female Taiyan treasure Jade as bait to set an ambush. Lu Yuanchun, greedy for the Jade, forcibly seized it, dragging us into the trap. He disregarded senior brother Chen's life and death, abandoning us to escape on his own. So he's fleeing to evade punishment. Lu Yang suddenly understood. Clearly, Lu Yuanchun knew his actions were dishonorable. If he stayed in the market, sooner or later, Fairy Faxia would hold him accountable. Thus, he chose such an extreme method. In this light, it was reasonable that Fairy Faxia didn't flee with Lu Yuanchun. Had she done so, she might have been silenced by him. Demonic scum, today is your death day. A blazing aura illuminated the sky, resembling fiery clouds rolling through the air. Finally, a burly man in armor appeared, leading the charge with a fierce expression. It's Divine Fist Wu Zhichang. Fairy Faxia's face turned solemn and she whispered, "This man is already at the 9th level of Qi refining, just a step away from perfection. Junior brother, be extremely careful." Senior brother Chen was destroyed by a single punch from him. Before Fairy Faxia finished speaking, the burly man named Wu Zhichang had already flown over, his arm raised high like drawing a bow. Die! In the next second, he threw a punch. A piercing explosion echoed instantly in all directions. The square-shaped fist imprint struck straight ahead. In an instant, Lu Yang felt as if a mountain was crashing down upon him. Boom! At the critical moment, Fairy Faxia stepped forward, her cloud-like sleeves fluttering. She emitted layers of clear, misty-like clouds to catch Wu Zhichang's punch. In an instant, colorful clouds and mist exploded, finally stopping Wu Zhichang outside the market. However, the colorful clouds lost most of their brilliance as a result. Seeing this, a trace of pain flashed in Fairy Faxia's eyes. These colorful clouds were part of her magical treasure, the Qixia Smoke Net Shield, which she had painstakingly refined over many years. Now it had suffered repeated damage. Meanwhile, another light descended from the sky. After revealing himself, it was none other than Lu Yuanchun, who had just fled. His face was extremely unsightly, and he was followed by another cultivator. Mountain-moving Taoist Duan Mu Yuan. Fairy Faxia frowned, recognizing the one intercepting Lu Yuanchun as another late-stage Qi refining cultivator from the Divine Martial Sect, whose strength was on par with hers. Lu Yuanchun, if you still want to live, come back and join forces with me, Fairy Faxia said in a deep voice. Although the Divine Martial Sect was pressing aggressively, she believed that with 3 late-stage Qi refining cultivators on their side, they still had a chance. Even if Lu Yang was an ordinary disciple without any special abilities, he could handle early and mid-stage Qi refining opponents. As long as she and Lu Yuanchun could hold off Wu Zhichang and the mountain-moving Taoist, Lu Yang could deal with the other Divine Martial Sect disciples. There might still be a chance to defend the market. All right, then let's fight to the death. Buy me some time. As he spoke, Lu Yuanchun took a deep breath and directly burned his essence blood. Blood light surged from his crown, and his energy instantly skyrocketed several times. Seeing this, Fairy Faxia finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, this person is the disciple of the Mending Heaven Peak Lord, under the Foundation Establishment lineage. He might have some powerful techniques. With my assistance, we should be able to defend the market. Thinking this, Fairy Faxia held nothing back and once again summoned the Qixia Smoke Net Shield, trying to buy time. Stop him! Although Wu Zhichang didn't know Lu Yuanchun's abilities, he couldn't let him act freely. He immediately launched a light towards Lu Yuanchun's direction to kill him. Fairy Faxia, seeing this, mustered all her true energy to block the mountain-moving Taoist Duan Muyuan, another late-stage qi-refining cultivator from the divine martial sect. At the same time, she shouted to Lu Yang beside her, "Junior brother Lu, act quickly. As long as we stop Wu Zhicheng, we still have a chance to turn the tables." Lu Yang, an ordinary disciple, even if he broke through to the late stage of qi refining, what use is that? Lu Yuanchun glanced at Lu Yang, sneering inwardly. In his eyes, Lu Yang was just a nobody who had a stroke of luck to reach the late stage. He couldn't compare to someone like him, a foundation establishment disciple. Thinking this, he became more determined in his thoughts. Fairy Faixia thought there was still hope, but Lu Yuanchun didn't think so. Because in his view, Fairy Faixia had clearly overlooked a decisive factor. That was the corpse tide. Even if they could block the divine martial sect members, as long as the formation's breach remained, once the corpse tide arrived, they would still be annihilated. Therefore, in the next second, Lu Yuanchun made his move. "Behold my divine power." As he spoke, Fairy Faixia's spirits lifted. She saw blood light condense around Lu Yuanchun, manifesting a majestic demonic shadow. She didn't expect Lu Yuanchun to kill Wu Zhicheng outright. Just severely injuring him would give them hope. Blood Shadow Sky Escape Technique. With a flash of the demonic shadow, Lu Yuanchun's figure instantly disappeared, transforming into a blood light that appeared hundreds of meters away, speeding towards the outside of Skeleton Mountain. For a moment, Fairy Faixia was dumbfounded. She had clearly underestimated Lu Yuanchun's shamelessness. She never imagined that Lu Yuanchun would pretend to cooperate with her, only to use her as a shield. However, at that moment, the sky outside Skeleton Mountain suddenly darkened. Trying to leave, better stay. With a cold laugh, the blood-colored escape light that Lu Yuanchun had transformed into was suddenly cut off, forced to return to Skeleton Mountain. From within came Lu Yuanchun's terrified shout. Qi refining perfection. He had burned most of his essence blood to perform the blood escape. No one in the late stage of qi refining could stop it. Only someone at the perfection stage of qi refining could. Heaven wants me dead. Lu Yuanchun's heart was full of unwillingness. He had finally seized the mysterious female Taiyan treasure Jade. If he could escape, he would surely gain the favor of the Mending Heaven Peak Lord. Especially now that Zhao Zhu had been abandoned by the Mending Heaven Peak Lord, this was his opportunity. But now everything was in vain. At that moment, Lu Yang's voice suddenly came to Lu Yuanchun's ears. "Senior brother Lu, return to the market first." At this point, what's the use? Lu Yuanchun was utterly despondent, not even interested in responding to Lu Yang. In his view, both he and Lu Yang were just facing death sooner or later. In the next second, Lu Yang, who had been silent until now, suddenly stepped forward. His sleeves fluttered, and his 10 fingers flicked rapidly. In an instant, he cast dozens of formation patterns around the market, breaking the microformation that fixed the breach in the divine martial sect's grand formation. He then manipulated the formation to merge it seamlessly. Boom! In an instant, dense formation patterns emerged, transforming into a light screen that enveloped the market inside and out. The grand formation was thus restored to completeness. Seeing this, Lu Yuanchun's eyes widened instantly. He shivered and quickly manipulated the blood light to escape back, shouting loudly, "Brother Lu, save me." Formation arise. Above the Skull Mountain market, the restored 100 Bones True formation rumbled into motion, instantly startling Wu Zhicheng and Duan Muyuan, causing them to retreat. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Yuanchun transformed into a streak of blood light and dashed past. The formation patterns outside the grand array parted in response, allowing Lu Yuanchun to pass through, then swiftly closed again, leaving no chance for others to exploit. "Many thanks for your assistance, brother Lu." Upon entering the formation, the blood light dissipated, revealing Lu Yuanchun's disheveled appearance. His pale face still bore traces of shock and uncertainty. "Brother Lu, you're actually a formation master." If not for being a formation master, how could he have restructured the formation and resolved the previously fatal crisis? "Forgive me for the jest, but I'm merely a 9th grade at best," Lu Yang replied with a faint smile. "After several days of study, I can now barely unleash some of this grand formation's power." Lu Yang spoke modestly, but Lu Yuanchun's expression turned solemn. Among the myriad arts of cultivation, formation arts reign supreme. A late-stage qi refining cultivator, and a formation master of the same level are incomparable. The latter is nearly equivalent to a perfected qi refining cultivator. Speaking of which, Brother Lu, you seem to have gained quite a bit this time. Lu Yang looked at Lu Yuanchun with a half-smile, and under his gaze, Lu Yuanchun's expression gradually stiffened, cold sweat streaming down. However, in the next moment, he regained his composure. Brother Lu, I've safeguarded the mysterious female Taiyan treasure Jade for you for quite some time. Today, it's time to return it to its rightful owner. With that, Lu Yuanchun directly took out a small box, opened the lid, revealing a white jade stone resembling a human figure with 7 apertures. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Lu Yuanchun, being a senior disciple of the first Saint Demon Sect, naturally understood that if he didn't hand over the jade now, he would soon perish on the front lines of the righteous demonic battlefield. Moreover, with the divine martial sect dispatching a perfected qi refining cultivator, escaping alive was no longer possible. Lu Yuanchun abandoned any illusions. Rather than keeping the treasure, it was better to hand it over publicly, both to avert disaster and to shift the attention of the divine martial sect and others onto Lu Yang. Mysterious female Taiyan treasure Jade. Seeing this, Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction, then stored the small box in his storage pouch, turning to calmly face the figure that had suddenly appeared outside the market. It was a handsome young man wielding a spear. He wore a martial crown, clad in scale armor, and the long spear in his hand was engraved with dragon patterns. Rather than a cultivator, he resembled a general from the mortal world. 9th grade formation master. The young man's gaze was as sharp as a blade, seemingly able to pierce through the formation's concealment and directly see Lu Yang at the center. I didn't expect such an unexpected variable. At the same time, Divine Fist, Wu Zhicheng and mountain-moving Taoist Duanmu Yuan also approached, each respectfully saluting the spear-wielding youth. Senior brother Aoyang, we failed in our task and have disappointed you. No matter. Yang Heiyaz shook his head, his expression gentle. Demonic cultivators are cunning. It's normal for you two to have some oversights. Just make amends with merits later. After speaking, he looked toward the Skull Mountain market, his eyes brimming with killing intent. Our sect has planned for many years. We cannot afford any mishaps. If possible, we should first eliminate the demonic sect's remaining spies here to minimize variables. In the next moment, Aoyang Heiyaz's figure flickered, and the aura of a perfected qi refining cultivator was fully released. Instantly, a stream of vital energy soared skyward, manifesting a deafening battle cry, with countless armored soldiers seemingly arrayed behind him, bolstering his spirit. Break it for me. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed, directly crashing into the Skull Mountain market, causing several lower-level cultivators to vomit blood from the sheer force of the shout. Perfected qi refining. Lu Yang, presiding over the formation, wore a grave expression. This pinnacle of the qi refining realm in major sects symbolizes not only cultivation, but also status. Any perfected qi refining cultivator is undoubtedly a true disciple of their sect. The divine martial sect, though smaller than the first Saint Demon Sect, possesses several astonishing divine abilities, which only true disciples can cultivate. If he has mastered a divine ability, I must abandon the formation and flee immediately. While preparing to escape, Lu Yang approached the edge of the formation, confronting Aoyang Heiyaz across the array. I am Lu Yang. May I know your name, fellow cultivator? With your status, you're not worthy of knowing my name. Aoyang Heiyaz sneered. If you know what's good for you, surrender now. I might spare your life by abolishing your demonic cultivation, but if you resist, once the formation is broken, none shall be spared. An eye for an eye will never end. Lu Yang maintained his smile, speaking gently. Though we stand on opposite sides, we've never interfered with each other. Why not grant me a favor? Grant you a favor? Yang Heiyaz burst into laughter, mocking. Such arrogance, a mere 8th-level qi refining cultivator. Even if I don't grant you a favor today, what can you do? Why bother? Lu Yang shook his head. Since that's the case, please proceed to break the formation. Seeking death. A flash of killing intent appeared in Aoyang Heiyaz's eyes. The wolf smoke formed from his vital energy fully retracted, and he launched a punch that, at first glance, seemed like ordinary martial arts. However, Lu Yang's expression turned solemn upon seeing this, not daring to be careless. He immediately summoned the Blood Sun Sword Pill, merging with the sword light to slash at Aoyang Heiyaz. In an instant, fist and sword clashed, unleashing unparalleled sharpness and fist force, resembling sparks blooming midair. Xianxia moved like lightning, delivering hundreds of punches in the blink of an eye. The divine martial sect differs from other cultivation sects, emphasizing body cultivation, with most divine abilities focusing on fists and kicks. Their close combat speed even surpasses that of sword cultivators. Rain of arrows. Xianxia spread his arms wide, as if drawing a massive bow, then unleashed a barrage of fist shadows like arrows, instantly engulfing Lu Yang's position. Boom! Amidst the explosions, Lu Yang felt his surrounding spiritual energy being drained, replaced by endless fist shadows aiming to pulverize him. 1,000 strikes in an instant, leaving no room for counterattack, clearly a superior divine ability. Though Xianxia spoke arrogantly, underestimating Lu Yang, he showed no negligence when fighting, going all out. In a flash, explosive shockwaves surged. Under his barrage, Lu Yang lasted less than 10 seconds before being shattered, his sword light dissipating, turning into a sky full of skeletal remains. The punching ceased abruptly, and Xianxia's hovered midair, frowning slightly. Meanwhile, above the market, the 100 Bones True formation operated, and a figure materialized, stepping out unscathed. It was Lu Yang, completely unharmed. Your fist power is unmatched, I'm impressed. Xianxia didn't respond, launching another punch, still the rain of arrows technique. Lu Yang resisted tenaciously, once again being shattered after over 10 seconds. Yet in the blink of an eye, Xianxia saw Lu Yang's corpse turn into skeletal remains, while an unscathed Lu Yang emerged from the formation, his robes flowing, demeanor unchanged, even his true energy and mana untouched. He cupped his hands. Shall we battle again, fellow cultivator? The 100 Bones True formation truly lives up to its name. Xianxia's expression turned serious. As he knew, this formation ranks as a 7th grade, containing 100 skeletal soldiers. A cultivator within can manifest their full combat power through these skeletal soldiers. In this way, it's equivalent to the skeletal soldiers fighting in place of the real body. Victory brings joy. Defeat has no impact on the real body. Moreover, as long as the formation continues operating, the skeletal soldiers can quickly regenerate even if destroyed. Thus, no matter how fiercely he attacks, it's futile, a waste of effort. This is because he's outside the formation and hasn't ventured in. Otherwise, once inside, Lu Yang could summon all skeletal soldiers to swarm him. Even a perfected chi-refining cultivator would suffer greatly. Demon, do you truly believe that relying on a 7th grade grand formation makes you invincible? Xianxia sneered coldly at Lu Yang through the formation's light screen. Formations are ultimately lifeless constructs. For us cultivators, cultivation realm is paramount. In the end, it's all about proving oneself in combat. Lu Yang's heart was alarmed, but his expression remained calm. If you have confidence, fellow Taoist, feel free to enter the formation and fight. Otherwise, it's best to retreat obediently. Courting death. Xianxia let out a sinister smile, then took a step forward and exhaled forcefully. A thunderous sound erupted as a powerful sonic wave burst from his throat. This was a superior divine ability of the divine martial sect, known as 1,000-mile shattering divine sound. It involved a secret method of absorbing and exhaling the world's spiritual energy, enhanced by the sect's unique 3rd-grade true chi, divine martial true yang art, and then unleashed in a single roar. The resulting sound wave would pulverize everything within 1,000 miles, friend or foe alike. In an instant, the intense divine sound surged into the formation. Numerous formation patterns shattered, revealing skeletal soldiers of various appearances. The massive formation was forcibly blasted open, creating a breach. Immediately after, Xianxia produced a round mirror. Requesting assistance from Lord Takexiao, he formed a hand seal and pointed, offering the mirror into the air. A grand beam of light projected downward, solidifying the void and forcibly stabilizing the breach in the formation. The marketplace trembled violently. Many cultivators retreated, not daring to approach the formation's edge, their faces filled with panic. Fairy Feixia turned pale, then suddenly looked at the strangely behaving Lu Yuanchun and shouted sharply, "Stay here, you're not allowed to go anywhere." Having been deceived before, Fairy Feixia no longer trusted Lu Yuanchun. Her beautiful face even showed a hint of ferocity. If it weren't for junior brother Lu, you'd already be dead outside the marketplace. If you dare to escape amidst the chaos again, I'll kill you without hesitation. Fairy Faxia, you've misunderstood. Lu Yunchun forced a smile. Seeing her menacing demeanor, he felt apprehensive and suppressed the sinister thoughts that had just arisen. With the two late-stage qi refining cultivators maintaining order, the chaos in the marketplace quickly subsided. Of course, everyone knew this was only temporary. The outcome between Lu Yang and Ouyang Hei's would be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Therefore, Fairy Faxia could only place her trust in Lu Yang now. She believed he could create a miracle. Is that a spiritual treasure? Lu Yang looked at the round mirror in the sky, his expression changing dramatically. And it restrains the earth fiend Yin Qi, specifically designed to counter the 100 skeletons returning to true grand formation, a supreme Yang spiritual treasure. Yang Hei's laughed triumphantly. The 100 skeletons returning to true grand formation has stood on Skeleton Mountain for many years. Since our divine martial sect dared to make a move, how could we not have prepared a method to break the formation in advance? With the Take-Sale mirror here, you're doomed today. This spiritual treasure didn't belong to him, but was specially crafted by a foundation establishment true person of the divine martial sect to counter the 100 skeletons returning to true grand formation. Its power was self-evident. In the sky above the marketplace, Lu Yang's expression was grim. Without a word, he turned and fled. HMPH trying to escape. Yang Hei's didn't hesitate. He leaped forward and unleashed another divine sound, instantly shattering the surrounding skeletal soldiers, then pursued Lu Yang. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. As Ouyang Hei stepped into the formation, his expression changed. He instinctively tried to retreat, but when he looked back, he saw only a sea of crimson formation patterns. Didn't expect you'd actually dare to enter. Lu Yang stopped fleeing and turned to look at Ouyang Hei. The panic from earlier vanished, replaced by a sinister smile. This can't be. Ouyang Hei's eye twitched, filled with doubt. The 100 skeletons returning to true grand formation was clearly stabilized by my Take-Sale mirror. Why are formation patterns still appearing? Is there a second formation in the marketplace? Where did it come from? Why didn't I detect any signs of its setup beforehand? Because I didn't need to set it up at all. Lu Yang sneered inwardly. His heaven-slashing Blood River sword formation relied entirely on the Blood Sun sword pill as its formation treasure. With a mere thought, the formation was established, leaving no trace. In the next moment, Lu Yang held a fluttering flag in his hand. An 8 True Qi Myriad Spirits banner. As the banner waved, countless banner spirits flew out, landing on various formation nodes of the heaven-slashing Blood River sword formation, moving autonomously. When designing this formation, Lu Yang had already incorporated the innate True Qi Myriad Spirits banner. Now, over myriad souls within the banner arranged themselves, occupying the formation nodes and revealing profound mysteries. In an instant, the world turned crimson, and a torrential blood river flowed from south to north, crashing down upon Ouyang Hei's. Ouyang Hei's groaned and staggered. Heavenly demon blood transforming divine light. Within the formation, Ouyang Hei's couldn't evade the divine light's power. He felt his once mighty blood and qi rapidly draining from his body like a breached dam. In the next moment, he shouted, "Lord Tianguang, save me!" Golden-scaled armor gleamed like the sun, enveloping Ouyang Hei's in layers of protective light. For a moment, it actually halted the devouring effect of the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light. Spiritual treasure, celestial radiance helmet. This treasure was forged using demon-subduing heavenly light and had properties opposing the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light. When the two collided, they neutralized each other. Only then did Ouyang Hei's barely catch his breath. After all, he hadn't expected that, despite his cultivation level and the preparation of both the Take-Sale mirror and celestial radiance helmet, he would still nearly suffer a setback. At this point, there's no escape. Ouyang Hei's eyes turned blood red. Instead of fleeing, he looked toward Lu Yang deep within the formation, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Only by counterattacking. As a true disciple, his will was unyielding. He understood the principle that in a narrow path the brave wins. He knew that if he focused solely on escaping now, Lu Yang would toy with him to death. To break the formation, he had to seek life in death and find a way to kill Lu Yang. Once Lu Yang died, the formation would naturally collapse. Boom! In the next moment, under the protection of the celestial radiance helmet, Ouyang Hei's charged toward Lu Yang. His unparalleled spear pointed directly at the innate true Qi myriad spirits banner in Lu Yang's hand. That banner seems to be the core of the formation. If I can't kill Lu Yang, destroying it might offer a way out. Good timing. Lu Yang raised the banner and a figure appeared. It was Liu Xin. His face was filled with confusion, seemingly not yet fully conscious. In the next moment, explode. Boom. A loud explosion. Liu Xin involuntarily opened his mouth and shouted, "Kill," unleashing the killing curse designed for mutual destruction. In Lu Yang's view, Liu Xin's use of the innate true Qi myriad spirits banner was too superficial. After all, banner spirits were immortal. Even if temporarily destroyed, as long as their true spirits remained, they could be resummoned by expending mana. Since that was the case, why let them fight conventionally? They should be taught self-destructive killing moves. Since they could revive, having them unleash techniques that killed 1,000 enemies at the cost of 800 of their own lives upon appearance was the correct usage. In an instant, the spiritual tide swept everything. When the dust settled, Liu Xin had vanished, and Aoyang Heiyaz was forcibly halted midair, his expression extremely grim. So far, he had employed numerous methods. Divine abilities, spiritual treasures, and cultivation suppression. Dealing with a late-stage Qi refining cultivator should have been effortless. Who would have thought that none of them succeeded? Instead, his mana was greatly depleted. If this continues, I might truly die here. Thinking of this, a ruthless glint flashed across Aoyang Heiyaz's face. He formed a hand seal, and the celestial radiance helmet on his body suddenly emitted a mournful sound. This is not good. Lu Yang's expression changed drastically. He flashed and instantly moved behind the Blood Sun sword pill, then summoned the sword pill's blood shadow to shield himself. Boom! The spiritual treasure celestial radiance helmet self-destructed. The resulting spiritual light resembled the scene previously created by Xiao Xia, sweeping in all directions and instantly shattering Lu Yang's sword formation diagram, revealing the clear sky. Although Lu Yang reacted swiftly and quickly reassembled the formation, Aoyang Heiyaz was even faster. At the critical moment, he broke free from the formation's encirclement. Lu Yang only managed to unleash the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light, draining another 30% of his blood and qi, leaving him looking like skin and bones. You destroyed my treasure. If I don't tear you to pieces, I won't be satisfied. Standing outside the marketplace, Aoyang Heiyaz's face twisted with rage. He poured his remaining mana into another spiritual treasure, the Take-Sail Mirror, causing it to emit a mournful sound. Even if I have to sacrifice all my spiritual treasures today, let's see if you can produce a third grand formation. Rumble. A violent wailing sound accompanied increasingly intense spiritual energy fluctuations as they rippled from midair, and Aoyang Heiyaz's eyes were blood-red. He had clearly gone berserk. Seeing this scene, the other two late-stage Qi refining cultivators from the Divine Martial Sect, Wu Zhichang and Duan Muyuan, could no longer sit still. Senior brother Aoyang. Wu Zhichang stepped forward first, looking at Aoyang Heiyaz's current disheveled appearance with some fear, and whispered, "The Teiwei mirror is of great importance after all." "I understand." Aoyang Heiyaz turned to glance at Wu Zhichang, and the fury in his blood-red eyes quickly calmed as he said coolly, "But that demon in the formation is even more important. So young and already skilled in formations, with decent cultivation as well. If he reaches the peak of Qi refining, he may very well break through to foundation establishment. If we can kill a potential foundation establishment seedling of a demon sect, sacrificing one Teiwei mirror is worth it." Buzz buzz. In midair, the Teiwei mirror emitted intense vibrations, as if expressing its disagreement. However, Aoyang Heiyaz turned a deaf ear. It was just a spiritual treasure. When it was useful, they called it Lord Take-Xiao, but when it wasn't, what did it amount to? Seeing Aoyang Heiyaz's resolute attitude, Wu Zhichang could only sigh and no longer try to dissuade him. After all, Aoyang Heiyaz, at the peak of Qi refining, was the acting leader of this divine martial sect mission. Since he had made the decision, the consequences would naturally be his to bear. Wu Zhichang had done his part by trying to advise him. Meanwhile, inside the marketplace, Lu Yang put away the Blood Sun sword pill that had been mostly destroyed in the explosion, and held the innate true Qi 10,000 spirits banner in hand, his expression unreadable as he looked toward Aoyang Heiyaz outside the market. "Junior brother Lu, you're not dead." Fairy Feixia and Lu Yuanchun approached. One had a face full of joy, while the other, having just survived a calamity, looked at Lu Yang with deep wariness. Brother Lu is truly a hidden dragon, Lu Yuanchun loudly praised. Driving off Aoyang Heias like this, the marketplace is safe for now. We can hold out until the holy sect receives word and sends reinforcements. Driven off? Far from it. Lu Yang shook his head. Indeed, judging by Aoyang Heia's state, he's seriously injured with depleted vital energy, not just repelled, but severely wounded. That should teach him a harsh lesson. Fairy Xianxia clapped her hands and laughed. Hearing this, Lu Yunchun quickly joined in with flattery. Yet Lu Yang merely sneered and said something shocking. Merely driving him off isn't enough to be done with it. I've never liked leaving threats behind. Better to just kill, clean and simple. Kill who? Yang Heias. For a moment, Fairy Xianxia and Lu Yuanchun froze in place. Because not even in their most optimistic fantasies had they imagined such a possibility. That was a peak chi refining cultivator, a true disciple of the righteous path. Who could kill him? How could it be done? The next moment, Lu Yang took out the mysterious female Taiyan treasure Jade that Lu Yuanchun had returned to him earlier and began forming seals and channeling energy, placing it in his palm. Soon, the Jade began to melt under Lu Yang's control, eventually transforming into a circular radiance. It resembled a cold, transparent treasure mirror. Under its illumination, numerous silhouettes began to appear in Lu Yang's eyes. Each silhouette corresponded to a lingering chi signature. From the reactions of others, it seemed only Lu Yang could see them. Fairy Xianxia, Lu Yuanchun, Aoyang Heias, Wu Zhicheng, Duan Mu Yuan, all those who had fought here left behind traces of their chi. This is the profound yin form-capturing grand art. The second divine ability within the Taiyan shedding form, corpse dissolution true method. Its only difficulty lay in the external component. Thus, Lu Yang had mastered it moments after obtaining the Jade. Let's test its power. Lu Yang lowered his eyelids and quickly locked onto one lingering chi signature, that of Aoyang Heias. He captured it using the profound yin form-capturing grand art. Profound yin form-capturing. Lu Yang activated the divine ability. The circular radiance formed from the mysterious female Taiyan treasure Jade devoured Aoyang Heias' chi and then projected his image. Nailhead life-claiming. Immediately, Lu Yang slashed down with his fingers like a blade. With a sharp crack, the circular radiance split in two, along with Aoyang Heia's image, which was bisected from head to toe. To be safe, Lu Yang cut vertically. Almost at the same time. Outside the marketplace, Aoyang Heias had just finished speaking with Wu Zhicheng and turned to face the market. He raised his hand and hurled the Taiwei mirror into the formation. Although the mirror struggled violently, his mind was made up. It was to be detonated. But in the next instant, Aoyang Heia's movements froze. Then a bizarre slash mark appeared out of nowhere on top of his head and rapidly extended downward. It erupted into a spray of blood. He split apart. His corpse fell from midair, with half his face still bearing a look of shock. His eyes twitched slightly, as though he hadn't yet realized what had happened. What's going on? I died. His consciousness dissipated in confusion. With Aoyang Heias no longer in control, the Taiwei mirror that had fallen into the formation also calmed down. Lu Yang reached out, and it flew over on its own. Northern Frontier, main headquarters of the Divine Martial Sect. Inside a bright great hall. This place was called the Soul Lamp Hall. As the name suggested, it housed the soul lamps of many high-ranking figures within the Divine Martial Sect, including the sect master, elders, and true disciples. As a time-honored power in the Northern Frontier, the Divine Martial Sect had ruled for over 1,000 years, and its reputation was deeply rooted in the region. It was extremely rare for high-ranking members to die, so the disciples assigned to this post were usually idle, treating it as an easy job with sect stipends. Today was no different. The guard disciple performed his routine soul lamp inspection. Entering the hall, he glanced around. Lit, extinguished, lit. Huh? The disciple blinked, instinctively turned to look again, then rubbed his eyes. His casual expression shifted into one of terror. Extinguished, it's extinguished. Senior brother Aoyang's soul lamp is extinguished. His voice echoed out instantly. The next moment, a middle-aged Taoist appeared out of thin air in the hall. His gaze fell on the extinguished soul lamp, his expression one of shock and fury. How many years? How many years had it been since a true disciple of the divine martial sect had perished? Ouyang Skeleton Mountain. The Taoist's face turned ashen. He suddenly stretched out his hand, summoned Ouyang Heia's soul lamp, and used his power to forcibly reignite it. Of course, the dead could not return to life. Reigniting the lamp could not save Ouyang Heia's, but it could project the final scene he had witnessed in life. Very soon, the lamp projected an image. The Taoist immediately recognized it as the market of the first Saint Demon sect at Skeleton Mountain. In the scene, a handsome young man stood gazing at the sky. Him? He killed Ouyang Heia's. Hatred as deep as bone welled up in the Taoist's eyes. Because Ouyang Heia's was not only a true disciple of the sect, but also the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Ouyang family, he was the one upon whom the Taoist had pinned his hopes. This blood feud would not end until one of them was dead. Hello? Inside the Skeleton Mountain marketplace, just after collecting the voluntarily surrendering Teiwei mirror, Lu Yang suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky, a chill rising in his heart. This feeling was very familiar. It was the sensation of one's karmic fate being manipulated by an external force. In his previous life, when the Mending Heaven Peak Lord calculated his karma, he had experienced a similar feeling. Could it be that another Foundation establishment true person was trying to divine him? The invasion by the divine martial sect ended abruptly. With Ouyang Heia's death, Wu Zhicheng and Duanmu Yuan didn't dare to linger. They turned and fled without a word, as if a monstrous flood was behind them. In stark contrast to the divine martial sect's panicked retreat, the market was filled with joy and excitement. After all, following this battle, the Skeleton Mountain market had become impregnable. As long as a Foundation establishment cultivator didn't intervene, the divine martial sect would find it hard to shake this turtle shell. As for the corpse tide, it was merely a minor ailment, not worth mentioning. In short, it was safe. A safe market would inevitably become a financial hub. It was foreseeable that future transactions here would be more frequent, and opportunities to make money would increase. Good days were ahead. However, the bustle belonged to others. Lu Yang only found them noisy. At this moment, he was still immersed in the lingering fear from earlier, unable to recover for a long time. For a long time, or rather since Zhao Xie was lured away by Taoist Hang Yun, Foundation establishment cultivators had become an inescapable shadow in Lu Yang's heart. When he realized that another Foundation establishment cultivator might be plotting against him, the joy of just killing Ouyang Heia's vanished instantly. Instinctively, he grasped the innate primordial true divine talisman around his neck. After ensuring it was still functioning, his anxious heart slightly calmed. The divine talisman is still operating, indicating that the other party can't calculate me. That said, the innate primordial true chi divine talisman's effect had its limits. Strictly speaking, it didn't sever causality but obscured it, overlaying a layer of false causal lines on Lu Yang to achieve protection. After all, completely severing causality would be too conspicuous. Therefore, when a Foundation establishment cultivator tried to deduce him, they wouldn't get no result but would derive a flawless yet entirely false outcome. The advantage of this approach was greater concealment. The downside was the inability to completely block the influence from Foundation establishment cultivators. Thinking of this, Lu Yang had an answer in his heart. So, the other party wasn't specifically targeting me but inadvertently involved me. In this way, the matter of the mysterious female Taiyan treasure Jade could also be explained. It wasn't that he had a stroke of luck, but someone deliberately delivered this item to him, aiming to use him to achieve some unspeakable purpose. What purpose? Lu Yang's gaze shifted to Ouyang Heia's corpse. He then waved the myriad spirits banner, drawing the bisected corpse over. Perhaps he could glean some clues from this person. Moreover, as a true disciple of the divine martial sect, Ouyang Heia's collection must be substantial. Soon, Ouyang Heia's corpse was refined into the myriad spirits banner. Unfortunately, since the body was split in two, the extracted true spirit wasn't complete. The myriad spirits banner recorded banner spirits. Whether it could maintain the banner spirit's combat power, memory, and consciousness from life generally depended on the body's completeness. The better preserved the body, the closer the banner spirit would be to its state in life, like Liu Xin. As for Ouyang Heia's, Lu Yang barely preserved 70% of his former state. Even so, he still learned many secrets. So this was the divine martial sect's true objective. Within Skeleton Mountain lies a secret realm left by the ancient witch ghost path. The yin energy in the earth veins beneath Skeleton Mountain leaks from that secret realm. The divine martial sect wanted to monopolize the secret realm, hence their plan to remove the Primordial Saint Sect's market here. This is indeed valuable information. If reported back to the Primordial Saint Sect, it would surely earn considerable contribution points, and the sect would send reinforcements. Although monopolizing this information would yield greater benefits, why should I monopolize it? After all, I don't intend to explore that witch ghost secret realm. It's better to hand it over to the sect, earn some contribution points steadily, and watch others fight to the death. With this thought, Liu Yang felt more at ease. Knowing that Skeleton Mountain was now under the covert scheming of Foundation establishment cultivators, he was more determined to stay hidden in the market and not venture out. Next, Liu Yang began to handle Xianxia's belongings. However, just as he picked up Xianxia's storage pouch, a round mirror trembled and floated over, affectionately rubbing against his hand. It was the Teiwei mirror. The spiritual treasure behaved like a diligent little dog, circling Liu Yang and even hopping twice, its actions full of loyalty. "Are you switching allegiance?" Liu Yang was somewhat surprised. To be honest, such a pure Yang spiritual treasure actually choosing to follow a demonic cultivator like him indicated that Xianxia's had truly hurt it deeply. Seeing that Liu Yang's attention was finally on it, the Teiwei mirror first reflected the storage pouch in Liu Yang's hand, then shook left and right. Immediately, a voice sounded in Liu Yang's mind, carrying a childish tone, like a newborn who had just learned to speak. "They are not acceptable." Then the Teiwei mirror emitted a strong light, shook up and down, and its voice changed, filled with innate pride and confidence. "I am acceptable." It was recommending itself. Liu Yang's eyes grew increasingly astonished. Although he had long known that spiritual treasures possessed their own intelligence and were incredibly mysterious, this was his first time witnessing it. "Very well, let's use you for now." Liu Yang reached out, and the Teiwei mirror immediately descended voluntarily. With its cooperation, he quickly mastered every aspect of this spiritual treasure. Excellent, truly a fine treasure. Liu Yang's face was full of joy. The reputation of spiritual treasures was well-deserved. It was well known that achieving the peak of qi refining involved nurturing the internal qi seed to its limit, thereby transforming into a perfect true qi cultivator. Continuing translation despite the timeout error, here's the next part. For example, his 9 transformations dragon art would transform into a true dragon fiend upon reaching the peak of qi refining. In other words, perfect true qi was the mark of qi refining completion, and also the most powerful means to suppress all those below the peak. Yet this Teiwei mirror, as a spiritual treasure, actually innately possessed a strand of perfect true qi, named Teiwei Wind and Thunder Qi. In other words, as long as one wielded this treasure, even with only first-layer qi refining cultivation, one could match the might of a qi refining peak cultivator while using it. But this spiritual treasure still has quite a few restrictions inside. Liu Yang examined the Teiwei mirror. A treasure to be truly usable must not be limited. Even among righteous sects, this was no exception. Inside the Teiwei mirror remained numerous restrictions that controlled its movement. If it were used in front of divine martial sect disciples, they might only need to make a hand seal for the mirror to fly back on its own. This wasn't about the mirror's own will, but the hidden backdoor left by the one who refined it. A treasure like this, if I can't use it, that'd be a real loss. Liu Yang pondered for a moment, then his eyes lit up. Though his current formation skill wasn't yet enough to break the mirror's internal restrictions, there was a workaround. In the next moment, he shook the myriad spirits banner and summoned Xianxia's once again. Then he refined Xianxia's into a strand of innate true qi and injected it into the Teiwei mirror. He would use Xianxia's to control the mirror from within, bypassing its internal restrictions. Boom! In an instant, the Teiwei mirror in Liu Yang's hand burst forth with dazzling radiance. Within the light echoed the sound of wind and thunder. The power clearly reached the qi refining peak. "It really works." Liu Yang laughed heartily, then suspended the Teiwei mirror behind his head. In that moment, even the light it emitted turned crimson, stained with his own color. "Not bad, not bad." Liu Yang laughed again, then put the Teiwei mirror away and opened Xianxia's storage pouch. Instantly, a surge of spiritual energy made him squint slightly. Inside was a massive pile of spirit stones. In addition, there were various precious pills, magical tools, and materials. Lu Yang made a rough estimate. Selling all this to the sect would fetch at least 30,000 contribution points. Truly a massive haul. What a shame there won't be another chance like this. After all, with Xianxia's demise as precedent, no one below Foundation establishment would dare charge into the formation again. Once the news of the Witch Ghost secret realm spreads, Skeleton Mountain will be drenched in blood again. There must be Foundation establishment cultivators scheming behind this. But as long as I don't go out and get involved, unless they strike personally, what can they do to me? Lu Yang solidified his resolve. He packed everything up, dispelled the formation, and flew back to the market, landing on the tower of the Blood Garment Tower. From this day on, Skeleton Mountain fell into an eerie calm. The Divine Martial Sect sent more reinforcements. The Primordial Saint Sect's support followed one after another. But on the surface, nothing stirred, only undercurrents surged in the shadows. Under such circumstances, Lu Yang's story inexplicably spread far and wide. 10 years ago, he joined the sect as a mortal. He earned big by flipping substitute Death Yin puppets, then broke through to late-stage Qi refining in seclusion. As an array master, he then killed a true disciple of the Divine Martial Sect. Such an inspiring underdog tale of reaching the Qi refining peak invigorated the common disciples of the sect like a shot of adrenaline. Gradually, out of awe and reverence, people stopped calling him by name. Instead, he came to be known by another title: Blood Garment Tower Master. Skeleton Mountain, White Bone Cave outside the marketplace. A streak of light concealed itself within the forested mountains, revealing 3 figures. 2 of them were Wu Zhichang and Duanmu Yuan, who had previously attacked the marketplace but had fled in disarray. The third was an elderly man with snow-white hair. Elder Aoyang. Wu Zhichang spoke cautiously, fearing that this elder who had reached the peak of Qi refining might act rashly. Ahead lay a perilous trap. Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation, Liang Feng replied sternly. Though his gaze toward the marketplace brimmed with deep-seated hatred, his tone remained calm and unwavering. That demon is a 9th-grade formation master. He has set up both inner and outer formations in the marketplace, making it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to breach. It's no wonder he's remained unscathed and has even earned the title Blood Garment Tower Master. However, he hasn't truly reached the peak of Qi refining. His foundation is ultimately unstable. But Elder Aoyang, the Teiwei mirror has also fallen into his hands, Wu Zhicheng quickly added, then whispered. The Teiwei mirror is enigmatic and unpredictable. If that demon can wield it, he might rival someone at the peak of Qi refining. I've considered this, Yang Feng sneered. The Teiwei mirror is a spiritual treasure of our Divine Martial Sect. It's not something a mere demon can use at will. If he dares to use it, all the better. I've already summoned Master Yang Yanzi, the original craftsman of the Teiwei mirror. He's furious that the mirror has fallen into demonic hands and has agreed to come to Skeleton Mountain to reclaim the treasure and restore order. With him here, if that demon dares to use the Teiwei mirror against me, he's courting death. Though Aoyang Feng was enraged, he remained rational. Especially after Aoyang Heia's previous failure, he wouldn't risk charging into the formations again. After much deliberation, he concluded that luring Lu Yang out of the formation was the better strategy. When does he usually leave the marketplace? Faced with Aoyang Feng's question, Wu Zhichang and Duanmu Yuan exchanged glances, speechless. Seeing this, Aoyang Feng frowned and said displeased. Haven't you been monitoring the marketplace for a long time? How can you not know such a trivial matter? Reporting to Elder, he hasn't left the marketplace at all. Not at all. Yang Feng was taken aback. Didn't you relay the news about the Witch Ghost secret realm inside? Doesn't he know that Skeleton Mountain is now teeming with opportunities? The two looked aggrieved. We informed him long ago. Then perhaps the Primordial Saint Sect's reinforcements haven't arrived, making the demonic path weaker, so he's afraid to leave. In fact, the sect's reinforcements arrived 3 months ago and have been active in Skeleton Mountain. Yet, he hasn't left even once. After hearing the report, Aoyang Feng finally showed a puzzled expression. I'm not going out. Inside the Blood Garment Tower, Lu Yang sat across from Fairy Faxia. He declined her invitation, while handing her a cup of spiritual tea. Junior brother, you truly are. Fairy Faxia looked at Lu Yang, her delicate face suddenly dazed. Once, she had been deeply disappointed by this junior brother's timidity. Yet he had meticulously planned each step, earning the formidable title of Blood Garment Tower Master. It's known that all cultivators strive against the heavens for longevity. A single misstep could lead to death. Even with the concept of reincarnation, one might not retain their destiny or identity in the next life, making it unreliable. But now seeing Lu Yang again, he remained as before. Calm, serene, seemingly indifferent to all things. Such a rare temperament among cultivators reminded Fairy Faxia of a saying. Water benefits all things without contention, thus, nothing can contend with it. But in life, if you don't strive, how can you seek the Tao? In the next life. Thinking of this, Fairy Faxia sighed. Ashamed, I fear I may never attain junior brother's profound state of mind. Senior sister flatters me, Lu Yang smiled slightly. Didn't we agree before coming here? This time, we won't discuss major matters, only the Tao. I'll teach you formations and you'll teach me talismans. I shall impart all I know, Fairy Faxia replied, gently sipping her tea. She lifted her veil, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Beneath her thin, rosy attire, her figure was alluring. Even her voice became unconsciously tender. Speaking of which, I haven't yet thanked junior brother for saving my life earlier. The next day, as the sun rose high. In the marketplace, a disheveled young man paced within his cave dwelling, his face full of struggle. It was none other than Lu Yang's old friend, Xiaoxiu. How could this be? How could this be? At this moment, Xiaoxiu was at his wit's end. The news about the witch ghost secret realm is now widespread. If I don't act soon, I'll miss my chance. Thinking of this, Xiaoxiu's aura suddenly surged. He was no longer at the 6th level of qi refining as when he first arrived at the marketplace, but had broken through to the 7th level, reaching the late stage. It was precisely because he had overcome the bottleneck that had plagued him for years that he now considered venturing into the secret realm to seek opportunities. But having the intention doesn't equate to having the strength. Without the opportunities from Panlong Island, he could only cultivate the yin-yang great bliss ode from Mending Heaven Peak. His true qi was merely 5th grade, and his magical powers and treasures were subpar. In such circumstances, seeking opportunities would be courting death. After much contemplation, Zhao Zhu finally gritted his teeth, took out a long-sealed jade slip, infused it with mana, and contacted someone he hadn't seen in a long time. The jade slip emitted a halo, and after a long while a voice emerged. Who is it? Several days later, inside a quiet chamber of the Blood Garment Tower. Fairy Faxia had already departed gracefully, while Lu Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, beginning to study the talismanic techniques he had acquired during his recent discussions with her. As for matters of romance, Lu Yang had never been one to dwell on them. He understood clearly that within the Saint Sect, there was no such thing as true love, only exchanges of benefits. Saving her life was one aspect. Another was that he managed the marketplace and, being at the peak of qi refining, was not easily subdued. Fairy Faxia needed his assistance. Additionally, dual cultivation accelerated the pace of their discussions. After all, the Saint Sect possessed the Ode of Yin-Yang Great Bliss, a dual cultivation method that allowed direct absorption of knowledge, making physical interaction more efficient than verbal communication. However, if Fairy Faxia intended to leverage their recent interactions to demand any benefits from him, that was utterly impossible. After all, he had also taught her about formations during these days. A fair trade, money and goods settled. Talismanic techniques, As one of the myriad arts of cultivation, talismanic techniques were quite favored, and after several days of deep exchange, Lu Yang had gained a deeper understanding of them. In his view, talismanic techniques were essentially temporary microformations. Although their power was far inferior to full formations, they were convenient to carry, required no geomantic veins or spiritual energy support, and had no geographical restrictions. Activation only needed the user's mana. Lu Yang focused his mind and looked at the panel of the Book of 100 Lifetimes. Golden Light Talisman Beginner, 5 Thunder Talisman Beginner, Sword Chi Talisman Beginner, Returning Wind and Reigniting Fire Talisman Beginner. Fairy Faxia had imparted to him 4 talismans in total. Among them, the Golden Light Talisman, 5 Thunder Talisman and Sword Chi Talisman were quite common, each ranked at the 9th grade. Only the last one, the returning wind and reigniting fire talisman, was a 7th grade major talisman. This talisman could imprint and preserve a cultivator's state at a certain moment, allowing them to overlay it later and temporarily return to their peak condition. For instance, after a fierce battle leaving one severely injured and nearly depleted of mana, using this talisman would instantly restore them to an unscathed peak state. Although the subsequent backlash would worsen their injuries by 30%, it was invaluable in critical moments. Xianxia's successful escape back to the marketplace previously owed much to this talisman. That she willingly taught such a life-saving talisman indicated that, despite other intentions, she held some genuine sincerity during their discussions. Of course, the effects of the returning wind and reigniting fire talisman couldn't be stacked. Moreover, due to its outstanding efficacy, it had a longer cooldown period. After one use, a 3-month interval was required before the next. Heaven is round, earth is square, laws in 9 chapters. As I write, all spirits submit. Several talisman papers floated in the air. Lu Yang formed hand seals with one hand and channeled mana with the other to inscribe on the papers. Occasionally, mana would go out of control, causing the talisman paper to be destroyed. However, Lu Yang would promptly draw in new talisman papers to replace them. After a long while, Lu Yang finally concluded his work. Before him lay 4 talismans, each glowing with spiritual light, differing in color and script. Success. Lu Yang first stored away the most precious returning wind and reigniting fire talisman. Then he took the remaining 3 talismans in hand, scrutinizing them intently, and suddenly had an idea. Unlike the returning wind and reigniting fire talisman, the golden light, 5 thunder, and sword chi talismans are quite standard. They don't require advanced talismanic skills. With the right materials and sufficient practice, they can be mass-produced. The only issue is finding enough people to draw them for free. Fortunately, this was never a concern for Lu Yang. Conveniently, the banner spirits within the 10,000 spirits banner were idle all day. By teaching them the art of talisman drawing, he could assign them tasks to pass the time. This approach could even save money. After all, hiring Saint Sect disciples to draw talismans required payment. But banner spirits, just kidding, they should consider it a blessing to be given work. Demanding wages, then don't blame him for layoffs. Upon exiting the quiet chamber, Yun Myoking, who was waiting outside, brought Lu Yang unexpected news. Zhao. Lu Yang raised an eyebrow, pondering why senior brother Zhao would suddenly seek him out, especially since their last conversation was filled with caution. Seeing Lu Yang frown, Yun Myoking softly said, "If you don't wish to see him, shall I send him away?" "No need." Lu Yang smiled slightly. "Let's meet him." Soon, Zhao was led into the reception room of the Blood Garment Tower. Lu Yang discreetly observed for any anomalies before entering. "Senior brother Zhao, I've missed you." Lu Yang laughed heartily. Upon entering, he embraced Zhao enthusiastically. "To be honest, I had a fierce battle with that true disciple from the Divine Martial Sect recently. Although I killed him, I was severely injured and took a long time to recover. Sorry to have kept you waiting." No. Zhao smiled awkwardly yet politely, though inwardly he was seething. He had seen Xianxia leaving the Blood Garment Tower. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself, his Dao heart steadfast. "Junior brother Lu, I've come to ask a favor." Zhao got straight to the point. "Are you aware of the Witch Ghost's secret realm? Recently, news about this secret realm has been widespread." "Of course I know." Lu Yang nodded. Zhao seized the opportunity. "To be honest, I have some clues about the Witch Ghost's secret realm. They might be related to Foundation establishment opportunities." "Oh?" Lu Yang's indifferent response left Zhao momentarily stunned. This wasn't right. In his expectations, the prospect of Foundation establishment was monumental. Shouldn't Lu Yang be eagerly inquiring about the details? Unbeknownst to him, Lu Yang remained calm. He had initially learned about the Witch Ghost's secret realm after converting Xianxia into a banner spirit, a highly confidential matter. But now, the entire Skeleton Mountain was abuzz with talk of the Witch Ghost's secret realm. Everyone was discussing it, as if finding the secret realm would guarantee Foundation establishment, even for mortals. When even the neighborhood aunties start discussing stock trading, It's time to exit. A secret known to all was no longer a secret. This was a setup to harvest the naive. Lu Yang saw through it clearly. The more the witch ghost's secret realm was hyped, the more determined he was not to step outside the marketplace. With this in mind, Lu Yang immediately shook his head. Apologies, senior brother. I'm not interested in the secret realm. This. Zhao Xu's mouth hung open. He quickly tried to persuade him. Junior brother, cultivation is arduous. We only live once. How can we shrink back at critical moments? The ancient witch ghost path was a major demonic sect. Although it was eventually destroyed by the Jade pivot sword pavilion, a centipede dies but never stiffens. There must be valuable treasures, possibly even foundation establishment wonders. Are you truly unmoved? Opportunities come once in a lifetime. Miss it and it's gone forever. Opportunities come once in a lifetime, for you. For me, it's different. If not this life, then the next. Lu Yang mused inwardly. On the surface, he firmly shook his head. My mind is made up. One must accept what fate bestows and not force what it withholds. Zhao Xu stood there speechless. There was nothing more to say. Lu Yang had made his decision. All Zhao Xu could do was curse the damned old tortoise in his heart. Since that's the case, let's drop it. However, I have another transaction to discuss with you. Zhao Xu gritted his teeth and moved to a second plan. I possess a secret technique that can increase the success rate of foundation establishment. I'd like to use it as collateral to borrow 30,000 contribution points from you. A foundation establishment secret technique. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang, who had been ready to see him out, suddenly brightened. Looking at Zhao Xu, he felt a surge of affection. This man was truly his lucky star. From the substitute Death Yin puppet, the ninefold transforming dragon art, to the Skeleton Mountain marketplace. Now he had brought a foundation establishment secret technique. So far, every opportunity Lu Yang had relied upon was connected to dear senior brother Zhao. His achievements today owed much to him. This technique is called stealing heaven's secrets. Upon receiving Lu Yang's approval, Zhao Xu took out a jade slip, injected his memory into it, and handed it to Lu Yang. It contained a brief description of the secret technique for foundation establishment he had just mentioned. Lu Yang swept it with his spiritual sense and immediately showed a look of amazement. At a glance, he could tell that this stealing heaven's secrets technique was created by a high-ranking expert from the Primordial Saint Sect, because every word carried the unique style of the sect. As the name implied, stealing heaven's secrets involved first identifying an opposite-sex cultivator whose age, talent, and cultivation were on par with one's own, and then forming a Taoist couple with them. Afterward, through continuous dual cultivation, one would gradually implant one's own chi seed into the partner's body, eventually replacing theirs. Once successful, the partner would no longer be cultivating their own chi seed, but that of the spellcaster. From then on, regardless of the partner's fortuitous encounters or breakthroughs, all of it would be harvested by the spellcaster. Their entire life's cultivation would become someone else's wedding dress. Sinister and venomous, treating people as tools. Truly a classic. Thinking this, Lu Yang glanced at Zhao Xu again, and suddenly recalled that in his life 2 cycles ago, he had heard that Zhao Xu had become Taoist partners with Fairy Xianxia. So that's how it was. No wonder after their foundation establishment failure, both perished together. Looking at it now, Zhao Xu probably killed Fairy Xianxia first, then failed in foundation establishment himself. After all that scheming, it still ended in vain. While he mocked in his heart, Lu Yang also secretly felt alarmed. Because from his perspective, Zhao Xu of 2 lifetimes ago had prepared thoroughly. He had used every available resource. In that lifetime, after forming a Taoist bond with Fairy Xianxia, Zhao Xu had risen swiftly by leveraging Skeleton Mountain. He not only broke through to the peak of Qi refining, but also obtained 2 rare foundation establishment treasures. If this stealing heaven's secrets was considered, then Fairy Xianxia's portion also counted as Zhao Xu's. All things considered, Zhao Xu had prepared 3 full methods to achieve foundation establishment. And yet the result? Still a failure. Foundation establishment, the foundation of the Tao and immortality. Without it, one is ultimately a mediocre mortal. No wonder only those at foundation establishment are called true persons. Foundation establishment is harder than ascending to the heavens. After sighing, Lu Yang looked back at the jade slip in his hand. What does junior brother think? Zhao Zhu looked expectant. Using this as collateral, I'd like to borrow 30,000 contribution points from junior brother. The term is 3 months. I promise to repay the debt after 3 months. If I can't repay it, the secret technique will be yours to settle the debt. But even if I repay it, I'll still give you the secret technique as thanks for your timely help and for aiding me through this crisis. Zhao Zhu spoke generously, but Lu Yang sneered inwardly. Sounds like as long as I agree to the loan, this stealing heaven's secrets technique is mine either way, no loss on my part. But that's absolutely not the case. The crux wasn't in the secret technique, nor in the money. It lay in the 3-month deadline. Because once he lent the money, if Zhao Zhu encountered any danger within those 3 months, Lu Yang would have to intervene, or risk never recovering the loan. So this wasn't a loan of money, but of manpower. Zhao Zhu clearly wanted to use this foundation establishment secret technique to tie him down, forcing him to be liable for whatever risks or karma Zhao Zhu incurred. In short, it was a sugar-coated cannonball. And since it concerned foundation establishment, he couldn't simply refuse. But what if I want the technique, but not the responsibility? Lu Yang stared at the jade slip in his hand, contemplating how he could eat the sugar and throw away the cannonball, perhaps by sending Zhao Zhu to team up with Liu Xin. However, he quickly dismissed that idea, just like how he had accepted Xianxia as a banner spirit but failed to obtain the core technique of the divine martial sect from him. The cultivation world had countless methods to prevent the leakage of techniques and divine abilities. If Zhao Zhu dared to come to him, he must be prepared. The success rate was too low. Lu Yang paused in silence for a moment, then suddenly said, "Very well. I can agree to senior brother's loan, but I also have one condition. If senior brother cannot accept this condition, I'd rather give up the technique." Zhao Zhu was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Please speak, junior brother." "The condition is simple," Lu Yang said softly. "You must hand me the original copy of the secret technique. Otherwise, what if you go back on your word in the future? Of course, you can place a restriction on the original copy, say it will self-destruct if forcibly opened. You can lift the restriction after 3 months. With your magic power, the restriction can last at least 80 years. That way, I can rest assured, and so can you. What do you think, senior brother?" Zhao Zhu thought for a moment. It didn't seem to have any issues. The only problem was that his magic power was limited. After 80 years, the restriction would dissolve on its own due to power exhaustion, but by then the cabbage would be cold. One had to know, a qi refining cultivator's lifespan was around 150 years. And once over 100 years old, their energy and spirit would decline, making it virtually impossible to achieve foundation establishment. Lu Yang was already over 20. 80 years later, he would be over 100 and halfway into the grave. Even if he got the secret technique, it would be useless. After all, if this lifetime was over, how could he still establish a foundation? In the next life, the more Zhao Zhu thought about it, the more he felt that Lu Yang's well-thought-out proposal achieved a deal and avoided mutual suspicion, a true win-win. Junior brother's request is perfectly reasonable. Let's do it. Zhao Zhu nodded decisively and immediately took out another jade slip. He first used his magic power to inscribe a restriction onto it, then handed it over to Lu Yang. Lu Yang, seeing this, accepted it with a smiling face. For a moment, both host and guest were satisfied. From now on, Zhao Zhu is of no use. If he manages to come back alive, then fine. But if he stirs up trouble, I won't care. At worst, I'll look at the secret technique again in 80 years. Either way, I don't lose. After sending off Zhao Zhu, Lu Yang hummed a little tune and cheerfully began arranging the marketplace, since it was now his foundation for survival. Moreover, the 100 Bones true array within the marketplace was a 7th grade formation, while his heaven-slashing Blood River sword formation was only 9th grade, relying entirely on the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light for power. So if he could fully comprehend the 100 Bones true array, it would greatly enhance his formation mastery through analogy. Soon time passed. In the blink of an eye, another month went by. Lu Yang woke from meditation and suddenly smelled a fragrant breeze. Then he saw a graceful figure walk into the Blood Garment Tower. "Senior sister." Lu Yang smiled brightly and said, "You wouldn't come to the Three Treasures Hall for nothing. Could it be that you've gained new insights into formations and want to discuss them with me? How many times have I told you, just call me Faixia? Fairy Faixia rolled her eyes at Lu Yang, sat habitually on his lap, and then softly whispered, someone from the Saint Sect has arrived. Didn't they already come before? Lu Yang said carelessly, I told you last time, I just want to cultivate quietly and avoid trouble. I'm not interested in that witch ghost secret realm. This time is different. At these words Lu Yang's eyes narrowed. Who is it? It's second senior brother. Fairy Faixia looked serious. Second senior brother of the Three Rivers Society, a true disciple at the peak of Qi refining. This time, he personally sent me to deliver the message. Lu Yang's face gradually darkened upon hearing this. Because, if he remembered correctly, the Three Rivers Society, the major faction within the Saint Sect, was founded by a Foundation establishment true person. Perhaps it was due to being a startled bird, or perhaps it was undue worry, but regardless, Lu Yang was now wary of all forces with a Foundation establishment background, especially those forces that had taken notice of him. Unlike before in this lifetime, I have the protection of divine talismans. Mending Heaven Peak cannot calculate against me, and the Divine Martial Sect, being part of the righteous path, shouldn't harm their own. That being said, the Foundation establishment true person who remains hidden and is plotting over Skeleton Mountain might truly be the one behind the Three Rivers Society. The more Lu Yang thought about it, the more suspicious he found the Three Rivers Society, yet he maintained a calm facade. So that's how it is. Could it be that second senior brother wishes to see me? Indeed, Fairy Faixia nodded. Second senior brother has come to Skeleton Mountain and is in need of capable assistance, so he hopes you can lend a hand. Assistance, more like cannon fodder. Lu Yang decisively shook his head. Although I have some knowledge of formations, without them, my strength diminishes significantly. How could I be worthy of second senior brother's favor? Please have second senior brother seek someone more capable. Lu Yang spoke with confidence. Although he had joined the Three Rivers Society and signed a legal contract, he was not their slave. He still had some autonomy. Who could force him? Fairy Faixia evidently thought the same, so she was merely delivering a message. Now that the message was conveyed, her expression gradually turned ambiguous, her fair and delicate face blushing, her glances full of charm. Junior brother, I have recently encountered some difficulties with formations. I hope you can guide me. That would be wonderful. Lu Yang immediately perked up. Over the next 3 months, Lu Yang's pace of life slowed down. Each day, he would either discuss the Tao with Fairy Faixia or study the 100 Bones true formation outside. Sometimes when the mood struck, he would do both simultaneously. However, compared to his peaceful days, Skeleton Mountain outside the market was in complete chaos. Not only were the Divine Martial Sect and the Primordial Saint Sect involved, but also their subordinate sects, and even some powerful rogue cultivators were drawn in. When the three sides met, battles naturally ensued. During this period, several relics of the ancient witch ghost path were unearthed, further confirming the existence of the witch ghost secret realm. It was at this time that Fairy Faixia brought him news that Zhao Zhu, under his name, had seized many opportunities outside the market. Who would have thought my name would be so useful? Lu Yang was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Zhao Zhu had competed for opportunities several times and found himself in peril, but each time, he escaped danger by invoking Lu Yang's name. Clearly, Xianxia's death had made many wary of him. Of course, this was also because Zhao Zhu was clever and knew when to advance or retreat. So far, he hadn't provoked any truly formidable figures, allowing him to bluff successfully. Junior brother, are you truly going to ignore this? Fairy Faixia's fair face turned stern, her words cold. This person is using your name, bringing you karmic entanglements. I say we should kill him first. Leave him be. Lu Yang shook his head. Zhao Zhu now never returned to the market, focusing solely on searching Skeleton Mountain for the ancient witch ghost path and the witch ghost secret realm. If Lu Yang wanted to kill him, he would have to leave the market. But how could that be possible? Let him be. He once mortgaged some contribution points with me, and I agreed to let him use my name. There's nothing more to say. After sending off Fairy Faixia, Lu Yang's expression gradually became serious. Heavy. Interesting. Over the past few months, everything I've heard and seen seems to be urging me to leave the market. A term involuntarily surfaced in Lu Yang's mind: calamity. He was merely a small chi refining cultivator, yet he was being targeted by a foundation establishment true person, with karma deduced in various schemes. If this wasn't a calamity, what was? Damn karma. No matter what, with calamity looming, I must not act rashly. Only by closing my cave door and quietly reciting the yellow court scriptures can I hope to avoid disaster. First, there was the Three Rivers Society, applying external pressure. Now Xiaozu was causing internal entanglements. No matter how you try to bait me, I won't bite. The hidden dragon does not emerge from the abyss. What can you do to me? Thinking this, Lu Yang felt his mind clear. His previously restless thoughts settled, and he felt relaxed, as if he had shed another layer of karma. Time flowed and another month passed. Skeleton Mountain Market, over 1,000 miles to the east. A streak of escape light was seen fleeing desperately, seemingly burning blood essence, with 7 or 8 escape lights in pursuit. Xiaozu, where do you think you're going? The pursuers were all clad in armor, their blood energy soaring, clearly disciples of the divine martial sect, mostly in the late stages of chi refining, none at the peak. Otherwise, with Xiaozu's cultivation, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Even so, fleeing to this point had nearly exhausted him. The only reason he hadn't collapsed was due to hope. I can still be saved. I've already sent a flying message to Lu Yang. As long as I can escape to that place, to the area around the market, Lu Yang will surely save me. Xiaozu fled desperately, convincing himself. There is still my restriction on the stealing heaven secret. As long as he still wants to break through to foundation establishment and not wait until he's 80 and frail, he must come to save me. He will come to save me. He definitely will. At that moment, Xiaozu was overjoyed to see a brilliant escape light rising from the market's direction, seemingly aware of his peril. He's coming, I knew he wouldn't abandon me. Seeing this, Xiaozu was invigorated, and his pursuer slowed down, seemingly waiting for something. However, as time passed, they realized something was wrong. The brilliant escape light was still approaching, but it never arrived. Eventually, Xiaozu could run no more, and the divine martial sect pursuers reluctantly surrounded him, and a fierce battle ensued. This battle lasted for half a day. In the end, the pursuers didn't dare to strike hard, fearing they might kill Xiaozu with a single blow, occasionally glancing towards the escape light. Upon closer inspection, was that escape light moving farther away. Finally, Xiaozu completely broke down. No, why? He suddenly spat out a mouthful of heart blood, then knelt on the ground, utterly drained, his life force rapidly fading. Before death, only one thought remained in his heart. Could it be that Lu Yang didn't want the stealing heaven's secret technique? Why didn't you save me? Little did he know, this was also the thought of the person behind the orchestrated pursuit. In the shadows, Elder Aoyang Feng of the Divine Martial Sect was equally puzzled, looking towards the distant Skeleton Mountain Market, his eyes filled with unwillingness and helplessness. Why didn't he save him? Only a fool would save him. Retracting his escape light, Lu Yang looked at yet another of Xiaozu's desperate flying messages and casually tossed it aside. Did he really think he could use a secret technique to threaten me? It's just 80 years, I can wait. Once your restriction naturally dissipates, the secret technique will still be mine. If not this lifetime, then the next. Thinking this, Lu Yang couldn't help but lament Xiaozu's misfortune. If he had managed to escape into the market, Lu Yang wouldn't have minded helping him. But outside the market, that was just unfortunate. Senior brother Zhao, rest in peace. You sacrificed for the Saint Sect. In the future, I will petition the Mending Heaven Peak Master to grant you a grand burial. As for your debt, let's forget it this lifetime. I'll collect it in the next. Blood Garment Tower, another early morning. Fairy Faxia leaned against the tower balcony, sunlight filtering through her wind-swayed thin garments, casting a graceful silhouette that stirred endless imagination. During this time, thank you, junior brother Lu. The two had just concluded a night of interaction, and with Lu Yang's wholehearted guidance, Fairy Faxia had reached her limit, making further progress difficult in the short term. Today, I plan to leave the market. Turning back, Fairy Faxia looked intently at Lu Yang. My state of mind can't compare to junior brothers, nor my talent, yet I refuse to fade into mediocrity. Faxia's departure may mean a long time before we meet again. Fairy Faxia raised her eyes, her expression evoking pity, then sighed softly. The path ahead may lead to enlightenment or to a foreign grave. The immortal road is lonely, especially in the Primordial Saint Sect. Xianxia only hopes to see old friends again. After speaking, Fairy Xianxia smiled sweetly at Lu Yang. Her beautiful face and elegant smile seemed to open her heart to Lu Yang for the first time. Junior brother, would you be willing to be that old friend for Xianxia? Lu Yang remained silent for a long time. A stunning woman gazed at him affectionately, like a web slowly entangling him, enough to make any man lose himself. However, Lu Yang resisted. He calmly raised his hand. Senior sister is always welcome to return for tea. A polite farewell. In an instant, Fairy Xianxia's eyes flickered, revealing a mix of disappointment and helplessness. Then she withdrew her smile, returning to her usual cool demeanor. I take my leave. As her words fell, a light resembling colorful clouds soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Only after she left did Lu Yang exhale deeply, turning back into the quiet room of the Blood Garment Tower, hiding within the formation, clutching the innate primordial true Qi divine talisman. Finally, he stopped his body from trembling. Damn it, this must be a Foundation establishment cultivator scheming against me. Regarding Fairy Xianxia, Lu Yang had always been emotionally detached, their interactions purely for learning, with dual cultivation merely a method of study. But just now he had been moved. Towards Fairy Xianxia, he had been momentarily confused, nearly saying willing several times. Such emotions were clearly wrong and inconsistent with his true intentions. With experiences from previous lives, Lu Yang quickly concluded. The Foundation establishment cultivator behind the scenes is getting impatient, starting to use forceful methods, using Fairy Xianxia as bait to bind me to her, trying to lure me out of the market. Seclusion. I need to go into seclusion. Thinking this, Lu Yang immediately announced a closed-door retreat, refusing visitors for the time being, to minimize entanglement in others' causality. Impressive. Outside the Skeleton Mountain Market, on a cliff, a figure stood with hands behind his back, a respectful blood-clad youth standing behind him. The next moment the figure smiled. An ordinary disciple without background, yet able to develop such a firm Tao heart, truly rare. I've tried several times to lure him, but he never took the bait. Junior brother, I don't know whether to praise your insight or question it. Please forgive me, senior brother. The blood-clad youth bowed respectfully, his tone somewhat helpless. I originally intended to find a scapegoat, but I didn't expect a dragon to emerge from shallow waters. The blood-clad youth was named Luo Wuya, the second senior brother of the Three Rivers Society. His cultivation had reached the peak of Qi refining, and he mastered a great divine ability, making him the strongest openly in the Skeleton Mountain area of the Primordial Saint Sect, a veritable big figure. And the person he treated with such respect, the figure with hands behind his back, had an identity that was self-evident. The leader of the Three Rivers Society. His Dao title was Yinshan. After successfully establishing his foundation 10 years ago, he became a high-ranking member of the Primordial Saint Sect, authorized by the sect master to establish the Yinshan branch within the Sea of Clouds. But senior brother, I still don't understand. Must it be a disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect? Junior brother, you don't understand. True person Yinshan shook his head. The ancient witch ghost path is a major demonic sect, its secret realm heavily laden with causality. Even I am reluctant to get involved lightly. In this world, causality is everywhere. Receiving benefits and forming causality means one must repay. The ancient witch ghost path set up a secret realm to find someone with great fortune, planting causality through sect inheritance, seeking a chance for the sect's revival. If I personally took action, finding the witch ghost's secret realm would be easy. It might even reveal itself to me. But in doing so, the causality of the witch ghost path would fall upon me, bringing unknown troubles and hindering my cultivation. In essence, true person Yinshan wanted the goods without paying the price. That's why I need someone to open the witch ghost secret realm for me. Since the witch ghost path is a major demonic sect, choosing a disciple from the Primordial Saint Sect is most suitable. I initially chose that Blood Garment Tower master, even attracting several significant enemies for him. As long as he was willing to leave the market, I would back him, help him eliminate his enemies, accumulate fortune, and once sufficient, the witch ghost's secret realm would be drawn out by his fortune. If Lu Yang were here, hearing this would surely feel familiar. Because that's exactly how Xianxia died. A man-made child of destiny, seemingly blessed with great fortune, invincible in battle, but in reality, merely bait used by a Foundation establishment cultivator to lure out opportunities. Once the opportunity was drawn out, the bait was no longer needed. Behind true person Yinshin, blood-clad youth Luo Wuya lowered his head deeply, secretly alarmed by the terrifying methods of Foundation establishment cultivators manipulating causality and fate. Forget it. Suddenly, true person Yinshin shook his head. Since that Blood Garment Tower master is unwilling to cooperate, let's choose another. It's not necessarily him. At this point, true person Yinshin chuckled. Junior brother, do you remember how the ancient witch ghost path was destroyed? I do, by the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Luo Wuya nodded. The sect master of that generation, a golden core true lord, struck a sword from the 7-star cliff of the sword pavilion, causing the witch ghost path's mountain gate to collapse instantly. Correct, with just one sword. True person Yinshin sighed. At its peak, the ancient witch ghost path had over 10 Foundation establishment cultivators and even a 4th-grade formation suppressing its fortune. Even so, they couldn't withstand a single sword strike from a golden core true lord across thousands of miles. Moreover, that sword still resides within the witch ghost path's secret realm. At this point, true person Yinshin's eyes revealed a hint of dread. The decree of a true lord, sword energy lingering in the world. As long as the witch ghost path isn't destroyed, the sword energy remains. This was also why he was unwilling to personally intervene. The sword energy of a golden core true lord, especially from the righteous leader Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. What if he went to open the secret realm and that sword energy struck him? Therefore, finding a scout was a safer approach. That sword energy and the witch ghost secret realm have intertwined over countless years, becoming inseparable. So, if we can't open the secret realm through a disciple of the Primordial Saint Sect, we can try another approach. Lure a disciple from the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion to obtain that sword energy. The effect would be the same. At this point, true person Yinshin's gaze shifted, finally leaving the market. Almost simultaneously, Lu Yang, who was in seclusion within the market, suddenly felt his body lighten, as if shedding an immense burden, revealing a look of surprise. It seems that the Foundation establishment true person behind the scenes has finally given up. Lu Yang looked up at the sky. It was only because he possessed the innate primordial qi divine talisman and had the experience of several lifetimes that he could vaguely sense the changes in fate. This feeling of a clear Tao heart and boundless freedom was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Good. Discovering that the Foundation establishment true person was no longer scheming against him, Lu Yang immediately felt much more relaxed. What pleased him even more was that another of his projects had made significant progress. Lu Yang took out the innate primordial qi myriad spirits banner, and then summoned his innate primordial qi incarnation. The myriad spirits banner was very special. Although it contained a mustard seed space, only entities related to the innate Tao book, such as the innate primordial qi incarnation, could enter it. As the incarnation entered, Lu Yang immediately felt a blur before his eyes. In the next second, a vast and boundless scroll slowly unfolded before Lu Yang's eyes, like a series of comic panels, each depicting a banner spirit. These images were diverse. Some showed mountain villages, others isolated overseas islands, imperial palaces, or celestial palaces in the heavens. In each image, a banner spirit radiating spiritual light moved about, eating, drinking, playing, or meditating in cultivation, appearing almost lifelike. Even though he had seen this many times, each viewing still made Lu Yang sigh. These images are probably manifestations of the banner spirits' memories from their lifetimes. Letting the banner spirits live within the paintings helps maintain their consciousness and memories. What an incredible magical tool. With a thought, Lu Yang changed the scenes within the paintings. All the banner spirits were gathered in one place, and the original images of mountain villages and such transformed into a massive factory and an assembly line. At first, the banner spirits seemed a bit dazed. But soon, as the strongest among them, Liu Xin was the first to regain clarity. He quickly approached Lu Yang and respectfully said, "Subordinate greets the master. How is the work progressing?" Reporting to the master, "We have produced 132 golden light talismans, 153 five thunder talismans, and 210 sword chi talismans. Please review them." As he finished speaking, Liu Xin presented a thick stack of talismans. "Well done, however." Liu Yang scanned the talismans with his spiritual sense, satisfied, but soon his expression darkened. Who allowed them to rest? Since exchanging insights on talisman techniques with Fairy Faxia, he had assigned the production of 3 low-level talismans to the banner spirits within the Myriad Spirits banner. Therefore, the banner spirits were supposed to work tirelessly, day and night, year-round, drawing talismans for him. Yet, upon his inspection, he found them all resting. This was unacceptable, it was outrageous. As banner spirits, if they dared to rest today, who knows what they might dare to do tomorrow? Such unhealthy tendencies must be nipped in the bud. Thinking of this, Liu Yang narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Senior Brother Liu, I am pleased that you can organize the banner spirits to produce so many talismans. However, I am not pleased that you allowed them to rest." "Master, this was a necessary measure." Liu Xin hurriedly explained. "Talisman drawing requires living beings to use their mana as the brush and their spiritual wisdom as the ink. However, banner spirits are beings that are seemingly alive but essentially dead. While they possess mana, their spiritual wisdom diminishes with each use. If they continue drawing talismans without rest, they will eventually deplete all their spiritual wisdom, leading to their inexplicable dissipation." "So what?" Liu Yang's response left Liu Xin momentarily stunned. "The Myriad Spirits banner lacks everything but banner spirits. If they dissipate from exhaustion, that's perfect. I can acquire new ones which would be more efficient. Oh, and the dissipated banner spirits can be used to feed other banner spirits. If banner spirits can endure hardship, they can endure more hardship. You banner spirits exist solely to work for me. Those that cannot serve me have no value and should dissipate on their own." Liu Yang spoke calmly, but Liu Xin listened in terror. "Beast, a beast indeed." Observing Liu Yang's utilization of the Myriad Spirits banner, Liu Xin felt that he himself was a great philanthropist, having previously only summoned banner spirits during battles. Perceiving his emotions, Liu Yang smiled gently. "Senior Brother Liu, you should understand how fierce the competition among banner spirits is now. Honestly, if it weren't for our shared sect background, I wouldn't have entrusted you with this task. You should learn to be grateful. Otherwise, think about it. Using this banner spirit or that one makes no difference. Why should I choose you? Isn't it because we're fellow disciples? I've achieved what I have today thanks to you. Rest assured, as long as you work diligently, I won't treat you unfairly." Liu Xin. While Liu Yang was inspecting the work within the Myriad Spirits banner, in another secret chamber of the Blood Garment Tower, Yun Myoking was experiencing an internal struggle. How could this be? Her expression was a mix of joy and surprise, and the token around her neck, symbolizing her identity as a disciple of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, was emitting light. It was a communication light. By channeling mana into it, one could communicate with the person on the other end. She had never imagined that her token had this function. But why had no one contacted her before? In the next moment, Yun Myoking heard a familiar voice in her ear. "Myoking, good, you're alive. It seems you still have some fate." "You are, sister." Yun Myoking's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She had previously extended an olive branch to Liu Yang, partly because she believed in his character, and partly because she was confident in her own background. As long as Liu Yang was willing to reform, she could have the Sword Pavilion accept him. Because her Yun family had once produced a Sword Pavilion sect master, a Golden Core true lord. Although they had declined over time, they remained a prominent family within the Sword Pavilion. However, she herself was not highly regarded by the family. The one truly valued was her elder sister, Yun Myoking, a true disciple of the Sword Pavilion, who cultivated the Tei Golden Radiance pill book, focused solely on cultivation, even refusing to use pills to accelerate progress, and was among the rare few who had mastered great divine abilities in the late Qi refining stage. Describing her as heaven's favored daughter was no exaggeration. Yun Myoking and Yun Myoking, though sisters with only a one-character difference in their names, had vastly different talents and aptitudes. "Where are you now?" The light shimmered and a cold voice emanated. "Your fate was insufficient, leading to your misfortune in the demon sect. Now that it's fulfilled, you should escape the calamity." Could she return to the Sword Pavilion? Yun Myoking was momentarily stunned, then overjoyed and quickly said, "I'm in the Blood Garment Tower at the Skeleton Mountain Market. Sister, are you coming to get me?" Blood Garment Tower. Yun Myoking paused slightly before saying, Were you harvested by the Blood Garment Tower Master? So be it. I'll kill him for you, and your merit will be complete." Upon hearing this, Yun Myoking was stunned and quickly said, "Sister, you've misunderstood. Brother Lu may come from the demon sect, but he's not a villain. On the contrary, he aspires to righteousness and has exceptional talent. I believe it's better to persuade him to reform than to kill him. He could be an asset to the righteous path." Before she could finish, a sharp rebuke interrupted her. "Absurd." In the next moment, outside the Skeleton Mountain Market, a tall woman in white robes with crane patterns, her beautiful eyes gleaming with sword light and exuding heroic spirit, suddenly crushed the jade talisman in her hand. Beside her, a middle-aged man frowned and asked, "What happened?" "Myoking is beyond saving." Yun Myogen shook her head and sighed. "She pleads for a demon, likely already entangled in calamity and unable to extricate herself, with no hope of escape." "What does junior sister plan to do?" "Go to the demon sex market." As she spoke, a nameless fury arose in Yun Myogen's heart. Yun Myoking was her sister, bearing a 7-part resemblance to her. Now, having been harvested by a demon, the image was akin to her self-being. At this thought, Yun Myogen felt a wave of discomfort and instinctively closed her legs. Immediately, a trace of killing intent flashed across her delicate face. "A demon has ensnared my sister. If I don't personally slay him, my thoughts will remain unsettled." At the Blood Garment Tower, within the Skeleton Mountain Market, Lu Yang had just withdrawn his consciousness from the myriad spirits banner when he suddenly felt a darkness before his eyes, his spiritual platform clouded. He furrowed his brows slightly and looked toward the distant sky. In the next moment, he rose into the air on a stream of light and arrived at the edge of the market. He saw a brilliant light shooting across the sky, swift as fire and lightning, arriving at the market gate before it receded. A tall, valiant woman stepped out. "So, it's a fellow Taoist from the Sword Pavilion." Lu Yang, having studied the Divine Firmament Sword Control True Formula, recognized her background at a glance. He cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "I am Lu Yang. May I ask for your name, fellow Taoist?" "Jade Pivot Yun Myogen." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang narrowed his eyes. After all, Yun Myogen and Yun Myoking, such similar names naturally led to associations. "Are you here to take back your sect member?" Thinking this, Lu Yang did not hesitate. With a casual gesture, he directly pulled Yun Myoking out from the Blood Garment Tower and threw her before Yun Myogen. "Miss Myoking has not suffered any grievances in the Saint Sect. Although she is nominally my cauldron, I have never harvested her over the years, so she remains a virgin. If you wish to take her back, please do as you please. My cultivation is shallow, so I won't see you off." In Lu Yang's view, he had no enmity with the Sword Pavilion. After all, he not only preserved Yun Myoking's life, but also her chastity. As the leader of the righteous path, Jade Pivot's Sword Pavilion wouldn't make things difficult for him. However, he soon realized he was mistaken. Myoking, still a virgin. Yun Myogen's beautiful eyes lowered, her gaze falling on Yun Myoking. Yet instead of joy, she showed a hint of disdain and helplessness. In the next second, she sighed deeply. "What a pity, Myoking, you won't survive this tribulation." Upon hearing this, not only Lu Yang but even Yun Myoking was stunned, her face full of disbelief. "Sister, what do you mean? You didn't receive the true transmission, so you don't understand." Yun Myogen shook her head. "You lack fortune and destiny, yet you forcibly sought immortal fate. Originally, you would have faced 3 disasters and 9 tribulations. Failing any one of them would result in the loss of your Tao and death. Therefore, I specifically asked Master to combine your tribulations into a single 10-year great calamity. This 10-year great calamity was your 10 years trapped in the demon sect. During these 10 years, if you had endured all the humiliation, your red lips tasted by thousands, yet still maintained a steadfast Tao heart, unwavering in your resolve, the tribulation would have been considered past. Unfortunately, you are still a virgin. Being a virgin, and not having suffered humiliation means the tribulation hasn't lessened at all. It might even intensify." At this point, Yun Myogen looked at Lu Yang, her eyes filled with killing intent. "This demon ruined your cultivation. He appears benevolent but harbors malicious intent and should be executed." Lu Yang had to admit he was dumbfounded. Yun Myoking was even more unable to accept it, her lips trembling. "So, the reason I fell into the hands of the demon sect 10 years ago, becoming a cauldron of the demon sect." Naturally, it was all my plan. Yun Maijin nodded. Without this, you would have no hope of establishing your foundation in this life. You are my sister. Naturally, I must consider your well-being. This was all for your own good. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang was speechless. Damn it, the righteous path has lunatics. If Lu Yang had previously held some admiration for the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, the renowned leader of the righteous path, now he felt nothing at all. Better to stay in the Saint Sect. Every disciple in the Holy Sect is a talent. I absolutely love it here. Come, return with me. On the other side, Yun Maijin paid no attention to Lu Yang and Yun Myoking's expressions, saying loudly, I will think of another way to help you pass this great calamity. I will. Faced with Yun Maijin's persuasion, Yun Myoking instinctively took a step back, looking at her sister as if she were a stranger. After all, she never imagined that the experience of falling into the demon sect's hands 10 years ago, nearly leading her to despair, was orchestrated by her own sister. If not for meeting Lu Yang, who preserved her life in chastity, she might have been harvested into medicinal dregs, dying in some corner. Listen to me. Seeing Yun Myoking's reaction, Yun Maijin frowned slightly. You haven't learned great divine abilities, nor do you understand cause and effect, so it's naturally hard for you to comprehend my intentions. Intentions? Yun Myoking took another step back, her tone filled with hatred. Setting me up to be thrown into the demon sect, letting me be humiliated and harvested, this is your intention for me. I am following cause and effect, acting on behalf of heaven. When you achieve success in the immortal path in the future, you will naturally thank me. Yun Maijin's tone was calm. In her view, her actions were entirely appropriate, all in accordance with the natural order and destiny. Seeing Yun Myoking still wanting to argue, she simply waved her hand, and a brilliant light enveloped Yun Myoking, knocking her unconscious and casually placing her beside her. Words are wasted when opinions differ. I won't argue with you now. After doing all this, she looked at Lu Yang again. Why are you looking at me, fellow Taoist Yun? Lu Yang raised an eyebrow. Yun Maijin's beautiful eyes gazed over, her expression indifferent, and she said lightly, You deliberately ruined Myoking's cultivation. I wish to borrow something from you as compensation. Lu Yang laughed loudly upon hearing this. You're not thinking of borrowing my fine head, are you? His words were full of sarcasm. Yun Maijin nodded slightly, not angered, but her phoenix eyes narrowed, revealing a chilling killing intent. If you're unwilling, don't blame me for eliminating demons to uphold the Tao. With that, she raised her delicate hand. In an instant, a clear light illuminated 10 miles around. It was a crystal-clear, glass-like magical sword, its blade reflecting the surrounding mountains and rivers. Do you really think I fear you? Lu Yang laughed proudly, then turned and leaped, instantly transforming into a stream of light, hiding within the market. The 100 Bones True Formation and Sword Formation diagram activated instantly. A hidden dragon in the abyss, who can kill me? Seeing this, Yun Maijin smiled coldly, showing no hesitation. Within the Skeleton Mountain marketplace, upon witnessing Lu Yang and Yun Maijin vanish simultaneously, everyone realized it must be the power of the glazed magical sword suspended in the air. Seeing this scene, Luo Wuya's expression turned solemn, yet he felt secretly delighted. A foundation establishment true person truly possesses unfathomable abilities. Senior brother actually managed to lure in a big fish. The heaven-evading sword, this spiritual treasure, has resurfaced. This treasure ranked 37th among the 108 swords of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, holding the top position among the Earth Fiends. Though not a spiritual treasure, it surpassed them, containing a mustard seed cave heaven. In combat, merely shining the sword light could draw the enemy into the cave heaven, thus gaining the upper hand. Inside the cave heaven, the sword pavilion cultivator's magical power was replenished by the cave, allowing them to use divine abilities without expending power. In contrast, non-sword pavilion cultivators once trapped in the cave would first lose 30% of their true chi, then 30% of their divine abilities, and finally 30% of their spiritual treasure's power. With such advantages and disadvantages, the outcome was already determined. This was why Yun Maijin, knowing Lu Yang had dual formations protecting him, remained confident. She understood that dual formations couldn't block the heaven-evading sword's capture. In fact, most 5-element objects couldn't stop the heaven-evading sword. The only way to block the heaven-evading sword with formations was to use those involving spatial transformations, but such formations were exceedingly rare. Moreover, even if they existed, a ninth-grade formation master couldn't set them up. Given this demon must meet his end this time. On the other side, Divine Martial Sect Elder Ouyang Feng clapped and laughed heartily. Although he couldn't personally avenge himself, Lu Yang's death would still alleviate his deep hatred. Hearing this, Luo Wuya could only shake his head without refuting, for he felt the same. If Lu Yang had dual formations protecting him, their duel might have been evenly matched. But once trapped in the heaven-evading sword, death was certain. Even he would be in danger. However, this also aligns with Senior Brother's intentions. That Lu Yang didn't know his place, repeatedly defying Senior Brother and entangling karma. Senior Brother deliberately lured Yun Maijin here, perhaps intending to kill with a borrowed knife. Thinking of this, Luo Wuya felt at ease. Although both were disciples of the Holy Sect, he had no intention of helping, merely waiting for Lu Yang to be killed, allowing Yun Maijin to seize his fate and open the witch-ghost secret realm. Meanwhile, inside the heaven-evading sword, the sword light shone down, and even multiple formations couldn't block it. When Lu Yang regained his senses and his vision cleared, he found himself in a completely different environment. All he saw was rampant sword chi. As the sword chi descended, Lu Yang immediately felt his true chi weaken by 30%. Using divine abilities became significantly more difficult. Understanding this was the cave heaven suppression. The next moment, heavenly light appeared above, and Yun Maijin stepped out gracefully. Primordial Saint Demon, today you shall face your destined calamity, be executed. A clear voice descended from the sky, truly like an immortal pronouncing a heavenly decree. As soon as she spoke, Lu Yang felt the world turn against him, aiming to tear him apart. After speaking, Yun Maijin pushed the Tao crown on her head, instantly revealing a brilliant golden radiance that illuminated the sky. It then split into three, transforming into golden, silver, and jade lights, coiling around her like swimming dragons, forming an unbroken chain, making her appear even more solemn and dignified. Seeing this, Lu Yang's expression grew more serious. After several lifetimes of cultivation, he was no longer unfamiliar with the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. With a bit of thought, he recognized the divine ability Yun Maijin was displaying. This is the Tei Golden Radiance Pill Book, the great divine ability of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Thinking of this, Lu Yang's heart rang with alarm. The Teian body-shedding corpse liberation true method in his hand was also a great divine ability. Because of this, he dared not underestimate the power of such abilities. Now it's truly a life-and-death struggle, Lu Yang thought rapidly. As he knew, the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion's Tei Golden Radiance Pill Book could refine golden, silver, and jade lights, each being a superior divine ability. To perfect this great divine ability, one must achieve the three radiances converging at the crown, refining the three lights into one Tei Golden Radiance. This not only combined all effects but also amplified the power, even aiding in breaking through to foundation establishment. Fortunately, her divine ability shouldn't be perfected yet. As the saying goes, the great Tao is singular. If the divine ability were perfected, Yun Maijin wouldn't have split into three lights but would have only one Tei Golden Radiance. Perhaps this is my opportunity. At this moment, Yun Maijin took action. She waved her sleeve, and the golden light around her moved at will, enveloping Lu Yang. Lu Yang immediately retreated. The golden light, called divine light, moved with the mind. If the mind was disturbed, it would self-immolate. Thus, even a slight touch would ignite inner fire, causing the body to burn with golden light, turning into ashes without suppression. Go! Lu Yang's mind moved, and the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light surged upward, the overwhelming blood light forcibly resisting the descending golden light, both stalemating in the air. Seeing this, Yun Maijin gently pressed her brow. The next moment, a sword pill appeared, flashing like lightning, disappearing instantly, and reappearing above Lu Yang's head, striking down. Clang, clang. As the sword chi howled down, Lu Yang's blood sun sword pill was isolated outside the cave heaven. He could only sigh, revealing a wind and thunder treasure mirror behind his head. Teiwei mirror. The mirror surface shimmered, and instantly wind and thunder followed. The Teiwei wind and thunder chi within the mirror stirred up bolts of lightning, wrapped in howling yin wind, forcibly capturing Yun Maiajin's sword pill like a vortex, continuously eroding its sword chi. Yun Maiajin remained calm, even smiling coldly. Though decisive, she wasn't reckless. Before coming to the marketplace and attacking Lu Yang, she had already investigated his background. Formations and the Teiwei mirror were within her expectations. Now, having bypassed the formations with the heaven-evading sword and restrained the Teiwei mirror with the sword pill, Yun Maiajin felt victory was in her grasp, deciding to deliver the final blow. In the next moment, Yun Maiajin simultaneously activated the silver and jade lights beside her. These were Qi light and essence light, the former breaking all worldly Qi, the latter slicing through steel and iron. Now combined, they formed a clear, crystalline sword light slashing toward Lu Yang. Truly a direct disciple of the Sword Pavilion. Seeing this, Lu Yang could only sigh. Yun Maiajin was evidently not a sheltered flower. Her tactical execution and timing were impeccable. In such circumstances, she had mastered a great divine ability. Though not yet perfected, she was only one step away from fusion. At least she had fully grasped the three divine abilities as components. In comparison, Lu Yang's mastery of the Taiyan body-shedding corpse liberation true method was far inferior. The final component, Teiwei Pardon Talisman, was still stuck at a bottleneck, making no progress. He hadn't even gathered all three divine abilities, let alone integrated them. In terms of combat, I'm no match for her. Lu Yang clearly recognized this. After all, he was never adept at combat. His strength lay in using higher cultivation to overpower the weak. But now, Yun Maiajin was at the 9th level of Qi refining, while he was at the 8th. Not only were they not at the same level, but he was also challenging a stronger opponent from a lower position, completely against his usual approach. If this were a few months ago, I might have had to start over. However, now there was a new variable. In the next moment, facing Yun Maiajin's dual sword lights, Lu Yang raised his hand, successively throwing out two talismans which exploded midair. Boom! With a loud bang, a bolt of lightning and a sword chi surged out, blocking Yun Maiajin's descending sword light at the critical moment. 9th grade talismans. Yun Maiajin's brows twitched slightly but quickly returned to calm. Only two, still a drop in the bucket. How many talismans can you have? As a direct disciple of the Sword Pavilion, she didn't practice talisman arts but wasn't unfamiliar. Even a 9th grade talisman required at least 3 days for a late-stage Qi refining cultivator to draw, dedicating all efforts. Though she was certain Lu Yang had no more than 10 talismans. The next moment, Lu Yang waved his hand again. Then a scene that left Yun Maiajin dumbfounded unfolded. The second, third, fourth, dozens to hundreds of talismans spread across the sky. Behind the myriad talismans, Lu Yang shook the myriad spirits banner, with numerous banner spirits working overtime, rushing production. How many talismans? Don't compare your personal workshop output with mine. Let me show you the power of a black-hearted industrial assembly line. As his words fell, the group of talismans activated simultaneously. In an instant, sword chi and lightning intertwined, illuminating the entire cave heaven. Also illuminated was Yun Maiajin's astonished and twisted face. Though talismans and formations each had their unique merits, they ultimately served the same purpose. As external tools, they allowed cultivators to overcome stronger opponents and achieve victory through weakness. A 9th grade formation alone could grant Lu Yang the upper hand in a duel. Even a 9th grade talisman, while perhaps not as formidable as a formation, was enough to make Yun Maiajin treat it with utmost caution. It was not something to be taken lightly. Not to mention, Lu Yang had just unleashed nearly 500 talismans at once, all activated simultaneously, their combined power causing the very heavens and earth to change color. Although talismans turned to ash after use and couldn't be preserved, making them consumables that many cherished, Lu Yang was an exception. If he ran out of talismans, he would simply have the banner spirits work overtime to produce a new batch. Boom! In an instant, sword energy filled the sky, thunder roared, and countless talisman lights flashed like lightning, surrounding Yun Maiajin as if thousands of blades were upon her. Seeing this, Yun Maiajin had no choice but to retreat defensively. The next moment, a surge of energy transformed into a silver canopy above her, shielding her from all the talismans. However, this was only temporary. While talismans didn't drain Lu Yang's spiritual power, Yun Maiajin's use of the Tei Golden Radiance pill book consumed a significant amount. As her energy waned, the protective light around her was shredded by the talismans, forcing her to summon another layer of light to barely protect herself. Slash. Lu Yang, without a hint of mercy, unleashed sword energy and thunder talismans, instantly tearing apart Yun Maiajin's protective garment. In a flash, her garment shattered, scattering like rain and revealing vast expanses of snow-white skin. Yun Maiajin's face turned crimson with anger, her jade-like body trembling violently. Instinctively, she tried to cover herself, but Lu Yang's relentless attacks left her no room to do so. Fiend, you're courting death. Yun Maiajin's expression twisted in fury. Having reached the 9th level of Qi refining at a young age and mastering the great divine abilities of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, she was a true disciple and a foundation establishment seed of the sect. Always aloof and proud, she had never found herself in such a humiliating situation. Lu Yang, noticing this, smirked slightly. Fellow Taoist, you truly possess a heavenly beauty, so ample, so fair, and so smooth. Though Yun Maiajin tried her best to conceal herself, it was futile against Lu Yang's discerning eyes. He saw everything, whether he should or not. Yun Maiajin, extremely sensitive to his gaze, became even more frantic. What infuriated her further was Lu Yang's disdainful expression. In broad daylight, such indecency. Is this what you call a righteous sect? As he spoke, Lu Yang continued to direct talismans at Yun Maiajin. His words were merely a tactic to unsettle her mind, with the ultimate goal of defeating her. As expected, being humiliated by Lu Yang, and having previously held the advantage only to be reduced to such a state by his extravagant use of talismans, Yun Maiajin's emotions ignited, causing a slight crack in her Tao heart. Now's the time. Lu Yang seized the moment when Yun Maiajin's Tao heart wavered, and her mind became distracted, immediately forming a hand seal. Suddenly, a circular light appeared behind his head. As the light illuminated, Lu Yang's vision changed dramatically. The area where he had just battled Yun Maiajin was now filled with numerous traces of her energy, remnants she had left behind. Profound yin shape capturing, nailhead life claiming. With a thought, Lu Yang directed the circular light onto one of Yun Maiajin's energy traces, capturing it and projecting her graceful figure. The next second, without hesitation, Lu Yang slashed with 2 fingers. The circular light split in 2, and the image of Yun Maiajin within was also divided. An invisible force immediately acted upon Yun Maiajin's real body. Crack! Suddenly, a soft tearing sound was heard, and a clear blood mark appeared on Yun Maiajin's snow-white, ivory-like forehead. The blood mark began to widen. You wish. In an instant, Yun Maiajin's pupils contracted, her fair skin flushed, her brows arched, and a golden light burst from her beautiful eyes. The next moment, she retracted the divine light that had been contending with the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light, and simultaneously gathered the Qi light and essence light. The 3 lights merged into a brilliant golden light, soaring into the sky, making her appear like a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. 3 lights combined, Tei golden flower. At that moment, Lu Yang felt that Yun Maiajin had suddenly become taller, not in a physical sense, but in terms of dimension. This is the great divine ability. Previously, Yun Maiajin had only been using superior divine abilities that comprised the great divine ability. Now she had managed to activate the true great divine ability. It was an entirely different sensation. With the blessing of Tei golden flower, Yun Maiajin seemed to transcend the mortal realm, gradually ascending to a level beyond Lu Yang's reach. The two stood, one high, one low. This disparity was all too familiar to Lu Yang. Though not as terrifying as that day, it still reminded him of the initial shock he felt upon meeting Taoist Hong Yun. At that moment, Yun Maiajin moved. With a graceful wave of her hand, the profound yin shape capturing technique that had been acting upon her was forcibly redirected to another person with a similar energy signature. Her twin sister, Yun Maioking. The next second, the blood mark on Yun Maiajin's forehead rapidly healed, while Yun Maioking, still unconscious outside the cave, suddenly split open. Truly ruthless and decisive. Witnessing this, Lu Yang mocked, "Fellow Taoist, you act swiftly, resorting to fratricide at the first sign of danger to save yourself. Is this the righteousness of the sword pavilion? This is Maioking's tribulation. Do not distort the truth." Yun Maiajin's tone returned to its usual indifference. You disrupted her cultivation, causing her tribulation to remain incomplete, leading to today's calamity. You are the true culprit. Lu Yang laughed heartily. Fellow Taoist, your shamelessness is unparalleled. You're wasted in the sword pavilion. You should join our Saint Sect. Yun Maiajin remained unmoved, but the killing intent in her eyes grew colder. She said coldly, "Sharp-tongued fiend, today I shall act on behalf of the heavens." The next moment, the Tei golden flower she had condensed collapsed with a roar, sweeping towards Lu Yang and all his activated talismans. In an instant, Lu Yang's figure and hundreds of talismans were obliterated, as if they were mere mantis arms trying to stop a chariot, all swept away. This kind of transformation was just like the words on a book being erased by a rubber eraser. There was neither a corpse nor any lingering chi. Not even a trace was left behind, as if it had never appeared in this world to begin with. Immediately after, the Tei golden radiance disappeared, revealing Yun Maiajin's staggering figure. However, at this moment, this proud daughter of heaven wore a face that was deathly pale. Puahi. As soon as Yun Maiajin landed, she suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood. Immediately after, the brilliance enveloping her body collapsed with a loud crash, and she could no longer gather even the slightest bit of radiance. "It's gone, all gone." Yun Maiajin's red lips trembled lightly, without a trace of victory's joy. This was the price she had paid for forcibly activating the Tei golden radiance through a secret technique, without having reached the peak of chi refining. Her essence, energy, and spirit, the three forms of brilliance, all shattered. Decades of painstaking cultivation had gone up in flames. The once bright path to foundation establishment now carried a shadow of uncertainty. Yun Maiajin sighed in sorrow and was about to leave the cave heaven. But just at that moment, she saw a figure suddenly appear, one she could hardly believe. "Fellow Taoist, the outcome hasn't been decided yet, and you're already leaving." Lu Yang appeared handsome and poised, his sleeves fluttering. Though he too had suffered great depletion of true chi and heavy losses in magical power, there was not a single wound on his body. "That's impossible." Yun Maiajin's flower-like face turned pale with horror. Her usually crisp and pleasant voice now turned sharp. "That was Tei golden radiance. How could you possibly have blocked it?" Naturally, Lu Yang would not tell her. Indeed, if relying solely on his own divine abilities, Lu Yang would not have been able to withstand that Tei golden radiance. Such a grand divine power already held the might of foundation establishment. What blocked it was his talent. Purple talent, some skill. Some skill. No matter how terrifying the attack, as long as it falls within your ability limit, you can handle it freely, twice. In his previous life, after angrily drawing his sword and slaying the peak master of Mending Heaven Peak, this was the talent he obtained upon restarting. If Yun Maiajin had been able to unleash Tei golden radiance 4 or 5 times in succession, he would have died without question. But she could only unleash it once, so she had no one to blame for his cheat. Although it was only twice, it really was twice. Lu Yang smiled calmly, first picking up the Teiwei mirror, then stepped in front of Yun Maiajin and used the mirror's light to immobilize her completely. Yun Maiajin instinctively began to struggle, glaring angrily at Lu Yang. "What do you intend to do?" "To be honest, I'm quite interested in the Tei Golden Radiance pill book. I won't tell you anything." "Relax, you will." Lu Yang sneered coldly. "After all, I'm a disciple of Mending Heaven Peak in the Primordial Saint Sect." Much later, as the clouds scattered and the rain ceased. "What a pity it's not complete." Lu Yang closed his eyes and contemplated for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. "Only 1/3 of it. The remaining parts are restricted, impossible to extract." In the next second, he looked again at Yun Maiajin. Seeing this, Yun Maiajin clenched her silver teeth tightly, yet dared not show the slightest trace of resentment. She could only force a flattering smile. "You've already had me, isn't that enough?" Lu Yang looked disgusted. "What use are you?" Boom! Before Yun Maiajin could finish her sentence, Lu Yang flicked the Teiwei mirror. In an instant, wind and thunder raged on the spot. That enchanting figure was shattered into dust. At Skeleton Mountain, the atmosphere remained tense, with swords drawn and bows bent. Luo Wuya, Ayang Feng, and Yun Jikyu, all at the peak of Qi refining, stood in a standoff, none willing to yield. Just then, a streak of light suddenly flew in from the horizon. As it approached, the light converged, revealing an elderly monk clad in acacia and holding a meditation staff. He clasped his hands in greeting toward Yun Jikyu. Poor monk Ming Chan greets benefactor Yun. Yun Jikyu nodded slightly upon seeing this and said indifferently, "Demon-subduing Chan Master Ming Chan, I've heard of you. It seems you had some karmic connection with my uncle for a few years." Benefactor sees clearly. Ming Chan smiled faintly. In the past, when Senior Yun was seeking evil spirits in the East Sea, he once rested at my temple. I received his guidance, which led to my achievements today. At this moment, Skeleton Mountain was teeming with various individuals. With the opportunity for Foundation establishment at stake, not only were the Divine Martial Sect, Primordial Saint Sect, and Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion present, but also some renowned rogue cultivators drawn by reputation. Among them, demon-subduing Chan Master, Ming Chan stood out as an exceptional figure, being one of the rare rogue cultivators who had reached the peak of chi refining. However, it was evident that he was more inclined toward the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Seeing this, Luo Wuya, confident in having true person Yinshin as his backup, remained composed. On the other hand, Aoyang Feng couldn't help but frown. After all, as far as he knew, Ming Chan was no ordinary individual. Originally immortal, he had devoted himself to Buddhism for 3 lifetimes, unwavering in his resolve. As a result, he formed a karmic connection with the Buddhist sect, eventually inheriting the teachings of a high monk. With his 3 lifetimes of Buddhist affinity, his cultivation in the Buddhist path progressed rapidly. Moreover, the inheritance he received was the most aggressive and domineering, demon-subduing Chan, making him frequently engage in battles with demonic entities. His combat experience was extensive. At the very least, Aoyang Feng knew that if he were to face him, he wouldn't be confident of victory. Judging by the timing, Myajin should be returning soon. Yun Jikyu calculated with his fingers, then glanced at the already split-in-half Yun Myoking beside him and shook his head. It's a pity that Myoking ultimately couldn't escape her fate. Amitabha. Upon hearing this, Ming Chan also clasped his hands together, his face showing concern. I hope benefactor Myajin is unharmed. Fellow Taoist overthinks. Yun Jikyu chuckled softly. It's undeniable that the Blood Garment Tower Master does possess some skills. He likely mastered the demonic sect's profound yin shape capturing technique. However, since Myoking is already dead, Myajin should be safe. Speaking of which, this is also a matter of karma. Myoking stayed by that demon's side but was never violated by him. That's why she was killed by that demon today. Ming Chan nodded upon hearing this, then looked toward the market again, his thoughts racing. He wasn't just here to make acquaintances. More importantly, he wanted to seize the opportunity to climb the ranks of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. After all, if one could join a prestigious sect, who would want to remain a rogue cultivator? At that moment, a sudden explosion erupted from within the market. Seeing this, Yun Jikyu immediately laughed heartily. It must be that junior sister has achieved great success and returned victorious. Before his words fell, the heaven-evading sword trembled violently, its sword light bursting forth once more, tearing open the void. Then, a figure stepped out from within. In an instant, Yun Jikyu's laughter came to an abrupt halt. On the other side, Aoyang Feng also wore a face of suspicion, and even Luo Wuya's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with disbelief as he looked at the figure in midair. Lu Yang, he survived. Where's Fairy Myajin? Completely ignoring the commotion around him, Lu Yang stood proudly in the air. With a wave of his hand, the heaven-evading sword, now without its original master, immediately fell into his grasp. This was a fine treasure, and it was destined for him. The next moment, Yun Jikyu transformed into sword light and arrived directly at the edge of the market. He looked deeply at Lu Yang and said in a low voice, I underestimated you. Lu Yang glanced sideways, and you are? Yun Jikyu, Myajin's senior brother. Yun Jikyu's face was calm. Fairy Myajin's immortal path is not yet severed. Give me her true spirit, I want to send her for reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang paused, then suddenly laughed. Fellow Taoists may not know, but I am a disciple of Mending Heaven Peak of the Primordial Saint Sect. As soon as he said this, Yun Jikyu's expression changed drastically. What did you do to her? Lu Yang, however, paid no heed and laughed loudly. Fellow Taoist Myajin is of exceptional beauty and talent. What else could I do? Naturally, I raped her before killing her. Yun Jikyu's brows furrowed. finally revealing an angry expression. "You dare to covet the divine abilities of my sword pavilion." Lu Yang remained indifferent, calmly meeting his gaze. "What can you do to me?" Upon hearing this, a sharp killing intent suddenly shot out from Yun Jikyu's eyes. However, Lu Yang paid no attention, merely raising his head to look at the boundless sky. Struggling, "Damn it, I can't hold on anymore." At the moment he killed Yun Maiajin, Lu Yang knew exactly what situation he was about to face, a collective attack with no room for maneuver. More importantly, he clearly felt that after Yun Maiajin's death, an invisible fate suddenly blessed him, making his thoughts clearer, his comprehension greatly enhanced, and even the bottleneck of the 9th level of qi refining, which had remained unmoved for a long time, loosened significantly. Lu Yang understood well that Yun Maiajin had to die. It truly is an inescapable fate. That true person did it on purpose. He deliberately sent Yun Maiajin to find me, intending for her to kill me or for me to kill her. This was clearly forcing a duck onto the rack. Either Yun Maiajin killed him and was used by the Foundation establishment true person behind the scenes, or he killed Yun Maiajin and took her place. There was no third option. Foundation establishment true persons, how domineering they are. It was precisely because he figured this out that Lu Yang had no interest in Yun Jikyu's threats, knowing that no matter what, he couldn't hold on any longer. Because what that true person probably needed was a great battle, a life-and-death battle. Since that's the case, it's better to be straightforward. Lu Yang sighed, looked at Yun Jikyu again, and then adjusted his mindset. Thinking positively, at least this meant that the true person valued him. Not afraid of you being weak, just afraid you have no value. After several lifetimes of cultivation, Lu Yang understood this all too well. In the Primordial Saint Sect, only by demonstrating your value to survive do you have the right to live. At that moment, a figure suddenly approached. It was Ming Chan. "Amitabha." He stepped forward and said loudly, "Benefactor Lu, you must know that you cannot escape this calamity. However, this poor monk has a method that can save you from the sea of suffering." "Oh, save me." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang glanced at him and sneered. "Then I must thank the master for his kindness, but I wonder, what is the method the master speaks of?" Ming Chan clasped his hands together and said calmly, "Although you are deeply entrenched in the demonic path in this life, with accumulated sins hard to return from, you still harbor a kind heart. This poor monk is willing to personally send you into reincarnation. When you return in your next life, I will take you as my disciple. At that time, you may still have hope of attaining righteous fruits." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang was speechless. "Personally send me into reincarnation? Master, you also want to kill me." "Not to kill you, benefactor, but to form a karmic bond with you." Ming Chan's face was solemn, full of compassion. "When you are reborn, this poor monk will have you serve as a menial worker in the sword pavilion for 30 years. In this way, you can cleanse your karma and cultivate the righteous path in the future." "Righteous path, my ass." Lu Yang laughed loudly. "No matter how much you say, it's better to have a straightforward duel. In my Primordial Saint Sect, broken bones are the best argument." As soon as he finished speaking, a talisman appeared in his hand. "Return wind, return fire talisman." The next second the talisman shattered, and Lu Yang's aura instantly returned to its peak. Without another word, he drove his sword to strike. Outside the Skeleton Mountain Market, within a newly established temporary cave dwelling, multicolored mist surged and swirled, and within it, a woman of unparalleled beauty sat cross-legged, regulating her breath, inhaling and exhaling the mist. After a short while, all the mist finally converged. Subsequently, the colors of the multicolored mist gradually blended, ultimately transforming into a pure white divine light, devoid of any impurities, illuminating everything. "I've succeeded." As the pure white divine light condensed, the woman within the mist immediately opened her eyes, revealing a joyful expression. "7-colored pure light qi, I've achieved perfection in qi refining." The technique she cultivated was passed down by an elder of the Primordial Saint Sect, refining the 7-colored pure light qi, which appeared pure white but was actually a fusion of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet mist. Each color represented a purification, and after 7 purifications, the quality of the true qi reached the 4th grade. With this, Foundation establishment is within reach. Very Xianxia sighed. As for the 4th grade true qi being unsuitable for forming a golden core, it didn't matter to her. she never aspired to the golden core path anyway. Finding a piece of mist-gathering stone, this time was truly a stroke of fortune. It's just a pity about junior brother Lu. Cultivation is a path against the heavens. If he had left the market with me, perhaps he too would have had a chance at perfecting his chi refining. With a breakthrough achieved, Fairy Faxia's thoughts shifted. Previously, she had submitted to Lu Yang because he oversaw the market and could rival the perfection stage of chi refining. But now that she had broken through, Lu Yang was no longer as important. After all, rivaling was ultimately not the same as truly achieving it. Without the formation, Lu Yang's strength in her eyes was insufficient. Moreover, Fairy Faxia harbored dissatisfaction with Lu Yang's overly cautious behavior earlier, feeling it was merely an excuse due to his lack of strength. Boom! At that moment, the ground suddenly shook violently, and above the sky, spiritual tides surged, with rolling spiritual energy sweeping in, nearly causing Fairy Faxia to stumble. What's happening? Fairy Faxia quickly activated her escape light, flying into the air, looking towards the center of the spiritual tide's upheaval, and her delicate face suddenly changed. It's the market. Boom! A second loud explosion, another wave of spiritual tide, as if someone had detonated a spiritual energy bomb. Fairy Faxia hurriedly used her seven-colored pure light chi to protect herself. However, compared to the vast power of heaven and earth, her seven-colored pure light chi ultimately fell short of the crucial step. The fourth-grade true chi struggled to maintain stability, and for a moment she was like a small boat in a storm, constantly rocking. The originally pure white divine light was gradually beaten into a multicolored hue. This is the aftermath of a battle. Fairy Faxia deployed the Kixia smoke net shield to stabilize her form, her face showing horror. Such a phenomenon. Someone is fighting fiercely in the market. Could junior brother Lu be dead? Fairy Faxia's heart trembled, and she immediately flew towards the market. From a distance, she saw at the center of the spiritual tide a figure being besieged by several people. There were 3 attackers, and upon recognizing them, Fairy Faxia's expression became even more shocked. Xianxia of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, Tei Sword, Ayang Feng of the Divine Martial Sect, Heaven-Flipping Hercules, and the rogue cultivator, demon-subduing monk Ming Chan. They're joining forces. In her line of sight, above the Skeleton Mountain market, a blood-colored sword formation spread across the sky. Thousands of blood lights transformed into a vividly lifelike 8-clawed true dragon, charging left and right, swinging its tail and horns, finally letting out a dragon's roar that stirred the spiritual tide. Break! Each time the spiritual tide erupted, Xianxia, Ayang Feng, and Ming Chan were forced to retreat temporarily, but they quickly regrouped and pressed forward again. Amitabha, I didn't expect Benefactor Lu to have such fortune. 3rd grade true chi. Ming Chan pressed his palms together, a trace of surprise appearing on his usually calm face. 3rd grade true chi. That's already at the level of a true disciple in major sects. Thinking of this, Ming Chan's expression became even more compassionate. Benefactor, it seems we are fated. This time, sending you into reincarnation, I must inquire about your 3rd grade true technique. When you return in your next life, I can return the technique to you intact, fulfilling our master-disciple bond. Bald monk courting death. Lu Yang sneered, and the dragon formed by his true chi roared again. Simultaneously, the blood sun sword pill emerged, and the sword formation expanded with a roar. Well said, we act on behalf of heaven. Benefactor, why resist in vain? Seeing this, Ming Chan didn't confront head-on. Instead, he shook his cassia and the 7 treasures on it, Rui Pearl, Mani Pearl, Dust-Repelling Pearl, and others, instantly radiated Buddha light. Relying on this protective Buddha light, he retreated calmly, avoiding being caught in Lu Yang's sword formation. In fact, Lu Yang's ability to hold on until now owed much to the Blood Sun sword pill. After all, the grand formation within the sword pill ensured the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light would hit its target with immense power. Whenever he was at a disadvantage, he could use it to turn the tide. Of course, if he truly failed, the 100 Bones True Array could save his life, allowing him to make a comeback. Besides that, there was also the reason that the 3 opponents were unwilling to go all out. They're wary of my profound yin, form-capturing grand art. Lu Yang understood clearly that the more intense the battle, the more likely his opponent's chi would leak. Once Lu Yang seized it, it would be a fatal blow. Therefore, Xianxia and the others had a simple plan, to wear Lu Yang down. After all, they were three chi-refining perfectionists, each with formidable combat power. At this moment, the three joined forces against a chi-refining 8th-layer cultivator with a tenfold chance of victory. Even if Lu Yang had two grand formations to rely on, it was futile. If I were only at the 8th layer of chi refining, that would indeed be the case. Lu Yang's eyes flickered. He looked up at the sky, and a sudden realization arose in his heart. Today, now, is the time to break through. The next moment, Lu Yang let out a long howl towards the sky. And his true chi surged violently at that moment, unexpectedly impacting the 9th layer of chi refining. Seeing this, Xianxia and the others were momentarily stunned, then sneered. "Ignorant fool, breaking through during a battle, you've read too many novels. Breaking through during a battle is tantamount to seeking death. Cultivators, when breaking through, always sit in meditation and seclusion. Because during a breakthrough, true chi erupts, requiring full concentration. But if you're in a battle with external enemies interfering, how can you focus on breaking through?" However, at that moment, above Skeleton Mountain, in a higher-than-high place, a gaze fell, overlooking the people within Skeleton Mountain, as if observing puppets on a sand table. Interesting, courageous, and understands timing, not bad. True person Yinshin chuckled softly, then extended his hand, gently plucking as if playing a zither string. The originally deadly situation suddenly changed. This change was most deeply felt by Lu Yang. Just moments ago, he felt his true chi in chaos, forcing a breakthrough unprepared with a high risk of going astray. But suddenly everything changed. The chaos of his true chi was just right, coincidentally meeting the requirements for a breakthrough. The bottleneck was, unexpectedly, not as difficult as imagined, just enough for him to break through. Moreover, his state was blessed, instinctively stabilizing his cultivation after the breakthrough. Coincidence, luck beyond belief. Is this the feeling of being heaven's chosen? When fortune arrives, heaven and earth assist. He didn't even need to deliberately do anything to achieve the desired result. Boom! The next moment, under the astonished gazes of Xianxia and the others, Lu Yang boldly broke through, mastering the final transformation of the ninefold transforming dragon art, the flying fish transformation. And the flying fish transformation focuses on breaking through. Therefore, Lu Yang didn't pause. His newly advanced true chi surged again, under the enhancement of the flying fish transformation, launching an assault on the bottleneck of the 10th layer of chi refining. Then he naturally broke through again. Ninefold transforming dragon, chi refining perfection. Roar! For a moment, a clear dragon roar echoed throughout Skeleton Mountain. The sound swept over Xianxia and the others, revealing stiff and astonished faces. This is impossible. No, there's a true person manipulating karma. The next moment, Xianxia and the others finally reacted, their faces showing panic. They saw Lu Yang standing proudly in the air, then turning to look at them, revealing a sinister smile. Understand now, this is what it means to act on behalf of heaven. With a single thought from a foundation establishment true person, the world changes. To chi refining cultivators, a foundation establishment true person is like heaven. Whoever has a true person backing them is heaven's chosen, the one truly acting on behalf of heaven. Amitabha. The next moment, Ming Chan said nothing more. He shook his cassia, Buddha light flashed, and he was the first to disappear. Although Ming Chan was a rogue cultivator, he had received the teachings of the Buddhist sect, so he had some understanding of foundation establishment true persons and was even more aware of the terror of this realm. The so-called foundation establishment was merely a term used in the immortal sects. In the Buddhist sect, it had another name called Lotus Platform. Cultivators established their Tao foundation and were called true persons, while those who studied Buddhism sat upon the Lotus Platform and were called arhats. Although the names differed, the results were essentially the same. An arhat, there is an arhat behind Skeleton Mountain. Damn it, what opportunity. It's all fake. Clearly, there's an arhat luring people. Even if there is some opportunity, it's already predetermined by that arhat. Amitabha, damn. At this moment, Ming Chan had completely lost the demeanor of a Buddhist monk, reverting to his old habits in panic, spewing profanities incessantly. After all, before he practiced Buddhism, he was just a mountain bandit. It's quite laughable. Every time he killed someone and robbed the road, he would bow to a Buddha statue, never expecting that one day he would actually receive a Buddhist opportunity. The opportunity even said it was the merit he had accumulated over several lifetimes. So he put down the butcher's knife and became a Buddha on the spot. Since then, everything Ming Chan did went smoothly. He easily broke through to the peak of qi refining, just one step away from foundation establishment. However, now he only felt fear. The 3 lifetime merit and overwhelming luck that had always been favorable seemed to have lost their effect at this moment, only frantically warning him in the dark. Danger, certain death, run quickly. As Ming Chan fled, he gradually stopped, sweat pouring from his bald head, looking around to find that it was still the same as when he started. What is this place again? Was I really escaping just now? With confusion, the Buddhist light in Ming Chan's eyes gradually extinguished, and he unexpectedly went into a deviation, losing the vitality of the Dharma body he had cultivated for decades. He died. From beginning to end, the foundation establishment true person didn't even appear. Just a slight influence on the web of karma caused him to die naturally and inevitably. Meanwhile, outside the Skeleton Mountain Market, Yun Jikyu and Ayang Feng were also drenched in sweat. They didn't flee, not because they reacted slower than Ming Chan, but because they knew escaping was useless. Facing a foundation establishment true person, could you still escape? Rogue cultivators were just inexperienced. Especially Yun Jikyu, as Lu Yang broke through, he only felt that the originally clouded spiritual platform suddenly cleared, followed by intense panic surging in his heart. What am I doing? What did I just do? At this moment, a figure quietly appeared. It was a young man in a black robe, with a gloomy appearance and a pale complexion, seemingly just an ordinary Taoist priest commonly seen in the mortal world. Greetings, Senior. Without any hesitation, Yun Jikyu immediately sheathed his sword and saluted. The true person of Yinshin ignored him, only gazing intently at the skeleton mountain below, where a black flame was slowly rising from the earth's veins. On the other side, Lu Yang also had a sudden realization. Which ghost secret realm? The karma and fate in the dark told him that as he broke through, his fortune reached its peak, causing the witch ghost secret realm to sense it and choose to emerge for him. It really is fishing. The next second, the witch ghost secret realm, which had been continuously sending him a sense of intimacy, suddenly paused, followed by intense anger and fear erupting. This was the emotion of the secret realm spirit. The fish had taken the bait. Come here. The true person of Yinshin slowly spoke, without displaying any divine power. Just this one sentence caused the emerging witch ghost secret realm to uncontrollably fly towards him. Then Lu Yang couldn't help but curse inwardly, damn it. Because within the open secret realm, there was a blazing sword aura crouching like a tiger, seemingly waiting to deliver a fatal blow to those outside. Clang! The next second, Lu Yang's thoughts froze, his gaze locked onto a sword aura that seemed to see through his entire being. Golden Core Sword Aura. The true person of Yinshin took a step back, shielding Lu Yang in front of him. This was why he was always unwilling to act personally and chose to hide behind the scenes. In an instant, the true person of Yinshin felt fortunate. After all, if he had personally opened the witch ghost secret realm, he would be the unlucky one locked by the sword aura now. In the face of Golden Core Sword Aura, there was no difference between foundation establishment and qi refining. It was all a matter of one sword. However, unexpectedly, the sword aura didn't strike. Lu Yang only felt that the newly cultivated perfect true qi, the third-grade true dragon qi, trembled slightly, seemingly resonating with the sword aura in the secret realm. The two sides were thus in a stalemate. Seeing this scene, even the true person of Yinshin let out a light huh, looking at Lu Yang with some surprise, obviously not expecting such a variable. No one knew how much time passed. Lu Yang seemed to have passed some kind of test by the sword aura. The opponent no longer struck but directly dissipated on the spot, transforming into rolling spiritual energy returning to the heavens and earth. Only then did Lu Yang suddenly come to his senses, his stagnant thoughts resuming, his whole body instantly drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water. The 9 transformations dragon art, the inheritance of true person Panlong. You're lucky, true person Panlong is not a demonic cultivator. This golden core sword aura targets demonic cultivators. If you had cultivated our sect's technique, you would have died without a doubt. Fortunately, you practiced the 9 transformations dragon art. The true person of Yinshan looked at Liu Yang with some surprise, but didn't care too much. After all, the quality of the bait didn't matter, and Liu Yang's life or death was insignificant to him. Whether the fish was caught was the key. Since the witch ghost's secret realm had emerged, his purpose was achieved. It was time to reel in the line. The true person of Yinshan raised his hand and grabbed. The just-emerged witch ghost's secret realm, with black flames soaring into the clouds, immediately disappeared, turning into a stream of light falling into his palm. Good, good, a perfect heavenly corpse fiend. The true person of Yinshan looked satisfied. The cultivation of the Foundation establishment realm had its mysteries, requiring the chi of earth fiends, and the heavenly corpse fiend was the top among earth fiends. With this item, his breakthrough to mid-foundation establishment was certain. At this moment, Liu Yang suddenly stepped forward, knelt on one knee without a word, and said loudly, "Congratulations, senior brother, on obtaining this opportunity. The great Tao is now within reach." Not far away, Luo Wuya, the second senior brother of the Three Rivers Society, immediately changed his expression. Damn it, he got ahead. No wonder this kid could stand out among ordinary disciples, truly worthy of being a disciple of our sect, a shameless flatterer. Luo Wuya cursed Liu Yang inwardly while quickly stepping forward. Congratulations, senior brother, may your immortal life last 1,000 years. Ha ha ha, 1,000 years is the lifespan of a golden core. I can't afford that, can't afford that. Although he said so, the true person of Yinshan was obviously enjoying it, wishing Liu Yang and Luo Wuya would say more. In the end, even Yun Jikyu and Aoyang Feng forced themselves to offer a few congratulations. However, upon hearing this, the true person of Yinshan looked playfully at Aoyang Feng. The divine martial sect openly challenges our sect, and you still dare to speak in front of me. Aoyang Feng's scalp instantly tingled, trembling as he said, "You can't kill me. Our divine martial sect also has a true person. From now on, there won't be." The true person of Yinshan casually said something that made Aoyang Feng's liver and gallbladder split. "Since I can appear here, the divine martial sect's fate is already over. This is impossible, our divine martial sect." Before Aoyang Feng could finish his sentence, his entire body's blood and energy suddenly went berserk. In his shock and anger, he couldn't suppress his mind, only able to widen his eyes. Boom! With a loud bang, Aoyang Feng, a cultivator at the peak of Qi refining, exploded, turning into a sky full of light rain, quietly merging into the heavens and earth. Only after the light rain ceased did the true person of Yinshan look away, seeing Yun Jikyu from the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion drenched in sweat. However, in the end, he didn't act, merely waving his sleeve and disappearing with Luo Wuya and Liu Yang, leaving behind a silent skeleton mountain. For Liu Yang, this was an unprecedented experience. He was ascending. In a certain mysterious realm, his position was continuously rising towards a higher place, and all mundane things became increasingly insignificant to him. Is this the perspective of a Foundation establishment true person? Is this what ascension feels like? Liu Yang had an epiphany. No wonder most Foundation establishment true persons were elusive, transcending the mundane. Perhaps this height was one of the reasons. At the same time, he recalled the Tei golden radiance that Yun Maiajin had used in their previous duel. That great divine ability had given him a similar feeling, though not as high as now. Thinking back, perhaps great divine abilities were simulations of Foundation establishment. No wonder it was said that mastering a great divine ability could increase the success rate of Foundation establishment. It was like the difference between starting to climb from the foot of the mountain and starting from halfway up. With different starting points, the difficulty of reaching the summit naturally varied. The next second, Liu Yang's mind suddenly trembled violently. Immediately after, he seemed to fall into a place where one couldn't see their hand in front of them, seemingly all-encompassing, yet void and silent, with his spiritual consciousness unable to expand. However, the situation quickly changed. "Beasts, you bunch of beasts!" Accompanied by an enraged roar, a burst of colorful light suddenly exploded in the mysterious realm, and around the colorful light, strands of towering black energy sealed all directions. Whether it was the colorful light or the black energy, both felt as heavy as mountains to Liu Yang. However, judging from the situation, the colorful light was evidently firmly pinned in place by the black energy, and as time passed, large areas of the colorful light were being eroded by the black energy. The once vigorous roar also became increasingly feeble. Is this a foundation establishment battle? Liu Yang was filled with uncertainty, also understanding that he was merely hitching a ride on true person Yinshin's coattails and couldn't truly witness this battle between true persons. But relying on experiences from his previous lives, he still made a judgment. That colorful light is probably the true person from the divine martial sect. I see, this is another scheme, only this time the bait is the entire skeleton mountain. Thinking of this, Liu Yang suddenly felt enlightened. Because everything before his eyes unraveled a mystery he had never been able to solve. Obviously, true person Yinshin was fishing at Skeleton Mountain for the witch ghost secret realm, and judging from his words, this was likely related to his cultivation. But from beginning to end, there was only one foundation establishment cultivator at Skeleton Mountain, true person Yinshin. What about the foundation establishment cultivator of the divine martial sect? At first, Liu Yang thought that true person Yinshin had superior methods, able to set up the scheme without being noticed by the divine martial sect's true persons. But now it seemed that this wasn't the case. In fact, it was quite the opposite. This true person probably didn't hide anything at all but openly manipulated cause and effect, all to lure out the divine martial sect's foundation establishment cultivators. True person Yinshin was fishing at Skeleton Mountain, using himself as bait. And the Primordial Saint Sect was fishing across the entire northern frontier, using true person Yinshin as bait. Now the fish had taken the hook, and the foundation establishment cultivators of the divine martial sect had all fallen into the trap. Boom! In an instant, the entire world was in turmoil. A foundation establishment true person from the divine martial sect shouted loudly, "Demon sect, are you truly going to destroy our divine martial sect's orthodoxy this time? Otherwise..." A true person from the Primordial Saint Sect sneered, "Let me guess, are you still hoping for that group of lunatics from the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion? Let me tell you, they won't come. As early as 10 years ago, during the Battle of the Mass Grave in Jiangnan, our sect's supreme and the Sword Pavilion sect master reached an agreement. The northern frontier belongs to our sect, and the southern frontier to the Sword Pavilion. So today, our Primordial Saint Sect will destroy your divine martial sect, and in the future, the Sword Pavilion will destroy the myriad poison sect of Miaojiang. It's a one-for-one exchange. No one loses." "What? Impossible. Changguang, you're lying to me." Facing the divine martial sect's foundation establishment cultivator's angry rebuke, true person Changguang sneered, "Just take it as me lying to you. Anyway, after today, there will be no more divine martial sect." Kill. In an instant, the colorful light surged, finally transforming into 5 brilliant auras. However, instead of combining their forces, they scattered and fled rapidly in all directions. Scatter and escape, try to return to the sect. Escape, wishful thinking. It was still true person Changguang. This foundation establishment cultivator from the Primordial Saint Sect now appeared particularly domineering, laughing loudly. "Heaven and earth, there's nowhere you can escape." Boom! With a loud bang, Liu Yang completely lost all senses, fell into unconsciousness, and didn't know how long it took before he slowly regained consciousness, feeling as if he were in a dream. "Awake!" A voice came from his ear, and Liu Yang's pupils suddenly contracted, becoming fully alert. Looking around, he realized he was back in the forest of Skeleton Mountain. Beside him, true person Yinshin stood with his hands behind his back, looking at him with a faint smile. "Greetings, senior brother." Without hesitation, Liu Yang immediately performed a grand salute. "Rise." True person Yinshin raised his hand slightly, chuckled, and said, "You helped me seize the witch ghost secret realm this time, which is a great contribution, so I'll give you some advice." "Please enlighten me, senior brother," Liu Yang said respectfully. "First of all, I previously forcibly elevated your fortune and helped you seize others' fortune. Although this allowed you to make rapid progress in a short time, the hidden dangers are immense." True person Yinshin deliberately paused after speaking, seeing that Liu Yang's expression remained unchanged, showing neither pride nor fear. Only then did he nod slightly and continue. "Therefore, according to my calculations, your luck will be extremely poor for the next 30 years. It's best not to cultivate or go out, otherwise there's a risk of death." "I accept your guidance," Liu Yang said, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. After all, although he lost 30 years of luck, true person Yinshin gained a witch ghost secret realm. Without achieving foundation establishment, one remains a pawn. Does a pawn dare to be dissatisfied? If a foundation establishment true person is willing to use you, that's already your blessing. Moreover, true person Xianxia was willing to give him a reminder, which was already considering that he had joined the Three Rivers Society and was, in a way, his subordinate. Seeing Lu Yang so sensible, true person Xianxia was quite satisfied and said with a smile, "In any case, you helped me succeed, which counts as a great merit. As the leader of the Three Rivers Society, I always reward merit. I see that you've already broken through to the 10th level of Qi refining. Next, it's just foundation establishment. How about this? I'll grant you a foundation establishment rare treasure. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yang's eyes widened instantly. A foundation establishment rare treasure. That's it. Zhao Zhu from 2 lifetimes ago probably obtained his first foundation establishment rare treasure this way. It's just that now I've replaced him. No wonder he had been stationed in the market for so long, sending people to gather information daily, yet hadn't seen even a shadow of a foundation establishment rare treasure. Thinking back, that was probably just a rumor Zhao Zhu from 2 lifetimes ago deliberately released to mislead those with ulterior motives and confuse the public. Lu Yang's mind was racing, filled with excitement and desire. However, in the end, his expression gradually calmed down. After closing his eyes and pondering for a moment, he actually shook his head and said, "Senior brother, may I exchange it for another reward?" "Oh?" This time, true person Xianxia was genuinely surprised. "Are you sure? The Ascension token, I can at least increase the probability of foundation establishment by 10%. "I'm sure." Lu Yang nodded. Foundation establishment rare treasures were indeed precious, but he knew very well that in the next 30 years, with his luck damaged, he couldn't protect this rare treasure. For him now, a foundation establishment rare treasure was not an opportunity, but a root of disaster, highly likely to lead to his untimely death. This could be seen from Zhao Zhu's end 2 lifetimes ago. Therefore, Lu Yang still relied on great determination to suppress his greed. "For me, there's no need to rush. I have just completed Qi refining and still have much room for growth, such as great divine abilities. Foundation establishment rare treasures can be obtained in a few lifetimes later as well." Lu Yang's certainty made true person Xianxia fall silent. To be honest, at first, he didn't intend to pay attention to Lu Yang. Mainly because he had broken through 2 realms consecutively, knew how to assess the situation, and was a member of the Three Rivers Society, he developed some thoughts of nurturing him. After a moment he spoke again. "What reward do you want to exchange for?" Lu Yang said without hesitation, "I want a treasure that can enhance comprehension." After all, the great divine ability he possessed, the Taiyan body-shedding corpse liberation true method, still lacked the Taiwei pardon talisman to be completed, and it heavily relied on comprehension. If one couldn't do it, they just couldn't. Therefore, without a treasure that could enhance comprehension, Lu Yang estimated that even after several lifetimes, he might not be able to master this divine ability. Primordial Saint Sect, Sky-reaching Sea of Clouds. When Lu Yang returned to Mending Heaven Peak, his entire body was battered, with hardly a patch of uninjured flesh. His injuries were even more severe than those sustained during the great battle at Skeleton Mountain. While traveling back to the sect on a flying boat, he was ambushed by righteous sects. A Qi refining perfection cultivator used a divine ability to slice his left hand down to the bone. His face was riddled with sores, a result of being stung by a scorpion beast's tail during a forest encounter. These were just the visible injuries. Beneath the surface, his meridians, acupoints, and Danshan's purple mansion were all damaged to varying degrees, inflicted by opponents weaker than himself. This is what it means to have one's luck run out, leaving a hero powerless. Lu Yang wore a helpless expression. His fortune for the next 30 years had been prematurely exhausted by true person Xianxia's fishing technique. Now, misfortune clung to him, making everything go awry. Initially, Lu Yang attempted to fight back. However, whenever he engaged in combat, various mishaps occurred. Old injuries flared up, he overexerted himself, or his divine abilities backfired. In the end, he could only keep fleeing. Still, being at Qi refining perfection, his life force was resilient enough to endure until he returned to the sect. As for the sect's campaign to annihilate the Divine Martial Sect following the Skeleton Mountain incident, Lu Yang dared not participate. Given his current state, where even going to the toilet could lead to disaster, He feared that a Foundation establishment true person could kill him from 800 miles away with a single slap. Upon returning to the sect, Lu Yang immediately secluded himself in his cave dwelling. He deployed the heaven-slashing blood river sword formation outside, plastered talismans all over the interior and exterior, completely sealing off the cave to isolate himself from any external disturbances. For the next 30 years, I'm not stepping outside. Moreover, with misfortune entangling him, even cultivating was a luxury. Not to mention improving his cultivation, the only likely outcome was going berserk. Fortunately, he had already reached chi refining perfection, so further cultivation wasn't necessary. Lu Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion and retrieved a jade slip from his storage bag. Unlike ordinary jade slips, this one was a brilliant golden color. This item was called the Bright Tao Jade Slip. As a substitute for a Foundation establishment rare treasure, true person Xianxia had bestowed it upon him. As he wished, it was a secret treasure that could aid in comprehending Taoist arts. Whenever one encountered difficulties in cultivation, they could inject their questions into the jade slip, which would provide answers. Within the chi refining realm, its accuracy was 100%, effectively equivalent to having a Foundation establishment true person deducing divine abilities for you, a timely solution for Lu Yang. Given my current state, there's no way to comprehend divine abilities. After all, with my bad luck, I'm bound to go down the wrong path, or worse, a deviant one. But this Bright Tao Jade Slip is different. True person Xianxia said that this rare item has vaguely touched upon the threshold of Foundation establishment, so its answers won't be affected by my misfortune. Despite this, Lu Yang didn't rush to use it to comprehend the Teiwei Pardon Talisman. Although his great divine ability, the Teian Body-Shedding Corpse Liberation True Method, only lacked this final component, he valued another gain from Skeleton Mountain even more, the Tei Golden Radiance Pill Book. Of course, he hadn't obtained the complete Tei Golden Radiance Pill Book. After all, he wasn't a true disciple of Mending Heaven Peak, and the grade of dual cultivation methods was limited. So, even after nearly draining Yun Maiajin, he hadn't managed to acquire the entire book. He had only obtained 1/3 of it, a divine ability named Tei Primordial Essence Jade Radiance. As the name implied, once cultivated, this divine ability could condense a jade-colored essence light. When applied to the body, it rendered the flesh indestructible like diamond. Additionally, it had the effect of healing physical injuries. This aspect was particularly crucial for Lu Yang now, as his body was severely damaged due to misfortune. Once my injuries and luck recover, I might need to find a body refinement technique to cultivate. With this in mind, Lu Yang immediately took out his disciple token and contacted second senior brother Luo Wuya of the Three Rivers Society to inquire about suitable techniques. As a chi refining perfection cultivator, he now had the qualification to speak with Luo Wuya as an equal. Soon Luo Wuya replied, "There is indeed a technique well suited for you, junior brother, but it's not yet time to cultivate it. Perhaps wait a few years, and I'll inform you when the time comes." Lu Yang readily agreed, and then entered seclusion. A few years later, a spirited young man arrived outside Lu Yang's cave dwelling. The young man, named Wang Song, had recently joined the sect a few days prior. Through the recommendation of his grandfather, Wang Borong, he had joined the Three Rivers Society and accepted a commission from Luo Wuya. Senior brother Luo had an agreement with senior brother Lu regarding a body refinement technique. However, after years of bloody battles with the Divine Martial Sect, senior brother Luo has achieved great merits and received a Foundation establishment rare treasure from a true person. He's preparing to break through to Foundation establishment and cannot come personally, so he sent me to deliver the technique. But now senior brother Lu is also in seclusion. What should I do? Wang Song furrowed his brow in frustration. In the end, he decided to find a cave dwelling near Lu Yang's and settle in, reasoning that he was young and had time to wait for Lu Yang to emerge. With this thought, Wang Song glanced at Lu Yang's cave dwelling, eyes filled with anticipation. As far as he knew, this senior brother Lu had once been an ordinary disciple, but had risen to chi refining perfection, and was now on the verge of Foundation establishment. If senior brother Lu can do it, so can I. I'm currently at chi refining level 1. As long as I study diligently and work tirelessly, I can also become someone like senior brother Luo and senior brother Lu in the future. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Never underestimate a young man's potential. In the cultivation world, years pass unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had gone by. Mending Heaven Peak's library pavilion. Now over 50 years old, Wang Song had been stuck at the bottleneck of Qi refining level 3 for over a decade, with little progress in cultivation. His appearance had aged noticeably. The elder who had introduced him to the sect, Wang Borong, had long since passed away, leaving him with a secure position as a library pavilion steward and a cave dwelling with a 30-year mortgage. Fortunately, with consistent diligence over 30 years, he was close to paying off the loan. The sharp edges of youth had long been worn away. Now, Wang Song's face bore only the numbness inflicted by the sect's hardships. His initial resolve of never underestimate a young man's potential had shifted to respect the deceased. Just getting by. Looking on the bright side, at least he was close to paying off his cave-dwelling loan. This way, when his son joined the sect, he would have a foundation to build upon. At that moment, a loud noise suddenly echoed from afar. Ahem. Wang Song looked up in confusion and saw that the cave dwelling he had both loved and hated, once cursed at but never opened, had suddenly activated. He's out of seclusion. Senior brother Lu is out of seclusion. The next second the cave dwelling opened, and Wang Song saw a handsome young man, as spirited as his younger self 30 years ago, strolling out. 30 years had passed, yet time had left no mark on him. Then, as if sensing Wang Song's gaze, the handsome young man suddenly turned his head. His calm eyes seemed to penetrate one's soul. You are? Lu Yang looked curious. With a thought, a halo appeared behind his head, resembling a full moon, filled with intricate talismanic script. The script resembled dragons and phoenixes, evoking a contradictory feeling. At first glance, it appeared as tiny as a mustard seed, but upon closer inspection, one could become immersed, as if witnessing the vast universe. Over time, the script transformed, displaying scenes of birds, flowers, fish, insects, and all manner of life. Teiwei Pardon Talisman. The final divine ability of the Teian body-shedding corpse liberation true method. Unlike the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light or the profound yin form-capturing grand art, was not used for combat. It was used for divination. Thus, when Lu Yang's gaze fell upon Wang Song, as the talisman operated, the event's causes and effects were no longer a mystery to him. Wang Song's identity, his ancestors, cultivation techniques, level, divine abilities, and even the reason for waiting outside the cave dwelling, all were revealed to Lu Yang. The sensation of having all things within one's grasp made Lu Yang reflect. Perhaps this is what it feels like to be a foundation establishment true person. Of course, this was also due to the significant cultivation gap between him and Wang Song. Divining a Qi refining perfection cultivator wouldn't be so effortless. This indicated that he was still far from being a foundation establishment true person. On the other side, Wang Song had finally seen the senior brother Lu he had longed for over the decades. As he stumbled forward to pay his respects, he heard a sigh. No need for formalities, just give me the item. Wang Song dared not delay. He quickly produced a jade slip he had kept for 30 years. Lu Yang scanned it with his spiritual sense, the restrictions lifted, and the contents emerged. Luo Wuya hadn't deceived him. It was indeed a body refinement technique well suited for him. Its name was Saint's Theft. Regarding Wang Song, Lu Yang did not pay much attention, at most sighing that his friend from previous lifetimes, the elder of the library pavilion, Wang Borong, actually had descendants. Perhaps in future lives, he could take care of them again. For now, he had more important matters to attend to. Activating his escape light, Lu Yang left the cave dwelling and simultaneously took out the bright Dao jade slip to begin comprehending the saint's theft. An ancient saying goes, if the sage does not die, the great thief does not cease. This does not mean that sages are thieves, but that sages establish laws for the world, which, while regulating worldly conduct, also provide convenience for great thieves. However, this is the orthodox interpretation. The understanding within the saint's theft is entirely different. The saint's theft states, the sage uses his own rules to profit himself. Those who do not comply are regarded as bandits. The so-called sage is the great thief who steals the world. Therefore, to cultivate this body refinement technique, one must establish a method of cultivation for the world. When all people follow this method, the cultivator can steal the fate of the world's people to nourish himself. This is the true meaning of the technique. The sage is the great thief, and the great thief is the great Tao, using the smoke and fire of the human world to forge the golden body of the sage. Once the golden body is forged, the physique becomes as firm as the sage's law, unchanging for 10,000 generations, ranking among the top 10, even among the many body refinement techniques of the Primordial Saint Sect. Seeing this, Lu Yang was simply amazed. Turning all the world's people into cultivation resources, is the Primordial Saint Sect still the same sect? Every time I develop a slight fondness for it, it always manages to open my eyes anew. To be honest, ever since meeting Ming Chan, Yun Miajan, and others, Lu Yang's impression of the orthodox path had significantly declined. Indeed, the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion and other orthodox sects treated their own people quite well, aligning with orthodox standards in all aspects, but this only applied to their own people. What defines their own people? The orthodox path emphasizes cause and effect, past and present lives. If you accumulated good karma and merit in your past life, then you are considered one of their own and can receive favor from the orthodox path. Conversely, if you committed evil in your past life and have karmic debts, then even if you are innocent in this life, you cannot enter the orthodox path and may even be killed under the pretext of it's for your own good, cleansing karma, or opportunities await in the next life. Yun Miajan, that madwoman, is a typical example. In contrast, Lu Yang discovered the dividing line between the orthodox and demonic paths. For the Primordial Saint Sect, disciples are all talents, so they accept students without discrimination, regardless of past lives or merit. The orthodox path, however, emphasizes acting on behalf of heaven. Reincarnation, cause and effect, and fate are highly valued by the orthodox path, often using these as criteria for recruiting disciples. Both have their pros and cons. The difference lies in who is more anthropomorphic. Thinking of this, Lu Yang felt helpless. There isn't a single normal sect. What has become of this world? It must be a systemic problem. While pondering, Lu Yang had already arrived deep within the sea of clouds. Soon, a majestic and grand black mountain range came into view, Yinshan, which also served as the headquarters of the Three Rivers Society. At this moment, a loud laugh suddenly rang out. "Junior brother Lu, you've finally come out of seclusion." The next second, a figure identical to 30 years ago appeared outside Yinshan. Seeing this, Lu Yang smiled slightly and cupped his hands in greeting. "Greetings, senior brother Luo. No need for formalities between us." Luo Wuya smiled and patted Lu Yang's shoulder. He had always valued Lu Yang, otherwise he wouldn't have specially sent him the saint's theft technique. He had also somewhat guessed Lu Yang's intentions. "Junior brother, you've come for the saint's theft, haven't you?" Lu Yang nodded and said, "This technique is indeed profound and mysterious, but its scope is vast, and it takes a long time to cultivate. I'm afraid it can't be accomplished overnight." "Ha ha ha," Luo Wuya laughed heartily. "Junior brother, you don't really plan to leave the Primordial Saint Sect and start cultivating this technique from scratch in the mortal world, do you? The Primordial Saint Sect is vast and rich in resources, full of talents. Why go through such trouble? Regarding the saint's theft, the sect already has a complete cultivation method." Lu Yang cupped his hands. "Please enlighten me, senior brother." "Follow me." Luo Wuya led Lu Yang into a grand hall within Yinshan. At the center of the hall stood a massive crystal sphere. This place is called the secret realm of law refinement. Seeing Lu Yang's puzzled expression, Luo Wuya pointed at the crystal sphere and explained, "Don't be fooled by its size. This is a creation of a Tao Lord." "Tao Lord?" Lu Yang was shocked. Foundation establishment cultivators are called true persons, golden core cultivators are called true lords, and only nascent soul cultivators are honored as Tao Lords. This object was actually crafted by such an existence. Within the secret realm of law refinement are 140 million living beings, each with strong vitality and pure souls. One person here is equivalent to more than 10 mortals outside. Whether for refining magical treasures or cultivating techniques, they are top-notch materials. "Junior brother, it's perfect for you to cultivate the saint's theft." Upon hearing this, Lu Yang gasped, 140 million talents. It seemed that, with his breakthrough to the great perfection of qi refining and joining the foundation establishment faction of the Three Rivers Society, he now qualified to learn some of the sect's true foundations. At this moment, the secret realm suddenly radiated light. The next second, a young man in black robes emerged, his face filled with frustration. Damn it, a bunch of stubborn people. Failed again. After speaking, the young man glanced at Luo Wuya but said nothing and left directly. Seeing this, Lu Yang naturally remained silent. Only after the young man had gone did he look at Luo Wuya, who showed a hint of schadenfreude. He's also an inner sect true disciple, the only son of true person Changguang named Changming. Don't mind him, he failed in cultivating the saint's theft again. I won't hide it from you, junior brother, the saint's theft isn't easy to cultivate. At this point, Luo Wuya regained a solemn expression. Don't underestimate the people in the secret realm. Although they are talents, they are not fools. You know, junior brother, the saint's theft requires creating a cultivation method from scratch for the world, and only then can one cultivate it. The more profound the created technique, the greater the feedback upon success. However, we are not Tao lords. The techniques we create are mostly shallow and easily seen through. That's why the saint's theft often fails. In the past, some disciples cultivating the saint's theft were even discovered by the living beings, who feigned cooperation and ultimately turned on them, making them laughingstocks of the sect. So, think carefully about how to cultivate this technique, junior brother. After speaking, Luo Wuya took out a jade slip and handed it to Lu Yang. I also cultivated this technique back then and have some shallow experience. Thank you, senior brother. It's all for the Three Rivers Society. I'm still waiting for you to achieve great success and come out of seclusion. If you truly master the saint's theft, you'll be quite formidable among the true disciples. Upon hearing this, Lu Yang raised an eyebrow, catching the implication in Luo Wuya's words. Only by mastering the saint's theft would he be formidable. So, he's not impressive enough now. Lu Yang remained calm, still respectfully saluting before approaching the secret realm of law refinement. With a sweep of his spiritual sense, numerous information streams flowed into his mind. It should be said that this was indeed a creation of a Tao Lord. This secret realm could actually be configured. Human culture, geography, and architecture could all be shaped according to his thoughts. This power to change the world with a single thought made Lu Yang both respectful and deeply apprehensive. Because in his heart, a thought lingered. The secret realm was a creation of a Tao Lord. Since the Tao Lord could do such terrifying things within the secret realm, could he possess the same power in reality? The living beings within the secret realm were talents to him. Then, what were the cultivators of the Primordial Saint Sect to the Tao Lord? Lu Yang dared not think further, only sighing helplessly. Damn it, the Primordial Saint Sect is full of talents. Standing before the secret realm, Lu Yang carefully contemplated this creation of the Tao Master, while pondering how to configure the secret realm to best benefit himself. First of all, I will definitely not step onto the stage. I only need to scatter the seeds and then wait for them to blossom and bear fruit. If there is no mastermind from the beginning, naturally no one will investigate. Secondly, I do not need a peaceful world. After all, only in chaotic times do heroes emerge, and only in chaos can one fish in troubled waters. Even if a hero who discovers the truth does appear, he won't be able to stir up much trouble. Because I can simply let heroes deal with heroes, and let the brave contend with the brave. Thus, a large number of settings were input into the secret realm. In the next moment, the entire secret realm radiated light, rotating in circles. Within it, Lu Yang seemed to see countless scenes of the mortal world constantly changing. Seeing this, Luo Wuya took the initiative to say, Junior brother is about to enter the secret realm for cultivation, so I won't disturb you. I wish you success in advance. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother, Lu Yang replied with a bow. I will remember your guidance, and when I achieve success in the future, if you have any requests, please feel free to ask. Upon hearing this, Luo Wuya immediately smiled with satisfaction. Junior brother is destined for great things. In the next second, the light of the secret realm engulfed Lu Yang. Quite impressive. Inside the secret realm, Lu Yang stood atop a mountain peak, his eyes filled with curiosity, feeling that the surrounding flowers, plants, and trees all appeared so real. But there are still flaws, it's not perfect. A halo appeared behind Lu Yang's head as the Tewei Pardon talisman operated, divining and deducing, instantly seeing through the illusions and discovering flaws that differed from the real world. These flaws were minor and existed in the microscopic domain, which Lu Yang could only perceive through his divination abilities. Ordinary cultivators could not see these flaws from a macroscopic perspective, And as for those talents who had lived in the secret realm since birth, it was even more impossible for them to notice anything amiss. Rather than calling it a world, it's more like a massive stage set. The flowers, birds, fish, and insects all were real. However, the world that composed all of this was entirely fake in nature, no different from a pigsty in a rural mortal's home. This is the talent cultivation base of the first Saint Demon sect. Lu Yang shook his head, no longer sighing, and began preparing for his grand undertaking of imparting the Tao, the most important aspect of which was establishing a cultivation system. With the bright Tao Jade slip, it's no wonder Luo Wuya said that the Saint Thief is very suitable for me. Because the bright Tao Jade slip, this artifact of deduction, could make the cultivation system he created have fewer flaws and be less likely to be noticed by the locals within the secret realm. The cultivation system must not be too complex. After all, with my abilities, the more complex it is, the less it can withstand scrutiny. So simplicity is best. It should be understandable to fools and cultivable by anyone. But it also can't be too weak. If the strongest in this system only reach the first layer of chi refining, although they won't pose a threat to me, the chi fortune that the Saint Thief can steal will be pitifully small, which would be detrimental to my cultivation. So I should be bold and elevate the system's peak combat power. Thinking of this, Lu Yang suddenly had an epiphany. The true disciple that senior brother Luo mentioned, who was counterkilled by someone in the secret realm, probably also wanted to maximize benefits like me, but ended up failing unexpectedly. No, I need to set up an insurance policy. Lu Yang pondered continuously and finally had a framework. With the help of the bright Tao Jade slip, numerous details were filled in, eventually forming a complete system. After a moment, Lu Yang made a decision. Since the Saint Thief is ultimately a body-refining cultivation method, if he were to establish a cultivation system, it should naturally focus on body refinement, making the cultivation process more efficient. Regarding the physique, the most advanced knowledge Lu Yang possessed came from Yun Maiajan's Tei Primordial Essence Jade Radiance. Therefore, he planned to use this divine ability as the foundation. Thinking of this, Lu Yang immediately began to activate the divine ability. Heart fire, lung metal, spleen earth, liver wood, kidney water. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, tendons, bones, flesh, blood, will. Lu Yang calmed his mind, gathering the radiance condensed from his 5 viscera and all parts of his body into himself, then directing it towards the heavenly gate atop his head, erupting from his crown. Brilliant flames shone, enveloping Lu Yang, eliminating all flaws, making his physique as translucent as jade. This was the Tei Primordial Essence Jade Radiance. At the same time, Lu Yang also used the bright Tao Jade slip to record all the changes of this divine ability. Based on this, he quickly organized a complete system. This method shall be named Martial Tao. Martial Tao cultivators prioritize blood and qi, mastering the 5 elements within the body, opening the 9 orifices of heaven, and breaking through the mysteries of creation. A consummate martial artist should be comparable to the late stage of qi refining. However, although martial Tao enhances divine power, it cannot achieve flight. This was Lu Yang's insurance policy. Martial artists cannot fly. In this way, even in the worst-case scenario where he is counterattacked by someone in the secret realm, at worst, he can simply fly away. If he can't win, he can at least escape. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Yang finally awoke from his meditative state. In his hand, there was already a book recording the martial Tao. In the next second, as Lu Yang's thoughts moved, the book suddenly emitted golden light, splitting into 4 in midair, then dispersing towards the horizon. The pieces are set. Let's see what changes the future will bring. Lu Yang smiled slightly, then turned and returned to the temporarily established cave dwelling, entering seclusion once again. In terms of cultivation, he still had many unfinished matters. For example, he had now mastered the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light, the profound yin form-capturing grand art, and the Teiwei pardon talisman, the 3 divine abilities that compose the Teiyin body-shedding corpse liberation true method, just like Yun Maiajan back then. However, he still had no clue how to integrate them. This wasn't because he didn't know the method. In fact, the final step of the Teiyin body-shedding corpse liberation true method was very simple, with the key being 1 sentence. Die through Teiyin, temporarily pass the 3 gates. Tei guards the corpse, 3 souls camp in the bones, 7 spirits attend the flesh, fetal spirit records qi, thus reforming the body, reborn to ascend to the heavens. In short, it requires dying once. Only after death can one shed and transform. Although failure means true death, success allows one to transform into an immortal fetus, possessing part of the power of a foundation establishment true person. This step isn't actually difficult for most people. It's merely a matter of whether the cultivator dares to gamble on the probability between life and death, and whether they have the luck to succeed. However, for Lu Yang, this was an insurmountable chasm. Because once I die, I immediately restart. After restarting, everything returns to the beginning. What talk is there of shedding after death? Thinking of this, Lu Yang couldn't help but laugh bitterly. All along, the Book of 100 Lifetimes had been his greatest reliance. No matter what danger he encountered, he had the confidence to face it, at worst starting over. Unexpectedly, the Book of 100 Lifetimes had become an obstacle to his further progress. Time flew by swiftly, and the years passed like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 30 years had gone by once more. When Lu Yang opened his eyes again, although his appearance showed no signs of aging, a strand of white had appeared amidst his once jet-black hair. In the blink of an eye, I'm already 80 years old. Although chi-refining cultivators lived longer than ordinary people, their lifespan was only about 150 years, not significantly longer. At 80, he was already considered middle-aged. In another 20 years, Zhao Zhu's stealing heaven's secrets would be unlocked. Although there's no hope of reaching foundation establishment in this lifetime, once I master the saintly theft, I can attempt foundation establishment again to gain experience in advance. The path of Tao was within sight. The path of Tao was within sight. Even the Taiyan body-shedding corpse liberation true method, after 30 years of secluded research, he had successfully developed a clever secret technique with the help of the bright Tao Jade slip. To truly cultivate the Taiyan shedding form corpse dissolution true method, one must experience death before shedding, but if I die, it will trigger the Book of 100 Lifetimes to restart. However, this death isn't absolute. The Taiyan shedding form corpse dissolution true method doesn't truly cause the cultivator to die. The so-called death actually refers only to the physical body. After the physical body dies, it refines underground, claws and hair grow subtly, the corpse appears lifelike, and over time it achieves the Tao. But for others, the death of the physical body is true death. After all, the physical body is the vessel of the soul. Once the body dies, the soul gradually dissipates, and death is only a matter of time. However, conversely, as long as I keep my soul conscious while letting the physical body die, preventing the soul from dying, the Book of 100 Lifetimes won't be triggered. In this way, there might be an opportunity for death before shedding. This was the solution provided by the bright Tao Jade slip, and Lu Yang found it highly feasible. The only issue was the clever secret technique he had developed for this purpose. Although, according to the deductions of the bright Tao Jade slip, this secret technique is sufficient to stabilize my soul after the death of the physical body, I have never seen a soul that truly exists independently of the body. If I could witness it once and record it with the bright Tao Jade slip, having the data would perfect the secret technique. More importantly, Lu Yang knew that such existences did exist in the world. Foundation establishment true persons. Foundation establishment true persons have a natural lifespan of 300 years, which is actually just the lifespan of the physical body. The soul's lifespan is much longer, so they often choose to reincarnate after death. Although after reincarnation everything starts anew, and cultivation falls back to the foundation establishment level, there is no mystery of the womb. Before the age of 8, they will inevitably awaken past memories, and thereafter, cultivation progresses rapidly. As long as they can reach foundation establishment again, they can gain another 300 years of natural lifespan. Of course, this cannot continue indefinitely, because each reincarnation consumes one's achievements. If the foundation establishment true person's Tao practice doesn't grow, they will only become weaker over time. The first reincarnation is undoubtedly a prodigy. The second reincarnation can still be outstanding among people. By the third reincarnation, they become an ordinary genius. By the fourth or fifth life, if the foundation establishment true person's cultivation hasn't improved, they will completely become ordinary, no longer transcendent as before. This is the so-called, the fruit of a true person is severed after 5 lifetimes. Moreover, after reincarnation, it's not guaranteed to return to foundation establishment. Once a true person reincarnates, if they can't suppress their fate, past karma will follow. A slight mistake, and premature death is quite normal. Therefore, every true person is extremely cautious when reincarnating, concealing their fate, and rarely informing outsiders to avoid unexpected karmic tribulations. Under such circumstances, how difficult is it to witness the reincarnated soul of a Foundation establishment true person? Thinking of this, Lu Yang felt a headache again and had to temporarily set it aside, turning to calculate whether his grand plan of spreading the Tao had made any progress. Tewei Talisman, Decree of Heavenly Pardon. Lu Yang pinched his fingers and recited the incantation. The Tewei Talisman divined the heavenly secrets, and his mind quickly immersed into the omnipresent karmic web of the world, beginning a keyword search. Soon, corresponding information emerged in his mind. At the end of the Great Zhou dynasty, the emperor was tyrannical and the people suffered. Thus, the heavenly book appeared, divided into 4 volumes, scattered among the people, causing hidden dragons to rise across the land. After the chaos settled, the 4 volumes of the heavenly book found their owners. 1 volume was held by the Heoran Academy, passed down through generations of scholars. 1 was obtained by the Hanging Temple, becoming the supreme scripture of Buddhism. 1 was annotated by the Celestial Master Mansion, serving as the token of successive celestial masters. Only the last volume was lost among the common people, its whereabouts unknown. Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism, the 3 schools divided the world, becoming the source of contemporary martial arts. Excellent, excellent. Lu Yang's face showed joy, and he immediately activated the saintly theft. In the next moment, he felt a surge of overwhelming fate sweeping over him, instantly engulfing his body. In an instant, Lu Yang's body exploded. However, miraculously, after the explosion, his body did not turn into flesh and blood but transformed into countless specks of dust, with Lu Yang's consciousness residing at the center of the dust. He could feel that each speck of his physical body's dust was being tempered and refined by the burning fate. Human worldly experiences refine the golden body of a saint. After a long time, until the overwhelming fate was exhausted, the dust regrouped and reformed Lu Yang's body. However, this time, his body had undergone a tremendous transformation. Saintly theft golden body, minor achievement. A gleam flashed in Lu Yang's eyes. Then he took a step, and in an instant, a terrifying ripple capable of shaking mountains spread out like waves. Under the impact of this terrifying ripple, the cliff cave dwelling where Lu Yang was located seemed to experience an upheaval. Rocks tumbled down as if an invisible storm was raging. Countless fierce birds and beasts were startled, looking toward the mountain where Lu Yang was in seclusion, then fled in panic. Feels pretty good. Lu Yang exhaled deeply, feeling for the first time the solidity of his body. Now, he feared that his physical body alone could rival the late stage of qi refining. However, in the next second, his expression turned solemn. According to senior brother Luo's experience, the saintly theft uses the people of the world as resources, greatly damaging virtue. Minor achievement can still be muddled through, but major achievement will inevitably attract tribulations. Many who cultivated the saintly theft failed because of this tribulation. The lucky ones could save their lives, while the unlucky ones, like that true disciple who was counterkilled by a native in the secret realm, died unexpectedly. But now I remain behind the scenes. Who in the secret realm could become my tribulation? Thinking of this, Lu Yang couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Jiangnan Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Yun Jikyu stood on a pavilion, but compared to his heroic demeanor 60 years ago, he now looked like an old man nearing death. At this moment, a flying letter broke through the air. Yun Jikyu caught the letter and looked at it intently. His expression changed dramatically, and he immediately rode a light of escape, soon arriving at the ancestral home of the Yun family. As soon as he entered, a young man with a sorrowful expression came out. Upon seeing Yun Jikyu, he cried out, "Granduncle, the patriarch is about to pass away. To see you one last time, he has already lit the 7-star lamp. Once the lamp extinguishes, he will inevitably reincarnate. There's not much time. Please go in quickly to see him." How could this be? Yun Jikyu showed a sorrowful expression upon hearing this. Besides that, there was also panic. The Yun family patriarch, currently the only Foundation establishment true person in the Yun family, and the pillar of the Yun family in the Sword Pavilion for hundreds of years, had actually reached the end of this life. Upon receiving the tragic news, Yun Jikyu dared not delay, and hurried to a secluded chamber deep within the ancestral residence. Inside the chamber, smoke curled in the air, and a single candle burned slowly. At a glance, its light shone brightly, but the oil within the lamp was nearly depleted. The next moment, a light cough came from within the mist. "Jikyu, come forward." As the voice fell, the smoke dissipated, revealing an elderly man seated upright in a chair, dressed in splendid robes, his face aged but his back still straight. Jikyu immediately knelt down and bowed. "Greetings, ancestor." "Rise," said the Yun clan ancestor with a faint smile. "There is no need to worry. This is my second reincarnation and I have the experience. There should be no problem. It's just unfortunate that after I reincarnate, it will take at least 20 years before I can return. During that time, no one will hold the fort for our clan. Jikyu deserves 1,000 deaths." Jikyu appeared even more dejected, fully understanding the hidden meaning in the ancestor's words. Yun Myajan, the clan's most outstanding descendant in nearly 100 years, and a true foundation establishment seed, had died. Such a heaven-blessed girl had fallen at the hands of a demonic fiend due to his momentary negligence. Because of this incident, his prestige in the clan had plummeted, and the Yun clan also lost much of its influence due to the absence of a foundation establishment seed. Over the years, Yun Jikyu had made countless trips to the righteous demonic battlefield in hopes of avenging Yun Myajan's death at the hands of Liu Yang, but all his efforts had come to naught. Upon thorough inquiry, he found out that the old turtle had actually stayed in the Saint Sect for 60 years. This infuriated Yun Jikyu to the point of cursing aloud. "You need not blame yourself too much." The Yun clan ancestor remained calm. 60 years ago, Skeleton Mountain was part of the demon's scheme, obscuring the heavenly will. Ultimately, it was my failure to foresee it. If not for that, I would never have allowed you and Myajan to go to Skeleton Mountain. In any case, Myajan is dead. Our Yun clan must now find another path. So not long ago, I agreed to a task entrusted by the sect master. "What?" Yun Jikyu was startled. "The sect master's task is it to use your reincarnated body to assassinate the foundation establishment seed of the demon sect." Such events were not uncommon on the righteous demonic battlefield. The Yun clan ancestor nodded. "If I can slay the demon sect's foundation establishment seed, I will gain great merit. It can also serve as nourishment for my future cultivation." "But ancestor, you've already reincarnated once before." For foundation establishment cultivators, the first reincarnation was the rare fate of a chosen one, with unmatched merit and destiny, offering the best chance of returning to foundation establishment. But a second reincarnation was a different matter. Especially in the past 300 years, the ancestors' cultivation had seen little progress and remained at early foundation establishment, adding many uncertainties to reincarnation. In this life, one must dare to gamble. The Yun clan ancestor smiled faintly. Recently, the sect master divined cause and effect, discovering anomalies in the demon sect's secret realm of law refinement. There may be an opportunity. The demon sect's secret realm of law refinement traps billions of souls outside the cycle of reincarnation. The sect master has long disapproved of it. This time, he will not only help me reincarnate within it, but also personally shield me from heavenly detection, ensuring that no one will discover me and allowing me to awaken my past memories at birth without the mystery of the womb. In this way, I can look for a chance to shatter the secret realm and return those souls to reincarnation. At this point, the Yun clan ancestor revealed a look of anticipation. If this mission succeeds, it will be a great merit and can assist me in returning to foundation establishment. To think such a thing is possible, this is indeed a great fortune for our Yun clan. Upon hearing this, Yun Jikyu finally showed a look of excitement. The most dangerous period for reincarnated foundation establishment cultivators was the early years while still trapped in the mystery of the womb. But with the sect master's help, the ancestor could break through the mystery immediately after reincarnation. This invisibly increased the chances of the ancestor's successful return to foundation establishment by a large margin. Once the ancestor succeeded, the Yun clan would be able to continue its brilliance for another 300 years. Afterward, the Yun clan ancestor gave detailed instructions on how to forge the illusion that he was still alive after reincarnation to buy time for his return, among other matters. Not until the oil in the lamp grew dim and was about to extinguish completely did the Yun clan ancestor wave his hand with lingering intent. "Everything is ready, you may go." Yun Jikyu immediately bowed once again and respectfully said, "I wish ancestor a successful return through reincarnation." Yun Jikyu waited for a moment, but did not hear any response from the Yun clan ancestor. When he looked up again, the lamp had gone out, and the Yun clan ancestor had already fallen silent. It was the dead of winter, and the world was covered in white. Decades ago, great chaos erupted in the world due to the emergence of the Heavenly Book. One scroll of it fell into the hands of the Hao Ran Academy, which revered imperial power, allowing the chaos to be suppressed. Afterward, the foolish emperor of Great Zhou suddenly died, and a new monarch ascended the throne. Ironically, the great chaos had caused massive death and wiped out the population pressure. After the war ended, peace returned, ushering in an era of stability. Thus, the new emperor was hailed as the restorer of Great Zhou. This was evident in the capital, Tianjin City, where no one picked up lost items on the road and doors were left unlocked at night. Even at night, the city remained full of singing and dancing. And in the northeastern corner of Tianjin City, deep within a mansion, in front of the birthing room, a dignified man paced anxiously back and forth until a loud cry came from within. "Master, the child is born, the child is born." The next moment, the birthing room door opened and a maid hurried out. "Congratulations, master, congratulations, madam has given birth to a boy." Upon hearing this, the man looked up and laughed heartily. "Heaven has not forsaken my Wei clan. At last we have a male heir. Excellent, everyone shall be rewarded today." The man's name was Wei Tiyi. He had risen from humble origins 20 years ago and shone brilliantly in the pacification war of Great Zhou, earning immense merit and the title of Marquis of North Pacification. He held some renown in Tianjin City and was considered one of the martial heroes. Now that the Wei clan had a new male heir, it was naturally a cause for grand celebration. Yet at the same time, inside the birthing room, though the newborn was still crying loudly, no one could detect the massive soul now residing within the frail body. Success. The Yun clan ancestor had successfully reincarnated. His true memories instantly awakened, but he did not control the body's instincts. Instead, he sat within his sea of consciousness and began divining in silence. Great Zhou Heavenly Book, so that's how it is, a saint's theft indeed. In an instant, the Yun clan ancestor discerned part of the truth. As a foundation establishment cultivator of the Sword Pavilion, he was extremely familiar with all of the Saint Sect's techniques. Saint's theft was one of the most dazzling among them. Of course he would recognize it. This was the advantage of foundation establishment reincarnation. Even without cultivation after reincarnation, a powerful soul allowed him to divine causality and manipulate fate easily, a dimensional blow to chi refining cultivators. Yet soon the Yun clan ancestor frowned. Because when he tried to deduce who was cultivating Saint's theft, he encountered complete emptiness, as if causality had been severed around the person. How interesting, a treasure that conceals heavenly secrets. The next second, the Yun clan ancestor's brow smoothed. He had long anticipated the importance of divination in this reincarnation, and had thus come prepared. He had brought with him a secret treasure of destiny. With the Heaven Inquiry Instrument, bestowed by the sect master, no heavenly concealment will avail them. At his mental command, a spherical magical treasure appeared in his hand. Using it to divine, he instantly broke through the concealed web of cause and effect. The next moment, the Yun clan ancestor was stunned. But soon he couldn't help but laugh wildly at the sky. Every cause must have an effect. Every cause must have an effect. So that's it. Causality truly does not let one off easily. Lu Yang, muttering the name of the one who had killed Yun Maiajin, whom he had once placed such hopes on, yet had remained free for 60 years, the Yun clan ancestors' killing intent surged. Especially after using the Heaven Inquiry Instrument to uncover a trove of intelligence on Lu Yang. Taiyan Body Shedding Corpse Liberation True Method, Saint's Theft, 3rd Grade True Chi, and the Stealing Heaven's Secrets Technique. If all are completed, this child has a 40% chance of breaking through to Foundation establishment. At this thought, a cold glint flashed in the Yun clan ancestor's eyes. This child must not be allowed to live. With my current strength, wanting to kill that little demon is probably not easy. The ancestor of the Yun family had a contemplative expression on his face. After all, he had just reincarnated into an infant's body, possessing only a powerful soul and divination abilities, without any combat strength. But it doesn't matter. The ancestor of the Yun family was not in a hurry. After all, Liu Yang could not possibly discover him. He could completely develop slowly and recover to the peak of qi refining within 10 years. However, that kid is slippery and currently controls this secret realm of refining methods. Once he realizes he's in danger, he can exit the secret realm at any time. Even if I recover to the peak of qi refining to kill him, I must plan carefully and find a way to lure him into the trap, making it impossible for him to escape. The ancestor of the Yun family pondered while continuing his divination. The 3 steps of martial arts are to master the 5 elements within the body, open the 9 orifices of the heavens, and break through the mysterious gate of creation. A consummate martial artist can rival the late stage of qi refining. What a wonderful method! The ancestor of the Yun family showed an expression of amazement. He had established his foundation twice and lived for more than 600 years, having seen countless demons, including those who had cultivated into saints' theft, but few were like Liu Yang. Without entering foundation establishment, one cannot know destiny. Divination and deduction abilities are far from meeting the standards of creating a method. Even if one barely creates something, it's like a mud hut, shattering upon touch. Those who achieve great success can rival the mid-stage of qi refining, which is already considered impressive. Reaching the late stage of qi refining is already deemed perfect. That demon actually has such talent. The ancestor of the Yun family was amazed, and his apprehension deepened. He had already made up his mind not to let Liu Yang break through to foundation establishment, to avoid adding strength to the demonic path. But how to do it? Saints' theft steal the fate of the world, depleting virtue. Those who achieve great success will inevitably encounter calamities. In this way, my reincarnation this time may be his calamity. The ancestor of the Yun family comprehended the heavenly secrets and gained insight in his heart. However, I have the heavenly instrument to protect me. He cannot divine my existence, but I can easily grasp his whereabouts. This should be my great advantage. In that case, I can try to create a calamity for him. This calamity should not be too easy to resolve, nor too difficult. It should let him see hope of resolution, so he will personally take action. Use this calamity to lure him into the trap and fall into my snare. As the saying goes, even a lion uses all its strength to hunt a rabbit. The ancestor of the Yun family had already reincarnated once, so he did not hold the airs of foundation establishment and would not underestimate Liu Yang. His planning was extremely meticulous. Then what should the calamity be? The ancestor of the Yun family pondered for a moment, then smiled slightly, having made a plan. For this child, the most worrisome thing is the error in the cultivation of saints' theft. In that case, I will help him. He created the 3 steps of martial arts, so I will create the 4th step for him. However, this step will no longer be limited to the framework of the system he created. Thinking of this, the ancestor of the Yun family immediately began to manipulate cause and effect. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. In 10 years, heroes rose across the world, and the development of martial arts reached an extreme. The 3 steps of martial arts became widely known and were learned by people all over the world. And in this era of martial valor, one night in the capital city, thunder suddenly roared, dragons and snakes rose from the land, heavy rain poured down, and then the entire city's people saw a pillar of vast energy shooting straight into the sky, breaking through the rain clouds, reversing the celestial phenomena. In less than an hour, the clouds cleared, and the sun shone brightly. The next day, a piece of news spread across the world. The master of the Heoran Academy, who held a volume of the heavenly book, saintly scholar Wang Boyuan, comprehended the Tao overnight, saw through the mysteries, and actually walked out the 4th step of martial arts. The 1st step of martial arts is to master the 5 elements within the body. Heart, lungs, spleen, liver, kidneys. The 5 organs are complete and one is a martial artist. The 2nd step of martial arts is to open the 9 orifices of the heavens. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, tendons, bones, flesh, blood, and mind. When all 9 orifices are open, one can be called a martial master. The 3rd step of martial arts is to break through the mysterious gate of creation. 3 feet above the head is the divine. Using the 5 organs to transform the body's essence, and the 9 orifices to draw the power of heaven and earth, combining internal and external, breaking through the mysterious gate above the head, one can see the divine. People all thought that martial arts ended here, and one would be a grandmaster with no path forward. However, with the breakthrough of saintly scholar Wang Boyuan, martial artists across the world were inspired. Wang Boyuan, with a heart of righteousness, did not keep his insights to himself. The fourth step of martial arts is called investigating the changes between heaven and man. To achieve this method, one must break free from the shackles of martial arts, no longer confined to martial arts itself, but walk out their own path, thereby achieving the transformation between heaven and man. Saintly scholar comprehended this point, no longer confined to martial arts, but created the fortune observation technique, which can know destiny, observe fortune, and even change the heavenly mechanism, all because of his dedication to the country, wanting to use the fortune observation technique to extend the national fortune of the Great Zhou, establish an unbreakable kingdom, and open an era of peace for all generations. With the breakthrough of saintly scholar, cause and effect changed, and the world underwent drastic changes. The second to break through was the current practitioner of the Celestial Master Mansion on Mount Longhu, barefoot Taoist Chang Qingjing, who had an epiphany and broke through during a medical consultation. The third was God Monk of Deliverance Xu Enku of the Hanging Temple, who had an epiphany and broke through during a morning lesson. The fourth, fifth, and sixth. In just 10 years, 7 martial arts celestial beings emerged in the world, proving the feasibility of this path and completely breaking the framework of martial arts initially set by Liu Yang. In the extreme west of the secret realm of refining methods, amidst dense forests, within the blood-washing Tian sword formation diagram surrounded by countless talismans, Liu Yang suddenly opened his eyes. All he saw was dark clouds covering the sky, with no sight of the blue sky and bright sun. The next second, a halo of light shone behind Liu Yang's head, the Teiwei talisman operated, and the many changes over the past 10 years immediately entered his mind, all grasped by him. The fourth step of martial arts, investigating the changes between heaven and man, so fast. At this moment, Liu Yang was both delighted and suspicious. He was pleased that martial arts had changed so much in such a short time, but also doubtful. How could it be so fast? However, the divine causes and effects were seamless, with no flaws to be found. The martial arts I created, reaching the third step, can rival the late stage of qi refining. Now, people in the secret realm have walked out the fourth step. Roughly estimated, these so-called martial arts celestial beings probably have considerable strength, perhaps even rivaling the peak of qi refining. But in this way, it's no longer martial arts. Thinking of this, Liu Yang's expression gradually became serious. The divine events had no problems. The changes in cause and effect also had no issues. Everything was reasonable with only one problem. Martial arts were out of control, and the saint's theft were about to fail. Only if he personally took action could it be corrected. This is not right. Liu Yang's heart instantly sounded an alarm. He naturally could not see the ancestor of the Yun family's layout and planning, nor could he sense the ancestor's manipulation of cause and effect. He only knew one thing. No one should think of making me leave this place. Here he had countless talismans to use and formations to protect him. Even if 10 peak qi refining experts came, he would not fear, firmly sitting in the fisherman's seat. But once he left this place, it would be another matter. Moreover, he was now the one controlling the game, detached from worldly affairs. If he chose to enter the world and become widely known, it would be equivalent to stepping into the chessboard as a piece. One careless move could lead to total defeat. Thinking of this, Liu Yang immediately calmed down. Although the emergence of martial arts celestial beings could disrupt his saint's theft, it would also take some time. Let me first send a clone to explore the path. With a thought, Liu Yang summoned the myriad spirits banner into his hand. Then, a strand of white qi appeared at his fingertip, surprisingly a pure, innate one qi. This was something he had refined from himself in his second life. Once this innate true qi had extraordinary effects, even helping him break through to the mid-stage of qi refining in his third life. Unfortunately, in the subsequent lives, it gradually became useless. Now is the perfect time to make use of this waste. Another month passed swiftly. Inside the cave dwelling, Liu Yang sat cross-legged on a meditation cushion, a mass of white qi surging and tumbling in his palm. After a long while, Liu Yang gently tossed it outward. Boom! With a loud explosion, the white qi rapidly expanded, reconstituting into a human form identical in appearance to Liu Yang, though its aura was entirely different. Liu Yang's true body's aura was ethereal like an immortal, possessing the Tao essence found only in superior true qi of genuine cultivators. In contrast, the white qi incarnation of Liu Yang exuded overwhelming blood energy, each movement seemingly bearing the weight of 1,000 caddies, and his upright, handsome face carried an innate majesty. Not bad, not bad. Gazing at the innate true qi incarnation, he had painstakingly refined over a month. Liu Yang nodded in satisfaction. Unexpectedly, martial arts have such applications. Typically, the innate true qi incarnation couldn't break through. Its essence was a mass of white qi, impermanent and untrainable, akin to Liu Yang's previous cultivation of the heavenly demon blood-transforming divine light, where his body ultimately transformed into a blood shadow. However, martial arts changed everything. By eschewing the path of immortal cultivation, martial arts focused solely on nurturing and refining blood energy, which perfectly suited the innate true qi incarnation, allowing it to overcome the barrier of being untrainable. Unfortunately, I still don't understand how to proceed to the fourth step. At present, the innate true qi incarnation possessed only the strength of the third step in martial arts. Though Liu Yang had deduced the fourth step, he had yet to find the correct path. Therefore, this time, Liu Yang planned to visit Tianjing City. He intended to meet saintly scholar Wang Boyuan, who had pioneered the fourth step in martial arts, hoping to glean some inspiration from him. Let you venture out on my behalf. With a thought, Liu Yang's innate true qi incarnation immediately disintegrated on the spot, transforming into a stream of white qi that vanished into the sky, heading towards Tianjing City. It finally moved. Almost simultaneously, within the Wei family residence in Tianjing City, the 10-year-old Wei Yun suddenly looked up at the sky, a flash of bright light passing through his black eyes. However, the next moment he frowned. Something's off, it's a clone. Observing the divination results, the Yun family patriarch gritted his teeth in anger. After waiting 10 years and expending significant effort to manipulate karma, he had only managed to lure out a clone. Was that little demon truly so unhurried? The demon sect always emphasized bold advancement, yet suddenly, such a cautious old turtle had emerged. For the first time, the Yun family patriarch felt troubled. However, he quickly adjusted his plan. Since you sent out a clone, I'll find a way to destroy it and see if your true body can remain still. Of course, he wouldn't act personally, as that would only alert the enemy. The best approach was to have martial artists within the secret realm eliminate Liu Yang's clone, allowing them to discover the truth of the secret realm and rise in rebellion. Naturally, the rebellion was doomed to fail. The Yun family patriarch didn't care about their success. The crucial part was the process of rebellion. Once these martial artists left the secret realm, even if they died, their souls would enter the cycle of reincarnation, making it impossible for the Tao Lord to retrieve them. Although they would lose their lives, they would gain freedom. Upon reincarnation, these billions of souls would fill the vast karmic web of heaven and earth, granting him immense merit. Perfect timing, I can have that person take action. With this thought, the Yun family patriarch immediately performed a hand seal to manipulate karma. What secrets does this heavenly book conceal? In the imperial palace of Tianjing City, Jade, one of the 7 martial arts celestials of the current era, furrowed his brows as he examined a golden book before him. The heavenly book comprised 4 volumes, divided equally among Taoism, Buddhism, and Confucianism. According to legend, the final volume was lost among the populace and vanished without a trace. However, unbeknownst to others, the great Zhou royal family had secretly acquired it. It was through this heavenly book that Jade had completed the 3 steps of martial arts by the age of 30. After saintly scholar Wang Boyuan revealed the method for the 4th step, Jade created world authority, harnessing the nation's power to bolster himself, ultimately breaking through to become a celestial grandmaster. Yet the more he delved into the heavenly book, the more anxious he became. Where did the heavenly book originate? Everything has a source. If the heavenly book is so profound, perhaps only the legendary immortals could have created it. This thought sparked boundless ambition in Jade heart. Even after achieving the status of a martial arts celestial, he found his lifespan remained unchanged, akin to that of an ordinary person. How could he accept this? I desire immortality. I want to live forever. I wish to become an immortal. A trace of blood-red light flickered in Jade Xing'ang's eyes. His already strong desire was now deliberately stirred. At this critical juncture, "Who's there?" Suddenly, Jade Xing'ang looked up. His world authority allowed him to sense the fluctuations in the Great Zhou's national fortune. Tianjin City, being the capital, was virtually his domain. At this moment, he detected a distinct, foreign entity intruding into his territory. With a thought, Jade Xing'ang instantly infused himself with the nation's power. In that moment, it was as if billions of Great Zhou citizens were supporting his body, enabling him to break the martial artist's limitation of flight and soar into the depths of the clouds. Then he saw a figure. The newcomer wore flowing robes, traversing the sky with clouds beneath his feet, appearing as a celestial being. Only his gaze towards Jade Xing'ang held a hint of surprise. "You can actually fly." Observing the martial artist before him, Lu Yang calculated with his fingers and immediately discerned Jade Xing'ang's identity. So that's it. A celestial has indeed broken through the martial arts barrier. Jade Xing'ang also scrutinized Lu Yang, frowning. "Your qi isn't condensed, your blood isn't refined, only your spirit is somewhat decent. Seems like you're a rogue cultivator taking an unconventional path, yet you can fly. Did you obtain some secret technique? Never mind, once I capture you, I'll naturally uncover the truth." With that, Jade Xing'ang directly attacked. Previously, though domineering, he wouldn't act without cause. However now, his unfulfilled desires made him restless. Moreover, he believed Lu Yang wasn't a martial arts celestial. Without that status, Lu Yang wasn't qualified to converse with him as an equal. Thus, capturing him would also serve as an outlet for his frustration. "Come here." In the next moment, Jade Xing'ang moved, instantly appearing before Lu Yang, his 5 fingers reaching for Lu Yang's neck, the airflow at his fingertips emitting a piercing screech. Lu Yang and Jade Xing'ang were now in close proximity. He could even faintly hear the sound of rushing rivers from Jade Xing'ang's body. That was his blood surging. The beating of his heart resembled a celestial drum, indicating an incredibly powerful physique. Definitely comparable to the peak of qi refining. Lu Yang was astonished. In terms of physical strength alone, Jade Xing'ang even surpassed Lu Yang, who had partially mastered the Saint Thief technique. Truly inhuman. But it seems that's all he has. Splat. In the next second, blood splattered. Jade Xing'ang staggered backward, shock in his eyes as he stared at Lu Yang. Between them, a white line was gradually fading. It was this white line that had just sliced open his palm. What kind of martial art is this? Sword Qi Talisman. Under Jade Xing'ang's stunned gaze, Lu Yang smiled calmly, then took out a yellow paper filled with scribbles and set it ablaze. Boom! In an instant, Jade Xing'ang felt a sharp pain between his eyebrows. The sword qi that had just torn through his palm now erupted from the burning talisman. Under the brilliant sword qi, a bewildered face was illuminated. What is this? This. Having lived for several decades and earned the illustrious title of Martial King of Suppression, this was the first time Jade Xing'ang felt an emotion bordering on absurdity. He saw Lu Yang raise his hand, and a piece of yellow paper with ghostly scribbles would appear beside him, then ignite, followed by various phenomena completely unrelated to martial arts, sword qi slicing through the air, thunderbolts crashing down, golden lights suddenly flashing. Each piece of yellow paper brought him deadly danger. Swish, swish. Sword qi slashed Jade Xing'ang's cheeks, lightning struck his body, making him feel numb all over, while his full-force punch was intercepted by a sudden golden light. Impossible. Jade Xing'ang retreated again but dared not engage with Lu Yang any further. He could only grit his teeth, looking at Lu Yang with fear, yet also a hidden desire. In the next moment, a title surfaced in his mind. Immortal. At this moment, Lu Yang's methods were just like those of immortals in storybooks, instantly igniting his desire for eternal life. Thinking of this, Jade Xing'ang widened the distance between them again, speaking excitedly. Wait, there's actually no deep enmity between us, right? How about this? As long as you join our royal family's offering hall and share that yellow paper technique with me, I'll grant you myriad tales of gold and lands. You can choose whatever you like. Whatever I like. Lu Yang shook his head and chuckled. Do I need to choose? The entire Great Zhou is a secret realm of the Primordial Saint Sect, It originally belongs to me, and you dare to promise me what's already mine. All right then, I'm quite interested in the martial arts methods of heaven and man. This is my dominion of the world. Without another word, Jade directly took out a book and threw it to Lu Yang. It contains only half a volume. If you give me the technique, the remaining half will also be yours. Lu Yang. Jade ambition was almost written on his face, and Lu Yang naturally saw through it. However, he didn't mind and certainly wouldn't pass on cultivation methods to him. After all, it was of no benefit to his cultivation of the saintly thief, and it also violated sect rules. What a pity! Lu Yang shook his head, put away the dominion of the world, glanced indifferently at Jade, and then his figure suddenly dissipated, intending to turn and leave directly. Trying to leave. Seeing Lu Yang's flesh and blood body disintegrate into a wisp of ethereal white gas, Jade roared in anger, while the desire on his face deepened. Immortal technique. It must be an immortal technique. I must obtain it. Dominion over the world. Jade exhaled and spoke, raising his hand and clenching his 5 fingers. A surge of blood and chi poured into it, instantly turning his entire palm blood red. In an instant, Lu Yang seemed to see a vast landscape slowly unfolding before him. Scholars rising at the crow of a rooster, farmers resting at sunset, warriors roaming the rivers and lakes, merchants trading in the bustling world, all vividly depicting the national destiny of Great Zhou, as well as the world's grand momentum. Dominion over the world, and also a fist dominating the world. Jade fist momentum had no physical form, purely a mental oppression, the spiritual accumulation of this martial arts master, already transcending martial arts. However, you want to compare willpower with me. I practice cultivation and possess spiritual consciousness. Jade fist momentum might be invincible against crude martial artists who only knew fists and kicks, but using it against him was futile. Boom! With a thought, Lu Yang shattered Jade fist momentum instantly. The so-called national destiny, the vast landscape, were all swept away by his spiritual consciousness. You can actually withstand my punch, Jade gritted his teeth, again. However, what responded to him was a cold laugh. Stubborn and ignorant. As the words fell, dozens of talismans suddenly appeared out of thin air. With the myriad spirits banner in hand, he had brought plenty of talismans on this trip and didn't care about consumption at all. The talismans shattered in a single breath, transforming into a torrent of sword chi that fell upon Jade, causing him to let out a miserable scream on the spot. In an instant, blood dyed the sky, though his physique, comparable to the peak of chi refining, was indeed ferocious. The sword chi talismans could slice his flesh, but could not sever his bones. When the sword chi dissipated, Jade had already turned into a blood-soaked figure. His entire body had no intact flesh, as if he had just been subjected to dismemberment by 1,000 cuts. He dared not remain at the scene, and vanished in the blink of an eye. You fled quite decisively. Lu Yang frowned slightly. This incarnation of his cultivated purely in martial arts, and relied entirely on talismans to defeat enemies. Although he could fly, his speed was actually still slower than Jade. Lu Yang looked slightly grim. The vitality of a martial arts master exceeded his expectations. Though Jade had appeared pitiful and miserable, as long as he escaped with his life and rested for a few days, he could recover more than half. A physique comparable to peak chi refining, yet lacking matching divine bodily abilities. He really is a superb material for corpse refinement. Thinking of this, Lu Yang felt a bit remorseful. Truly, one is influenced by those they are close to. Even someone as kind-hearted as him had grown ruthless after spending time in the Saint Sect. I'm not that kind of person, Lu Yang shook his head. Besides, refining corpses was inefficient. Using the myriad spirits banner to refine them instantly was undoubtedly much more effective. That being said, Lu Yang had no intention of devoting himself to this path. After all, once this lifetime ended, he would definitely choose cultivation, and the myriad spirits banner couldn't be taken with him. I'll think about it next life. With that thought, Lu Yang directly dispersed his body, then silently reformed in an alley of the capital city, merging seamlessly into the crowd. As expected, he lost. That's only natural. Tianjin City, Wei family residence. The Yun family patriarch withdrew his gaze calmly. Jade defeat was within his expectations. If anything, Jade Xing'an winning would have been the surprise. After all this time, in stirring the threads of karma, the purpose of Jade Xing'an's fight with Lu Yang wasn't to win, but to make Jade Xing'an discover Lu Yang's existence. Then to gradually spread the news, ultimately influencing other martial masters, and eventually uniting all of them to deal with Lu Yang. As long as they destroyed his incarnation, there would be no fear of his true body not appearing. For this he had already arranged an opportunity, or rather a bait. All that remained was for the fish to bite the hook. Now was the perfect chance. With this in mind, he immediately began stirring karma again. Almost simultaneously, having just escaped with his life, Jade Xing'an dared not return to the royal palace, fleeing instead to the outskirts of the capital, hiding within a mountain forest. He originally just wanted to avoid Lu Yang. Yet while hiding, he accidentally discovered a sealed stone chamber within a hidden cave. Inside, a skeleton sat upright. This is... Jade Xing'an stepped before the skeleton and saw it holding a dust-covered book in its hands. He immediately reached out, took it, and casually flipped it open. At a glance, Jade Xing'an's eyes widened. His face was soon filled with disbelief and ecstasy. Truly heaven helps me. The author of the book was unnamed, and its contents were merely a short record. There are immortals in this world who do not age or die. Kill them and eat their flesh to gain eternal life. But immortal techniques are supreme, hard to overcome. I have studied bitterly for decades, and before dying, finally comprehended a method to slay immortals. On the auspicious day of shock, 7 great masters must wield 7 divine weapons and form a formation together. Only then is there hope of victory. Auspicious day of shock, 7 martial slaughters of immortals. Besides the background and details, the book also recorded the forging methods for the 7 divine weapons. Jade Xing'an read in rapture, his ambition reignited. Ha ha ha, I truly possess great fortune and great destiny. If I kill that immortal, I shall surely live forever. As he laughed heartily, Jade Xing'an's consciousness grew increasingly obsessed. Karma clouded his true heart. All thoughts other than slay the immortal and gain eternal life were erased. At the same time as Jade Xing'an's fortunate encounter, Lu Yang had already arrived at the most prosperous area of Tianjin City, where the number of martial artists was the highest. Hardens Academy. This institution, which held a volume of the Heavenly Book and pioneered the 4th step of martial arts, had now vaguely surpassed Taoism and Buddhism, becoming the holy land of martial arts. However, strangely, ever since the 4th step of martial arts was achieved and the method widely disseminated, the dean of Hardens Academy, saintly scholar Wang Boyuan, had gradually disappeared from public view, becoming increasingly reclusive. Nowadays, even the high-level members of the academy found it difficult to see him. What a feng shui treasure land! To avoid attracting attention, Lu Yang had dispersed his form, transforming into a mass of invisible qi, and was observing Hardens Academy with great interest. In his view, this academy was truly a place where outstanding people and spiritual energy converged. In the entire Tianjin city, only this place was overflowing with spiritual energy. Even an ordinary person, if they studied here for several years, could develop some spiritual insight and cleverness. What was even more remarkable was that this was not a natural creation, but a man-made design. The overall layout of the academy, the position of each classroom, the placement of flowers, birds, fish, insects, and various landscapes had sublimated the mundane feng shui methods, faintly forming the embryonic shape of a spirit-gathering formation. Based on this alone, Lu Yang knew that this saintly scholar was definitely someone extraordinary. Thinking of this, Lu Yang immediately took a step forward, directly arriving at a study deep within the academy, intending to meet this renowned native. Then he was surprised by the scene inside the study. Because the person inside was not the elegant scholar with a feather fan he had imagined, but a disheveled man constantly drinking wine. Was this the saintly scholar? At this moment, the disheveled man suddenly raised his head, his drunken eyes hazily looking toward Lu Yang's position. I didn't expect an honored guest to visit. With a thought, Lu Yang reassembled his form, transforming from invisible qi into a tangible body, cupping his hands in salute to the disheveled man. Lu Yang greets Taoist Wang. Boyuan greets the honored guest. The disheveled man also returned the salute, then patted his sleeves and stood up, exclaiming, The honored guest's abilities are extraordinary. The previous battle with Martial King of Suppression amazed me, making me think several times that an immortal had descended. I wonder what the honored guest seeks from me. I wish to discuss the Tao of Heaven and Man with you. Lu Yang got straight to the point, saying, "The fourth step of martial arts, investigating the changes between heaven and man, I have some insights but have not grasped the essentials. I hope you can teach me." Upon hearing this, Wang Boyuan blinked. With the honored guest's abilities, you're also interested in martial arts. Other mountain stones can polish jade. Lu Yang said calmly, "Are you willing to teach me?" Upon hearing this, Wang Boyuan immediately laughed. A guest is a guest, especially an honored one. If the honored guest wants to learn, I will naturally share everything I know without reservation. However, the Tao of Heaven and Man is diverse, created by martial artists based on their understanding of heaven and earth and themselves. Therefore, I cannot describe it to the honored guest in detail, only briefly explain my personal method. If the honored guest has doubts, you can consult other heaven and man practitioners. With that, the two sat facing each other. The fourth step of martial arts, I call it investigating the changes between heaven and man, meaning to use one's own power to leverage heaven and earth, to glimpse the heavenly mechanisms with human strength. My fate observation technique is like this, involving the changes of the three talents. The three talents are heaven, earth, and man. First observe man to know appearances, then observe earth to know feng shui, finally observe heaven to know destiny. These three are interlinked. Observe earth through man, observe heaven through earth, and observe fate through heaven. At this stage, I can know the changes in the world without leaving home, observe the changes in national destiny, where disasters occur, where civil unrest arises, where officials are inactive, and where those who receive salaries compete with the people for profit. I can see most of these. Although there are still errors, I can achieve a 70 to 80% accuracy. What surprised Lu Yang was that Wang Boyuan truly did not hold back, fully disclosing the fate observation technique, whose variations even involved causality. Of course, this was not truly calculating causality. Strictly speaking, what Wang Boyuan did was merely guessing, so he could not calculate details, only understand the general idea and know some specific events. Even so, it was still astonishing. How did he do it? Facing Lu Yang's doubts, Wang Boyuan shook his head. To be honest, I just had a moment of inspiration one day without any trick. I see. Lu Yang nodded upon hearing this. Then the two exchanged ideas for several more hours before he got up to leave, intending to visit other heaven and man practitioners. Meanwhile, in the Wei family residence, the Yun family patriarch opened his Dharma eyes, silently witnessing the entire exchange between Lu Yang and Wang Boyuan, then withdrew his gaze without any fluctuation. That demon is truly ignorant. He had no interest in Wang Boyuan's insights, because no one knew better than him that Wang Boyuan's insights were due to his manipulation of causality. After all, it was not something that could truly comprehend causality, just a mortal's guessing method. The Yun family patriarch did not care at all, sneering inwardly, discussing the Tao with various heaven and man practitioners, trying to take a fifth step beyond my foundation to bring martial arts back on track. Simply delusional. After all, he manipulated causality, allowing Wang Boyuan to create the fourth step of martial arts, raising the limit of martial arts to the peak of qi refining. This was already the limit, because beyond that was foundation establishment. And how could Lu Yang create the method of foundation establishment? So, in the Yun family patriarch's view, Lu Yang's actions were meaningless and futile. According to the Yun family patriarch's calculations, the current heaven and man methods had already disrupted Lu Yang's saint thief cultivation. To break the situation, the only way was to first kill all the heaven and man practitioners, then prohibit the heaven and man methods. What he needed to do was to kill Lu Yang's avatars, forcing his true body to act personally. In this way, Lu Yang would be trapped. From this perspective, Wang Boyuan was just a pawn of the Yun family patriarch. As for pawns, the Yun family patriarch naturally had no interest. As for what amazed Lu Yang, it was not worth mentioning in the Yun family patriarch's eyes. Including Lu Yang, although the Yun family patriarch treated him seriously, he always harbored disdain in his heart. Because in the end, they were just a group of mortals. With the Heaven Man instrument bestowed by the sect master, even foundation establishment true persons cannot detect my existence. How much trouble can mere mortals cause? Leaving Haoran Academy, Liu Yang once again transformed into invisible qi, walking through the streets of Tianjing City, carefully reflecting on the recent exchange with Wang Boyuan. Three Talents Fate Observation Technique. Thousands of miles away, Liu Yang's true body opened his eyes, a halo radiating behind his head. The Teiwei talisman operated, silently calculating the many changes in Tianjing City. The feedback causality showed everything was normal. The next 30 years in Tianjing City will be very stable, with no changes in causality. This is normal after all. There are two martial arts heaven and man practitioners stationed here. Then, Liu Yang suddenly changed his approach, no longer calculating the causality of the entire Tianjing City from a macro perspective, but learning from Wang Boyuan's fate observation technique, starting from the citizens of Tianjing City, calculating individual causality, and then using the changes of the three talents to deduce the causality of heaven and earth. The reason for this was merely to verify the fate observation technique. However, the next second, Liu Yang was stunned. East Street breakfast stall, Wang Erniu's family of three, using the Teiwei talisman to calculate, supplemented by the fate observation technique, should have many descendants, yet there is a great calamity of sudden death. Six Doors Patrol Constable Chen Qing has a great calamity of sudden death. Li Chengrong, great calamity of sudden death. Liu Xincheng, great calamity of sudden death. Calamity, calamity, calamity. Everyone, almost everyone Liu Yang saw in Tianjing City had a great calamity of sudden death in their fate, but when expanded to the whole city, there was no change. How was this possible? If the entire city's citizens truly had a great calamity of sudden death, the whole Tianjing City would have been shrouded in dark clouds. With his personality, he would never have approached. No, something's wrong. In an instant, Liu Yang's pupils contracted sharply. From the small, one can see the large. If one can calculate heaven through man, one person might make a mistake, but if 10 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people are all like this, then it's heaven that's wrong. The heavenly mechanisms and causality have been obscured. Damn it, is there a foundation establishment true person in the secret realm trying to harm me? At the Haoran Academy, just after Liu Yang had left, Jade Xing'an arrived quietly. Bookworm, have you met that immortal? As soon as he entered the door, Jade Xing'an was slightly startled in his heart. He had not expected Wang Boyuan, who had been high-spirited just a few months ago, to now look so disheveled. What happened to you? Nothing. Wang Boyuan took another swig of wine and said with a smile, if you're talking about the one who fought you, then yes, I've seen him. He seemed quite interested in my fate observation technique. What an honor. Cut the nonsense. Jade Xing'an sneered coldly and threw the ancient text he had obtained through a fortunate encounter in front of Wang Boyuan. He can help us fulfill our grand ambition. There are immortals in this world, ageless and undying. Kill them and eat their flesh and one can attain immortality. Jade Xing'an shouted, weren't you determined to bring everlasting peace to the world? As long as we kill that immortal and share his flesh, we can live eternally and create an eternal world of peace. An eternal world of peace. Wang Boyuan murmured softly but did not show the excitement Jade Xing'an had imagined. He simply shook his head, then said calmly, then let's give it a try. Good, it's a deal. Jade Xing'an noticed something off about Wang Boyuan's attitude, as if he was hiding something, but he couldn't be bothered to dwell on it, so long as Wang Boyuan was willing to act. Meanwhile, in the capital city of Tianjing. At this moment, Liu Yang had already regained his composure, because he had suddenly realized something. If it truly was a foundation establishment true person, there would be no need for such trouble. Because this was different from the incident at Skeleton Mountain. At Skeleton Mountain, the hidden true person Yinshin hadn't intended to kill him, only using him as bait, but this time was different. This time it was clear someone truly wanted him dead. The reason they hadn't acted yet was probably because his true body was still hidden within layers of formation arrays, and they had only sent an external incarnation to scout. This indicated that the mastermind's cultivation was definitely not at the foundation establishment realm, because if they were, they wouldn't need to be cautious. Just one palm strike would be enough to kill him. From this angle, though the opponent could manipulate karma, their strength was probably only at the peak of chi refining. A bit strained. Able to manipulate karma, but not at foundation establishment. It's important to note that calculating karma and manipulating karma may only differ by one word, but they are worlds apart. It's the dividing line between chi refining and foundation establishment. Calculating karma merely allows some foreknowledge, but manipulating karma can truly cause events to unfold according to one's will. Normally, only foundation establishment true persons can do this. Therefore, able to manipulate karma but not at foundation establishment should be impossible. Unless foundation establishment reincarnated. Lu Yang frowned. After eliminating all other impossible speculations, the only answer surfaced. There's a reincarnated foundation establishment expert in the secret realm. That's it, the tribulation of the Saint Thief. Thinking of this, Lu Yang felt it was ridiculous. What was this? The tribulation of his perfected Saint Thief technique turned out to be a reincarnated foundation establishment cultivator causing trouble. No way. By the heavens, he had always been kind and amiable. How could he have provoked a foundation establishment cultivator? The next second, Lu Yang's eyes suddenly widened. Yun Myajan, Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. In this life, there were only two foundation establishment cultivators who might bear a grudge against him. One was the master of Mending Heaven Peak, but he was in the prime of life and nowhere near needing reincarnation. The other was the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion. Given the scale of the Jade Pivot Sword Pavilion, it would be perfectly normal for a reincarnated foundation establishment to exist there, and since there was already enmity, could this be what drew in the tribulation of the Saint Thief? Surely it couldn't be that ridiculous. At this thought, Lu Yang broke into a cold sweat, nearly so startled he was about to exit the secret realm on the spot and report to true person Yinshin that there was a villain inside. But in the end, he resisted the urge to leave the secret realm, because he suddenly remembered the final step of the Taiyan body-shedding corpse liberation true method he had previously deduced and prepared to cultivate required a reincarnated foundation establishment soul for completion. On the other hand, he hadn't perfected the Saint Thief technique yet either. If he reported now and true person Yinshin cleared the field, he'd end up with nothing. Never mind the foundation establishment soul, the Saint Thief would surely be a failure. Though it is a tribulation, it's also an opportunity. As the saying goes, misfortune and fortune often go hand in hand. Every cause has its effect, and every debt has its payback. If he could survive this tribulation on his own strength, then the tribulation would transform into a monumental opportunity. Besides, he did have a chance at victory. Before, the enemy was in the dark and he was in the light, knowing nothing about them. Of course, that was a sure-death scenario. But now that he knew the truth, it was a different story. He could use the situation to his advantage. Since that reincarnated foundation establishment expert is scheming against me in secret, this so-called martial path of heaven and man must have also been his creation. I knew there was something off. He wants to lure me out. And since I've only sent out an incarnation, he's clearly unsatisfied, so that's why Jade Xianxia suddenly showed up to fight me. If nothing goes wrong, he must have a backup plan. He likely wants to destroy this incarnation to lure me out of seclusion, out of the formation's protection. But Jade Xianxia is no match for my incarnation, so to kill me, they'll have to join forces with other heaven and man. It all made sense now, completely clear. Lu Yang's face remained calm, but in his heart he had already pieced together most of the Yun clan ancestors' plot, and his understanding of karma had also deepened. This is foundation establishment. Foundation establishment cultivators rarely fight to the death, so they usually strike through karma. Whoever can read the opponent's karma first gains overwhelming advantage. He wants to kill me, then I'll let him try. After pondering for a long time, Lu Yang quickly came up with a countermeasure, because in fact, he was also planning to battle the martial path heaven and man, to steer martial path back onto the right track. But not by creating a fifth step. Here, the Yun clan ancestor was quite accurate. Given Lu Yang's current cultivation and insight, even with the guidance of the bright Tao Jade slip, it was impossible for him to forge a new realm. However, to break the deadlock, he didn't actually need to create a new realm. As long as people believed he had created one, that was enough. After all, the essence of Saint Thief was theft. And to deceive the world and steal one's reputation, no true substance was required. First, I need a new identity. Since he wanted everyone to believe he had created a new realm, he had to make it convincing, and for that, a high-prestige origin was essential. My true name, I'll go with Chakra Emperor Shishan. I've lived for over 1,000 years and am the only immortal in this world, having long reached the ultimate limit of this world, now seeking a way to break through. And the reason I communicate and battle with the martial path heaven and man is because I believe that when one's cultivation reaches the peak of the world, the only way to advance further is to fight and kill one another, pushing each other to extremes in life and death, thereby breaking the shackles of heaven and earth. I call this realm shattering the void. After shattering the void, one can ascend and drift away. Thus, no one knows what really happens, nor can anyone describe the mysteries of this realm. Because everyone who reaches this realm never comes back, no first-hand accounts. The unknown breeds fear and also hope. I don't even need to describe this realm in detail, I just need to stage a grand battle and demonstrate it in public. The rest, they'll fill in themselves. This was a massive pitfall. The martial path's fourth step had already reached a dead end. Foundation establishment was impossible, but human ambition is boundless, and the martial path of heaven and man needed something to chase. And this goal, Liu Yang would give it to them. As long as he, in front of everyone, performed a sufficiently spectacular act, making the so-called shattering the void feel ethereal yet plausible. If no one believed it, no matter how real, it would be false. If someone believed it, no matter how fake, it would be true. On the second day of the second month, the dragon raises its head. It had been 3 years since Liu Yang visited Wang Boyuan. Over the past 3 years, he had met with other martial arts martial path of heaven and man's, some friendly, some fierce, and even sparred with a few combative ones. However, Liu Yang had gained considerable insights, especially into the so-called fourth step of martial arts, investigating the transformation of heaven and man, which he now understood more profoundly. His once dormant spirit had become extraordinarily active, and his entire body's vital energy seemed ready to burst forth, an extraordinary sensation. That night the moon was dark, the wind was high, and the stars were densely scattered. The usually brightly lit streets were, for some reason, shuttered tight by many households, making the vast capital city appear somewhat desolate. In the pitch-black streets, only Liu Yang walked alone. This path of the martial path of heaven and man is quite intriguing. Liu Yang appeared calm, silently comprehending the circulation of his vital energy, feeling it to be exceptionally agile, almost as if it had come alive. Investigating the transformation of heaven and man involves 2 changes. The first is the human transformation, which unifies a martial artist's vital energy and spirit perfectly. The second is the heavenly transformation, harmonizing the internal vital energy and spirit with the external universe. The more Liu Yang pondered, the stronger his state became. Swish! At that moment, a blade's gleam suddenly lit up the darkness, its brilliance illuminating the street, dazzling beyond compare. Clang, clang. In the next second, golden light erupted around Liu Yang, enveloping his entire body as if a golden bell shielded him. The blade struck the golden bell, producing bursts of heat and dazzling sparks, breaking through 3 layers of golden light before being barely stopped by the final layer. Seeing his attack fail, the assailant retreated without hesitation, disappearing back into the darkness. Boom! As the attacker retreated, a brilliant sword energy struck his previous position, carving a deep chasm into the ground. So it's you, fellow Taoist Ding. Liu Yang looked up and smiled slightly. It's been a year, and your demonic blade seems to have advanced further, breaking through 4 of my protective talismans. He then glanced at the weapon that had just attacked him, a crescent-shaped, rainbow-like, yet deeply demonic curved blade that could captivate anyone who looked at it. The blade was responsible for 70% of the damage to his protective talismans. Exiled Immortal Emperor Shishan. Ding Feiying's gaze was calm, but his tone carried fervor. Jade Xing'an claims you are a true immortal of this era. If I can slay you, my blade technique will surely reach perfection. Liu Yang shook his head and chuckled. Just you alone, that's overestimating yourself. Alone perhaps not, but what about 7? As he spoke, more figures emerged from the darkness, led by none other than King of Martial Suppression Jade Xing'an. This martial arts martial path of heaven and man's gaze towards Liu Yang was filled with extreme greed, as if he wanted to devour him alive, sending chills down one's spine. Behind him stood the disheveled Saint Heart scholar, Wang Boyuan. Additionally, the street where Liu Yang stood was blocked at both ends by a sorrowful-looking monk, and a Taoist holding a horsetail whisk. From Hanging Temple, God Monk of Deliverance Xianxia. From the Martial Path of Heaven and Man Master's Mansion, barefoot Taoist Chang Qingjing. On the rooftop under the bright stars, a tall woman in a white long dress as graceful as Jade looked down. From Hundred Flowers Palace, Fairy Minju Hua Xiangrong. The last was a burly man wearing dragon-shaped arm guards, exuding a rugged aura despite his luxurious attire. A rogue cultivator, alliance leader of the world Guan Kainkun. The 7 martial arts martial path of heaven and man's of the current era had gathered, surrounding Lu Yang in this street, with the sounds of armored troops faintly heard beyond. It seemed even the imperial palace's guards had been mobilized. The martial world unites to execute one man. What a grand formation! Lu Yang praised, his face still calm, even laughing. But you've come at the right time. Today this immortal shall use your strength to shatter the void. As he spoke without waiting for a response, he punched forward. The first to confront him was God Monk of Deliverance Xianxia from Hanging Temple, who stepped forward to block Lu Yang, raising his hand to meet the punch. Then he saw Lu Yang open his fist, revealing a sword energy talisman in his palm. Clang clang. Brilliant sword energy burst forth, striking Xianxia's forehead. However, when the sword energy dissipated, a surprising scene unfolded. Amitabha. Xianxia stood firm, hands clasped, his skin glowing with a golden hue beyond the ordinary, his internal vital energy roaring louder than great rivers. Lu Yang's sword energy talisman had only managed to pierce his forehead slightly, drawing a drop of blood. Master Xianxia's physique is indeed unparalleled in this era. Jade Xing'an was overjoyed and immediately called for everyone to attack together. Then he saw Lu Yang calmly take out a thick stack of talismans. Jade Xing'an. Boom! In the next second, dozens to hundreds of talismans were unleashed, radiating multicolored lights and grand phenomena, instantly reducing the surrounding buildings to dust. Meanwhile, Lu Yang's aura continued to rise. Ha ha ha, it's happening. This immortal is about to succeed. He laughed maniacally, shattering the void. After living for over 1,000 years, this immortal is finally about to shatter the void. Hearing this, the martial path of heaven and man's were stirred. Shattering the void. Since becoming martial path of heaven and man's, they believed the path ahead was completely cut off. But now, hearing Lu Yang's words, could there be a new path beyond? Even the observing ancestor of the Yun clan showed a surprised expression. A new path? Impossible. The Yun clan ancestor quickly dismissed the thought. The 4th step of martial arts was his own derivation, spread through Wang Boyuan. He was certain it was a dead end, with no further path. How could there be a new path? Just a deception trying to fabricate a new path. Unfortunately, with me here, no matter how you fake it, I can find the flaws. As long as there's a flaw, you can't become a sage thief. In the end, you'll have to reveal your true form and fall into my trap. Despite his words, the Yun clan ancestor felt something amiss, as if this cause and effect was heading in an unfavorable direction. Never mind, better to eliminate this incarnation early to avoid future troubles. With that, the Yun clan ancestor immediately performed a spell, influencing fate, and sent his thoughts into the void. Don't delay, act now. Almost simultaneously, Jade Xing'an, who had been considering Lu Yang's claim of shattering the void, suddenly had a realization and decisively said, "Don't be deceived by him. This talk of shattering the void is just to confuse us. Now that all 7 of us are here, each wielding divine weapons, let's form a grand formation, slay him and share eternal life."